Let's explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com. Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Good morning, everyone. Special greetings to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Sarabia Torres, and the Secretary of National Security, Kristi Noem, that are leading the delegation of both countries. We cordially welcome them to the Bolivar Hall of the Palace of San Carlos for the signing of a declaration of intent between the government of the Republic of Colombia and the government of the United States of America in order to advance in the development of a mechanism in accordance with the national laws to strengthen the cooperation in the management of migratory information. We invite the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Sarabia Torres, and the Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States, Kristi Noem, to sign the Declaration of Intent.
A continuación,
we invite the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Sarabia Torres. Good afternoon to all. We truly thank the fact that you are here. We just finished an open communication with the Secretary of Security, Kristi Noem of the United States. We want to thank her visit in the country, their honest conversation we had, and to have conversation between women so we can advance together in these type of topics that are important for both countries. This is a diplomatic meeting, all the bilateral agenda we have, fruit of this communication, the communication with authorities of both countries. We signed today an intention letter for the strengthening of the cooperation on affairs of information of migrations to establish specific realistic measures and effective ones that can ensure the consolidation of our friendship with the United States, and to ensure that the human rights and the dignity of migrants are actually respected. We personally want to thank, and on behalf of the government of Colombia, to the Secretary Noem for her visit. The robust agenda we have in terms of immigration, security, commerce, and the fight against drug trafficking. We're going to strengthen the deep friendship bonds and cooperation bonds that we have for more than 200 years that has joined our nations. We might have much more information. We will see each other in agendas like this one later on, and specifically with more specific outcomes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Now we're going to hear the remarks of the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs for welcoming me here today. The hospitality of the people of Colombia has been absolutely remarkable. And I want to thank you for having me and my team come and have be a part of a frank discussion and a candid discussion on what we can do to be partners into the future and continue to have a cooperative effort to address the concerns that both of our countries share. I do want to thank the minister, who now I will refer to as my friend, and we'll call her Laura, as she is a strong leader. And I appreciate the fact that we have had the opportunity not just to share our policy concerns, also what our people are concerned about as far as public safety issues, drug trafficking, human trafficking, how we may combat organized crime together, but also what we can do to help bring our countries closer together to partner in a new way, in a historical way that will bring results that both of our people need to be successful. Today, we have signed a statement of intent for biometric cooperation, and it will reaffirm our strong and our resilient and enduring partnership that we have between the United States and Colombia. We're going to strengthen our regional security systems and make sure that we're disrupting the movement of threatening actors that perpetuate illegal activity and also facilitate illegal trafficking of migrants across the Western Hemisphere. I believe that Colombia and the United States can be leaders in this area, and that we can bring other countries to the table in a cooperative effort to address our security concerns that we all share. We're committed to working hand in hand with our Colombian partners to enhance not only border security, but also that we will support the enforcement of our immigration and our criminal laws. We do appreciate the President and his team and the Minister working to facilitate the repatriation of Colombian nationals back to their country, and we'll continue to work on that as well. But through this expansion of sharing of biometric data, it will be much more efficient, effective, accurate, and it will also build cooperation that will open doors to new ways that we can continue to work together. This deployment of biometric capabilities under the Department of Homeland Security's Biometric Data Sharing Partnership is going to help us make an impact by helping Colombia and by helping the Colombian people detect and to stop criminals and terrorists from attempting to cross its borders. So while we work together, the people of Colombia will be safer, they will have an opportunity to thrive, and their economy will do better. And the country of the United States of America, under the leadership of President Trump, is leading the way in ensuring that we build cooperative efforts to address the threats that we all face. We recognize that there are dangerous criminals and organized, sophisticated cartels and criminal organizations that we need to address together in order to end the horrific things that are being conducted in our communities each and every day. So thank you today for all that you have done in facilitating this meeting and signing this agreement. Thank you for showing me your historic facilities. I've enjoyed your beautiful flowers and your fantastic coffee, and you have fed me often. So I will be back many times to continue to work with you and the people of Colombia because of the importance of the work that you are doing here and making sure we're addressing public safety. So thank you, and thank you, Laura, my friend, for all that you've done.
La visita de la señora secretaria de Seguridad Nacional de Estados Unidos reafirma los compromisos y profundos lazos de amistad y cooperación que unen a nuestras naciones, así como el compromiso compartido con la gestión del fenómeno migratorio en el
The migration event and phenomena in the hemisphere. With this, we conclude this event. Have a good afternoon.
Take your seats and to settle down. I am Assistant Secretary Andolong, and this press conference will be co-moderated by Mr. Sean Parnell, the spokesperson of the U.S. Department of Defense. We will now have the statements from our principals to be given first by Secretary Pete Hegseth, to be followed by Secretary Gilberto Teodoro Jr. Secretary Hegseth, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. Mr. Secretary, thank you for an incredibly productive afternoon. We're really glad to be here in Manila with Secretary Teodoro on my first trip as the Secretary of Defense in the Indo-Pacific. You know this, the audience knows this, the United States has been fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Philippines since World War II. Our partnership not only continues today, but we are doubling down on that partnership. And our ironclad alliance has never been stronger. This morning, I also had a chance to meet with President Marcos. And Secretary Teodoro and I just had as I described, very productive discussion about how to not just continue, but accelerate the progress in U.S.-Philippines alliance. We agreed on the next steps to reestablish, and that's key, reestablish deterrence in the Indo-Pacific region. These efforts build on an ongoing $500 million commitment in foreign military financing and other security assistance to support the Philippines' military modernization. First, we agreed that the United States will deploy additional advanced capabilities to the Philippines. This includes using the Nemesis anti-ship missile system and highly capable unmanned surface vehicles in exercise Balikatan this April. These systems will enable U.S. forces and the armed forces of the Philippines to train together on using advanced capabilities to defend the Philippines' sovereignty. Second, to enhance interoperability for high-end operations, we agreed to conduct bilateral Special Operation Forces training in the Batanes Islands. Did I get that right? Batanes, Islands. Special Forces training together. Third, Secretary Teodoro and I agreed to prioritize bilateral defense industrial cooperation, which is critical. So today we published a joint statement outlining our priority areas for cooperation. This includes co-producing unmanned systems and increasing combined logistics support. I was just in Guam before I came here. We can talk about big systems and advanced technologies, but if you don't have logistics support, I see the folks who run militaries and run formations, you need logistics support to actually operate and advance forward. These initiatives will help us share burdens and promote a more comprehensive partnership. We intend for these efforts to boost both of our economies and strengthen supply chain resilience. And finally, we agreed to launch a bilateral cyber campaign. We're going to work together to reduce cyber vulnerabilities across our alliance, and increasing cybersecurity will allow even more advanced operational cooperation. The challenges we face require that kind of team effort. But I'll tell you this, those aspects are just the beginning. We had our meeting this morning. We had a meeting with the president. We had a meeting in here. We had private meetings as well. I can assure you, and I can assure all those watching, this is just the beginning of what will continue to be an incredibly fruitful alliance. So together we'll encourage our other partners and allies in the region to step up their efforts and their cooperation to increase defense capabilities and strengthen deterrence. We have already set a robust agenda for the next few years. Our staff and both of us are going to remain actively engaged. It reflects the strength, as I said, of our ironclad alliance, particularly in the face of communist China's aggression in the region. And our partnership demonstrates our commitment to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific. As our president, who sends his greeting, President Donald Trump talks about often and demonstrates, we will achieve peace through strength. We do not seek war, we seek peace. But those who long for peace must prepare for war. And we stand united shoulder to shoulder. So, Gibo, if I may, you can call me Pete anytime you want. Thank you for hosting us today and for making great progress alongside us. I look forward to working closely with you to solidify that peace through strength. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary Hegseth, sir. We now invite Secretary Teodoro to give a statement.
We thank the Honorable Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense of the United States, for his momentous visit to the Philippines. It's an honor for the Philippines to host Secretary Hegseth's first visit to Asia during his first trip to the Indo-Pacific. This signals how important our bilateral alliance with our only treaty partner, the United States, is, and we are gratified by the importance placed on the stability and enhancement of this relationship as a linchpin of securing peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. We are grateful for the enduring support of the United States, including the State Department's issuance of a waiver, in part, in no small way, through the efforts of Secretary Hegseth and the rest of the team, for a waiver of foreign military financing for the Philippines. We believe these engagements are crucial and need to be enhanced in order for there, as Secretary Hegseth put it, to be a re-establishment of effective deterrence against unwanted and malign influences that affect the stability not only of the Indo-Pacific, but of the whole world. And as Secretary Hegseth said, we are going to work very closely, not only with our treaty ally, but with other like-minded partners in re-establishing deterrence. This will mean increased interoperational activities, joint exercises, realistic training in a myriad of scenarios to mirror what may be possible in the future, God forbid, However, we must be prepared to answer and to meet and even to deter any possibility in the future for our mutual defense and the defense of freedom and international law. During our discussions, we discussed the enhancement of the quality of Philippine investments in strategic basing, in capability upgrades, in the skill sets of our fighting men, women, and our civilian personnel to complement the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, which has in its underpinnings not only the Philippine Constitution, but international law. The deployment of the Nemesis and other unmanned surface vehicles will hasten the introduction of these technologies into the vista of the Philippine Armed Forces and will train our troops to train for higher technological capabilities that we need for effective deterrence in the future. The Philippines is prepared and is in fact taking a more active role in rallying our other allies and like-minded nations to resist any attempt to change international law by acquiescence or a fait accompli in the South China Sea. The number of status of visiting forces agreements that we are entering into is for the rules-based international order is proof of this. Because of the increased interoperational activities, we expect increased rotational presence of like-minded and allied troops in the Philippines. With our strategic basing initiative, we will also expect a heightened tempo of the Philippine Armed Force for external and territorial defense to put in our share of deterrence. And we will also expect a hastening of our capability upgrades and our logistical support facilities to support deterrence. And deterrence comes also with synergy with humanitarian assistance and disaster response, because natural calamities hit us the hardest at this time, particularly in the Philippines, which is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. We will enhance our current EDCA locations and we will make improvements. Mind you, these are Philippine bases of which we have to invest in. We will enhance them for logistical support. We have talked about establishing a sustainable, effective, and business case focused defense industrial base, which suits our national interests and advances our economic, defense, and other cooperative resilience activities, which are of benefit not only to each one's economy, but on partnerships and synergies, so that there can be a multiplier effect on the enhancements to different sectors of our societies, of both our peoples. As we know, the relationship between the Philippines and the United States is not unipolar. It is multipolar. And the most important thing are people-to-people exchanges, but also commerce, defense, education, language, and the NBA. This initiative will support the self-reliance defense program of the Philippines and other initiatives of the United States government. On cybersecurity cooperation, as rightly said by Secretary Hegseth, we need to work hand in hand to develop resilience and security of our cybersecurity networks. When we work in partnerships, we need to keep those flows of information secure. We need to keep our own operations secure. And we need to tap each other's expertise, best practices, and hardware in order to secure our cyber systems. And this is not a one-stop deal. It goes on and on. as threats evolve. So therefore, we are firming up our shop for IT and for cyber to work hand in hand with our treaty partner for mutual resilience and enhancements. In closing, I would like to categorically state that what is at stake in our unilateral and bilateral activities is not merely the security of either the United States or of the Philippines. We are facing a common threat, which now is the overreach of the Communist Party of China. So the Indo-Pacific, the rule of international law, freedom of navigation, and individual personal freedoms are what are at stake here. Therefore, as President Marcos has stated, U.S. leadership is essential to the continuing peace and stability of the Indo-Pacific. We look forward to the outcomes on the working levels of what we have agreed to and discussed here during our meeting, especially as we mark this year the 80th anniversary of, next year rather, of Philippine-U.S. ties in 2026. Once again, we are very thankful for the visit of Secretary Pete, who has not only built rapport with the Department of National Defense, but with the PT session with our troops, he has truly made his mark. Thank you for your visit, Secretary Pete.
Thank you very much, Secretary Teodoro, sir. We will now begin our question and answer portion. I now invite our co-moderator this afternoon, Mr. Sean Parnell, DOD spokesperson, to call the name of the first journalist.
Well, thank you, Bill from the Washington Times.
Hi, Bill Gertz with the Washington Times. China is waging aggressive gray zone warfare in the South China Sea. Will the Trump administration order the Navy's 7th Fleet to provide a greater enduring naval presence in the South China Sea, considering the Biden administration failed to provide visible support there to a key U.S. ally in the Philippines?
Well, Bill, it's a great question. You're right. What we're dealing with right now is many years of deferred maintenance, of weakness, that we need to reestablish strength and deterrence in multiple places around the globe, but pertinently today for this region. There was a lot of talk about shifting, a lot of talk about emphasis on the Indo-Pacific, a lot of talk about allies. What the Trump administration will do is deliver, is truly prioritize and shift this region of the world in a way that is unprecedented to match the threats of the future, with a recognition that for the 21st century to be a free century, America needs to stand alongside our allies and partners, shoulder to shoulder. Today it's the Philippines, tomorrow it's Japan, it will be Australia and South Korea and other nations in this part of the world, where together, by, with, and through, we will establish the deterrence necessary to prevent war. You mentioned the 7th Fleet. It's not my job to determine where the 7th Fleet goes. I defer to Admiral Paparo and his war plans, real war plans. Admiral Paparo understands the situation, understands the geographic significance, understands the urgency, and is prepared to work with those in the region to ensure we are leaning forward in our posture, not waiting for events to develop, not retrograding to places further from the front, but deploying capabilities forward, posturing and creating dynamics and strategic dilemmas for the Communist Chinese that help them reconsider whether or not violence or action is something they want to undertake. Again, President Trump is a peacemaker. President Trump seeks peace. That's my message here as well. But in order to bring that peace, we will be strong. Our allies will know we stand with them, Our admirals are prepared and they will be properly equipped. We're rebuilding our military under President Trump, reviving that warrior ethos across the force. You know, I look out at the men and women of our military, many of which I did PT with this morning, younger and more fit than their secretary. And I see mechanics, I see special operators, I see lawyers, I see fuelers, I see pilots, I see sailors, all with different jobs. But what I ultimately see are warriors in the profession of arms, here deployed forward with our allies, postured and prepared to deter war. So Admiral Paparo is exactly where we need him to be, with contingencies laid in place, and we will be positioned to stand with our partners, hopefully to prevent any conflict at all.
We now call on Mr. Chad Williams of Agence France Presse to ask his question.
Thank you. This is for Secretary Hegseth. You gave a speech last month at a Pentagon town hall where you specifically talked at length about accountability. And I'm wondering, including even in the smallest things you said, and I'm wondering if now, as we have the Senate Armed Forces Committee asking for a report into the signal controversy, if you feel as the leader of the Defense Department, you have any level of responsibility for what Marco Rubio and some other people have called a mistake.
Thank you for the question. I'm responsible for ensuring that our department is prepared and ready to deter and defeat our enemies. And I'm quite proud of what our forces in CENTCOM did on that initial series of very effective and devastating strikes, and the ongoing campaign that we are undertaking, because that is again, on the backs of 4 years of deferred maintenance and failure and weakness of the Biden administration, we are reestablishing deterrence. And as the leader of that department, my job is to advise and work alongside the president, and then work with my fellow cabinet members to ensure that we're operationalizing in every way possible, reestablishing that deterrence. So we will ensure the freedom of navigation returns to that part of the world, just as pertinent to our conversation today, freedom of navigation is something the Philippines experiences in the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea. It's something we take very seriously.
So we'll go with Kazu next.
Thank you so much for having us today. So I have a question for Secretary Hegseth. How do you evaluate the trilateral cooperation between the U.S., the Philippines, and Japan in deterring China? And do you intend to take a leadership of it?
Well, thank you for the question. I'd love to have the Secretary answer as well. As he mentioned, this is not just country-to-country bilateral cooperation. This is trilateral. It's multilateral. The broader our alliance, the better. The more security cooperation, the better. The more interoperability, the better. The more contingencies, the better. Again, the more strategic dilemmas for our adversaries, the better. And so we're here in the Philippines to strengthen that partnership. We'll be in Japan to do the same. I believe as we speak, all three countries are sailing together right now in the region. So we have that kind of security cooperation happening right now with our navies at sea, sending those signals of cooperation. And I know President Trump values greatly the ability to bring together an alliance, as opposed to just unilateral action, which is never as effective. But I would defer to the Secretary's thoughts as well.
Well, thank you very much, Secretary Hegseth. The trilateral cooperation has been going at a very fast pace. As a matter of fact, we also, aside from the multilateral cooperative activity right now ongoing, Japan has just announced its inauguration of the Joint Operational Command under General Nagumo, which is at the operational level a result of our trilateral partnership. A lot of activities are ongoing, and we are merging and meshing these capabilities together with Australia at a speed which we have not seen in a long time.
For the last question, we'll have JP Soriano of GMA News.
Secretary Teodoro, and Secretary Hegseth, welcome to Manila. Can you confirm the current status and estimated arrival date for the deployment of the mid-range capability Typhoon missile from the Indo-PACOM to the Philippines? And since Secretary Teodoro mentioned EDCA, Secretary Hegseth, how many more EDCA sites should Manila consider establishing in the Philippines, and how soon could that expansion take place? Additionally, and last question, how do you respond to China's warning regarding military cooperation with Manila, particularly their assertion to the Philippine government that, and I quote Chinese MOFA, nothing good could come from opening the door to a predator? Thank you.
On the EDCA sites, as I stated earlier, that they will remain as such, and enhanced development will be taken thereon. On the medium range capabilities, we will neither confirm nor deny any deployments. We will train as we see fit, and the Philippine Armed Forces will equip as it sees fit. And lastly, let the facts speak for themselves. I mean, where did the quote come from on the predator thing? Chinese MOFA. I think their worldview is really quite limited. That's why the robotic quality of their statements. I think that characterizing people who do not appropriate parts of the South China Sea as their own, as they do the 10-dash line, speaks loudly of themselves rather than others. And there was a colatilia to that. I believe that the Philippines should not be a mouthpiece of any other country. You know, that's once again the product of a limited worldview of a closed society. We don't practice propaganda in this country. We practice free speech and democracy. So the Philippines is not a mouthpiece, unlike they themselves, who are mouthpieces of Xi Jinping thought. You know, the problem is, you will hear me, the United States will hear me, Filipinos will hear me, but 1 billion or more Chinese won't get to hear what I said.
Powerful words. I will just add two things. There's a long line of countries in the past who have attempted to test U.S. resolve. We are resolved at this time, at this moment, to work with our partners, to reestablish the warrior ethos, to rebuild our military and reestablish deterrence, and come alongside our allies and partners, first and foremost, in this region. And then I also, on behalf of the American people, want to thank the people of the Philippines. I want to thank you for your friendship. I want to thank you for your partnership. I want to thank you for your love of our country and our of yours. It is a long, enduring friendship and partnership. So much so that myself and my team will be heading to the U.S. military cemetery here in the Philippines later on today, which, shame on me, I knew there was a large one here. I didn't know it was the largest outside of the United States U.S. service member graveyard in the world. What a demonstration of the sacrifice America has been willing to make over decades, the resolve that generations of Americans have been willing to show for the cause of freedom. We don't seek intervention. President Trump has made it clear we don't seek war. We don't seek to nation build. We don't seek to use chess pieces and move them around the board. All we seek is peace. All we seek is freedom and cooperation and mutual benefit. And we find that in friends like our friends in the Philippines. But do not mistake our friendship. Do not mistake our belief in peace and our desire for peace for a lack of resolve. Too many have. And America still stands strong today and will continue into the future. So I want to thank you all.
Thank you very much, sirs. That ends our press conference. I now invite our two secretaries to stand together in front of the podium for our final video and photo opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon. Bonjour tout le monde. Today, my cabinet colleagues and I met to discuss Canada's response to the latest developments in the trade crisis. Yesterday, in the latest salvo in his trade war, President Trump again imposed unjustified tariffs on our nation in violation of our existing trade agreements. This time, he targeted the auto industry and the more than 500,000 hardworking, dedicated Canadians that industry supports across our country. Now, the President of the United States is trying to fundamentally restructure his economy. It means our economy, and it means the global economy as well. And I understand and respect his goal to support American workers, but I disagree with him that this is how to help them. With time, it will become apparent that these actions will end up hurting American workers and American consumers. I reject any attempts to weaken Canada, to wear us down, to break us so that America can own us. That will never happen. And our response to these latest tariffs is to fight, is to protect, and to build. We will fight the U.S. tariffs with retaliatory trade actions of our own that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impacts here in Canada. We will protect our workers and our industries during this difficult period. But above all, we will build a new Canadian economy. We will build Canada strong. Se battre pour nos travailleurs, protéger notre économie et nos concitoyens, bâtir un Canada fort. Il est évident que les États-Unis ne sont plus un partenaire fiable. Il se peut qu'avec les négociations compréhensives, on puisse rétablir un élément de confiance, mais il n'y aura pas de retour en arrière. Le prochain gouvernement et tous ceux qui suivront aura une relation fondamentalement différente avec les États-Unis. Coming to terms with this sobering reality is the first step to taking necessary actions to defend our nation. But it's only the first step. Last night, the President of the United States reached out to schedule a call. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss how we can protect our workers and build our economies. I will make clear to the President that those interests are best served by cooperation and mutual respect, including of our sovereignty. Entre-temps, je viens de tenir une rencontre avec mon comité ministériel Canada-États-Unis. Je convoque une réunion des premiers ministres qui se tiendra demain. Je vais rencontrer mon conseil des relations canado-américain et je parlerai aux chefs d'entreprise, aux syndicats et aux dirigeants autochtones. Ces discussions permettront d'avoir une réponse coordonnée en tenant compte de ce que le président décidera de faire le 2 avril, date à laquelle il a menacé d'imposer des droits de douane supplémentaires. Soyons clairs, nous sommes tous sur la même longueur d'onde. Nous répondrons avec force. Rien n'est exclu pour défendre notre pays. Let's be clear. We're all on the same page. We won't back down. We will respond forcefully. Nothing is off the table to defend our workers and our country. Now, to my fellow Canadians, I don't want to set unreasonable expectations. The road ahead will be long. There is no silver bullet. There is no quick fix. And I know and I understand that many are feeling anxious and worried about the future. Fundamental change is always unsettling. But I have every confidence in our country because I understand what President Trump does not. That we love Canada with every fiber of our being. Because we are stronger when we are together, and Canadians are uniting as never before. Now, we are going to have to live the lessons of recent months. First, that we have to look out for ourselves. And second, that we have to look out for each other. The federal government will do everything in its power to protect Canadian workers and businesses. We will be here for you every step of the way. In the past week, my government committed to use every dollar collected from our retaliatory tariffs to protect our workers. Et la semaine dernière, j'ai annoncé plusieurs mesures ciblées, temporaires, pour soutenir les travailleurs et les entreprises directement touchées par la guerre commerciale de président Trump. Pour les travailleurs, nous avons supprimé le délai de carence d'une semaine de l'assurance emploi. Nous avons fait en sorte qu'il n'ait pas à épuiser leur indemnité de licenciement avant de toucher l'assurance emploi et nous avons facilité l'accès à l'assurance emploi. Pour les entreprises, nous avons reporté les paiements d'impôts sur le revenu ainsi que les versements de la TPS et de la TVH. Nous avons mis en place un nouveau mécanisme de financement pour leur fournir de liquidités. C'est une aide financière énorme pour que les entreprises puissent passer à travers la tempête. Et nous avons augmenté le financement des agences de développement régional. Our biggest challenge as a country is becoming the most urgent. Over the coming weeks, months, and years, we must fundamentally reimagine our economy. We will need to ensure that Canada can succeed in a drastically different world. The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over. What exactly the United States does next is unclear. But what is clear is that we, as Canadians, have agency. We have power. We are masters in our own home. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. We can control our destiny. We can give ourselves much more than any foreign government, including the United States, can ever take away. We can deal with this crisis best by building our strength right here at home. It will take hard work. It will take steady and focused determination from governments, from businesses, from labor, from Canadians. We will need to dramatically reduce our reliance on the United States. We will need to pivot our trade relationships elsewhere. And we will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. But we can make ourselves more productive and therefore more competitive. We can break down internal trade barriers. We can build a stronger and more resilient economy. And that's what I'm squarely focused on as your Prime Minister. During my first 9 days as Prime Minister, I came to an agreement with the provinces and territories to remove all exemptions under the Canada Free Trade Agreement. As the federal government, we created a first mile fund to provide capital to build transmission and transportation networks to link extraction sites to rail lines and roads. Nous mettons en place une procédure d'approbation à un guichet unique. Nous éliminons les excisions fédérales créant des doublons en reconnaissant les évaluations provinciales pour les grands projets. Un projet, un examen. Nous présentons une législation d'ici le 1er juillet pour que les marchandises puissent circuler dans tous les pays sans barrière. Nous supprimons les barrières fédérales qui empêchent les provinces et les territoires de faire un commerce les unes avec les autres. My government is committed to removing any labor mobility restrictions for federally regulated professions by Canada Day. And we're now working with the provinces to identify projects of national significance in order to accelerate the timeframe to build them. Hier, je me suis engagé à créer un fonds de réponse stratégique pour le secteur automobile. Un fonds de 2 milliards de dollars qui protégera les emplois des travailleurs touchés par les tarifs de M. Trump. We will create an all-in-Canada network of supply chains for the auto manufacturing components, straight through to Canadian steel and aluminum and critical minerals. And we committed today to create similar strategies in other sectors that are under threat from President Trump's tariffs. All of these initiatives will go a very long way to offsetting the costs of these tariffs if they are permanent, and they will help to realize our potential as a nation. But there's even more to do. And that's why I chose to go to France and the United Kingdom, two long-standing and reliable partners, friends, and allies of Canada. And it's why the time will come for a broad renegotiation of our security and trade relationship with the United States. It's why I will work intensively with our partners in business and labor, the territories and the provinces to find more ways to help Canadians through this crisis and to ensure that our great country emerges stronger than ever. In recent weeks, Canadians have done their part to unite in defense of our country. To unite also in defense of our way of life. It's my solemn promise as your Prime Minister to do the same. It's my solemn promise that when President Trump threatens us again, we will fight back. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will build an independent future for our country stronger than ever. We will stand up for Canadian workers. We'll stand up for Canadian business. We will stand up for our history, our values, and our sovereignty. We will stand together to build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Thank you. Merci, and I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We will now take 15 minutes of questions. One question, one follow-up.
Bonjour, M. Carney, Raymond Quirion de TVA. Vous avez dit que le président Trump a contacté votre bureau pour organiser un appel. Est-ce que cette conversation entre vous et le président Trump a eu lieu? Sinon, à quel moment aurait-elle lieu?
Il y aura une conversation entre moi et M. le Président dans les prochains jours. L'appel arrivera bientôt. The question was whether the President and I have spoken following his office contacting mine to arrange the call. The response is we'll be speaking soon, certainly in the course of the next day or two.
Ça fera 2 semaines demain que vous êtes Premier ministre du Canada. Est-ce que ce n'était pas une erreur de votre part de ne pas avoir eu une conversation encore en date d'aujourd'hui avec le président? Est-ce que vous auriez dû lui parler avant, M. Trump?
Non, il y a des conversations entre les ministres, par exemple, le ministre des Finances, le ministre des Affaires étrangères, les ministres des échanges internationaux avec leurs homologues américains. Ils sont dans des conversations souvent. Mais il faut avoir une réponse compréhensive. Et tout le monde le sait, que le 2 avril, il y aura des autres initiatives, des autres menaces tarifaires des Américains. Alors,
Thank you very much. Nice looking crowd. Hello, Lindsay. Nice to see you. And you'll like it. Good evening and welcome to this magnificent Iftar dinner, very special, as we honor the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. Let me begin by saying to our Muslim friends, of which I have many tonight, and I think we have many all over the world based on the results in Michigan, other places. But I just want to say hello to all of the people that supported us so strongly. Ramadan Mubarak. We're grateful to be joined by Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you very much. Deputy Secretary of State, Chris Landau. Chris, thank you, Chris. Congratulations, by the way. Deputy Special Envoy, Morgan Ortegas. Morgan. Hi, Morgan. A very good friend of mine who I just endorsed, actually, Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey. Congressman Abe Hamadeh. Ed. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Good job. Counselor to the President, Alina Habba, is going to be the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, very importantly. Great job. Pastor Paula White, my friend for a long time, and somebody that's done an incredible job with faith and all of the things that so many in this room stand for. Paula White. Thank you, Paula. And a person that Paula would have a hard time not being with, I would say Jenny would be about impossible for you, right? But Jenny Korn is here, and she's been incredible, the Faith Office Director, and right out of the White House, right, Jenny? Hi, Jenny, how are you? And a great friend of mine, Mossad Buras. Mossad, how are you? Thank you. I also want to extend a very special thanks to the hundreds of thousands of Muslim Americans who supported us in record numbers in the 2024 presidential election. It was incredible. We started a little slow with you, but we came along, and by the time that election was finished, we figured we went up like a rocket ship. So I just want to thank everybody very much for that. That was great. And in particular, I want to thank two great gentlemen, the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan. Hamtramck, how are you, Mr. Mayor? And he's done a great job as mayor, and he's done a great job with his support of us. And Mr. Amr Galib, and thank you very much. You was such a tremendous endorsement right at the right time. Your timing was excellent. Thank you very much. And you'll be the next ambassador to Kuwait, and you're going to have a great time with Kuwait. Wonderful people, and it's a great place. So congratulations, really terrific. You're going to love them, and they're going to love you. And they're going to love you. Thank you very much. Congratulations to, as well as the mayor of Dearborn Heights, Mr. Bill Bazzi. Bill, good job, Bill. And Bill actually is going to be the next ambassador to Tunisia, and that's big stuff. Those guys, you're very upwardly mobile. You're doing very well. That's great. You're going to have a tremendous time. Both great countries, and enjoy it. Every day we're keeping our promises to the Muslim community. My administration is engaged in relentless diplomacy to forge a lasting peace in the Middle East, building on the historic Abraham Accords, which everybody said would be impossible. And now we're going to start filling them out because, as you know, Biden did nothing to fill them out. He did absolutely. We had the four great countries, and nothing happened. Despite the importance of the Abraham Accords, but I have a feeling it's going to fill out very quickly. It's already, people are talking already about it. They should have had them long ago. It should have been done. We're rapidly defeating inflation by reducing energy costs and even slashing the price of eggs by 50%. Doesn't sound like much, believe me. You know, when I got here, I was in 1 week, and I was being hit by the fake news media. They were saying, egg prices have quadrupled. I said, I just got here. I didn't even know. I said, what's the problem with eggs? But the problem with eggs was Joe Biden. That was the problem. He let them get out of control. And as you probably saw last month, they went down 35%. And the quantity is so much that, I don't know, I think they're going to go down a lot further. We have a total of over 50% in a few weeks, Lindsay. I'd say that's pretty good. And nobody wants to talk about it. Now they don't want to talk about it. They talked about it when it went up under somebody else, but when it went down under me, they don't want to talk. So we have to talk ourselves. If they won't say it, we have to say it, right? I learned that a long time ago. We're fighting for parents' rights and school choice, and we're stopping schools from indoctrinating children with transgender ideology, something which people of this room are not happy about. I know that for a fact, and it's a shame what's happened, but we're turning it around at levels that nobody can even believe. I signed an order also, and I think very importantly also, in particular for people in this room, we're keeping men out of women's sports. Is that okay? Men out of women's sports. The Muslim community was there for us in November, and while I'm president, I will be there for you. I'm going to be there for you, and I think you know that, and our two great mayors understand that. I said that I would see you after, and I saw you after, and I think you're doing better than we are. You're doing better than anybody. So it's so great. I'm so glad you're here. But as we approach the end of Islamic holy month of Ramadan, We're also deeply honored to be joined by many of the international friends and partners, including the ambassador from Saudi Arabia to the United States, a very, very special woman, Princess Rima. Princess, thank you. Thank you, Princess. Great. Say hello to everybody. It's great to see you. Thanks as well to the ambassadors and chiefs of mission from the United Arab Emirates, from Jordan, Egypt, Kuwait, Qatar, Pakistan, Malaysia, Brunei, Bahrain, Iraq, Oman, Morocco, Indonesia, Algeria, Djibouti, Cameroon, Lebanon, Nigeria, Guinea, Tanzania, Kenya, the Maldives, Libya, Senegal, Bangladesh, and we have a few others. I'm sorry if I forgot, but I am going to be in big trouble if I did. But that's a pretty good group of people represented tonight. Wouldn't you say, Senator? I think so. And we're greatly honored by your presence this evening. I just really want to thank you all. It's a special group. I look forward to it. You know, we have long days, not like other people that had this position. I work long hours. And I said tonight, after making 3 calls for people running for office, they call them teletown halls, and they're not easy to do. And I said, well, now I go home and can relax. They said, no, you can't, sir. You're seeing your friends from lots of different places, and that's okay. As soon as I found out who they were, I said, all right, that's okay. But Ramadan is a season of spiritual reflection and self-restraint. Every day during the sacred 9th month of the Islamic calendar, Muslims fast from dawn to dusk, deepening their focus on prayer and devotion to God. So nice. Then Muslims all over the world join family and friends each night and sundown to give thanks to the Almighty and break their fast with an Iftar dinner, just like this one. This is what we have tonight, right, Paula? I hope you like it. If you don't like it, don't complain, okay? You're still in the White House, right? We're all in the White House together. So how bad can that be? So tonight we gather with the goodwill and the gratitude for God's many blessings, and that's what it's all about. This tradition exemplifies the beautiful spirit of all 3 Abrahamic faiths, the spirit that inspires us to seek happiness and prosperity at home and peace for the entire world. We're all looking for peace for the entire world. When I was in Michigan, I met with so many leaders of faith, and I said, what about your attitude here, your attitude there? All of the attitudes and all of the things I heard, they said, sir, all we want is peace. Right? You remember, Mr. Mayor? I said, but I understand you don't mind death. They said, no, sir, we want to live. We want to live and we want to be happy and we want to love everybody. And I actually, it was a very inspirational period of time for me. And I want to thank you also for introducing me to so many of your friends. It was absolutely incredible. Thank you very much. To our Muslim friends, I look forward to working with each of you to achieve a brighter and more hopeful future. And I think together we're going to do great. You're going to make strides like you've never made. You have somebody in the White House that loves you. Thank you all very much. And now we'll have a little dinner. Have a little dinner. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
How about that welcome? Thank you very much. Let me start by ensuring that everyone in this room, let's give the warmest West Virginia welcome to HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Guys, why don't you take a seat? I want to thank everyone so much for being here. I want to thank all of the elected officials. I want to thank our wonderful First Lady of the state of West Virginia, Denise. I want to thank the leaders of the MAHA movement in West Virginia. We want to thank the principal of the school, Maria Bird. Our secretaries of Health and Human Services, Dr. Arvind Singh and Alex Mayer. And we also have a special shout out for the key leaders in West Virginia who have made today's event possible. I'm going to go through them real quick, and they're going to have a moment to speak in a few minutes. Chairman Jason Barrett, who also represents you right here in this district. We have Chairman Evan Worrell. Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. By the way, I want to note that Summer Barrett, who's married to Jason, she's a MAHA mom. We have Chairwoman Laura Chapman, good friend. Thank you for coming up. And Chairman Adam Burkhammer. Adam's been a big leader here. Thank you. But most of all, we're really grateful for our special guest, RFK Jr. And quite frankly, not just for being here, but being one of the few voices in the country willing to speak the truth, even when it's inconvenient. Now, we're here today to talk about some very serious issues impacting West Virginia and our country. And there's no way around it. West Virginia ranks at the bottom of many public health metrics. We lead most of the country in obesity stats, heart disease, diabetes. Our children are diagnosed with ADHD at rates well above the national average. And we have one of the lowest life expectancy rates in the United States. That's the bad news. But we have good news. We have the power to change it. Yes, we do. And I plan to lead by example. I plan to travel this journey with you, and I'm going to do my best, my personal best, to make the hard choices to get healthier. You see, I want all West Virginians to have happy, long, healthy, and purposeful lives, spending time with friends and family and all the things that really matter. And I'm not afraid to admit that I've not always made the best food and exercise decisions in my life, but I will do my best to get better. That's why today I'm proud to launch what I'm calling the 4 pillars of a healthy West Virginia. First, we have to clean up the food. We really do. Let's start with no more dyes and dangerous additives in the schools. We know that studies show that can lead to issues with hormones and hyperactivity and learning challenges for our kids and even cancer. Our kids deserve better, and now they're going to get it. You deserve that. That's why earlier this week, we took the first step to remove those harmful dyes from school nutritional programs and food items throughout the state. I'm thankful to the legislature for their leadership in passing this bill and making West Virginia a leader, the first state in the nation to make sweeping changes to clean up our food. I'm hopeful that this new law is going to lead to a broader national discussion and FDA action so we can have more consistent policies across the nation. I'll start with our second pillar, find purpose, find health. Throughout all of our 55 counties, I want all West Virginians to find a purpose that helps them spring out of bed in the morning and helps them lead healthy and purposeful lives. As the state with the lowest workforce participation rate in the country, one of my priorities has been getting West Virginians back to work. Yep. So today, I'm announcing my intent to expand work, training, and educational requirements for SNAP recipients. You know, I think we can all agree work is good, work is moral, and it helps us to be stronger in the mind and the body. And we need more of that right here in West Virginia. Outside of limited exceptions, if you have the ability to work, you should. Pillar 3, move your body, change your life. I think all of us know the benefits of exercise, not only for our physical health, but for our mental and spiritual well-being as well. Now look, I stand before you today. I'm not pretending to be a fitness guru, certainly not the way it may have been 30, 40 years ago. But I have asked Secretary Kennedy to be my personal trainer. And he hasn't said yes yet, but I think he's sizing me up as a major renovation project. You know, unfortunately, most of us don't get the exercise we need, myself included. But in order for us to get healthy and start to move the needle in terms of where we rank in many of the public health metrics, we all, as a state, must start exercising more now. That's why today, part of our third pillar, I'm announcing a statewide exercise movement. We're going to call it the Mountaineer Mile. I'm challenging every West Virginian to get out and walk at least 1 mile per day. As governor, I understand that I need to do this as well and start shedding the pounds. So in the future, you might start seeing me walking around the Capitol complex a little bit longer. You might see me in many of our amazing state parks. Plug for our state parks, best in the country, right? And you also might see me doing more walking closer to home in the Eastern Panhandle. Our fourth pillar, we want to reward healthy food choices. We need to change the SNAP system so that West Virginians are incentivized to make healthy choices, like choosing fresh produce, lean meats, and natural foods over a lot of the ultra-processed crap that barely qualifies as food, right? So, beginning today, we're asking for help to realign SNAP so that good food choices are easier to make. If taxpayers are paying for it, let's make sure it fuels health, not disease. But, and I'm being serious about this, this is not about judging someone's grocery cart. It really isn't. I don't want to do that. I don't think anyone here does. But it is about asking a fair question. Is the SNAP program doing what it was supposed to do? You see, SNAP stands for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. That N is for nutrition. It's not for nonsense. If the law says the program is meant to help people get a more nutritious diet, then that should be the standard. Why should hard-earned federal and state tax dollars be allowed to ignore nutrition? Taxpayer dollars should be targeted toward nutritious foods. That is why today I'm also intending to request a SNAP waiver from the federal government to no longer have taxpayer-subsidized soda as an entitlement under SNAP. We're also going to be incentivizing healthy bundles and other food choices that can help people access and eat better foods, healthier foods. That healthy bundle and other programs, that's going to expand access to healthy food choices in this area and all 55 counties in the state. Quite frankly, I think we can do it, and we can also even save money, federal money at the same time. I'm eager to work with you and the entire Trump administration on that. Making America healthy again and West Virginia healthy again, that's not just a slogan. That's going to be our mission. And here in the Mountain State, we are leading the charge. And that's because in West Virginia, we're not just climbing the mountains, we're moving them. Let the rest of the country take note. We're cleaning up our food, we're lifting up our families, where tax dollars are involved, we're incentivizing consumption of healthier foods, we're respecting the dignity of work, and we're living up to our name. Wild and wonderful, and now a healthier West Virginia. So, it's my honor to be here today. I thank you all for coming. God bless you. Now, I'm going to take a moment and get ready to turn this over to his fine gentleman next to me. And I want to recognize someone who, quite frankly, has become one of the most talked about, most vilified men in America. You should be proud, Mr. Secretary, because I am of you. Because when the bureaucracy gets nervous, it sees real change coming. Secretary Kennedy has been willing to speak hard truths, take on powerful interests, and stand up for everyday Americans, even when it wasn't popular, even when it wasn't easy. He's not afraid of a fight, and that's exactly the kind of leadership we need in Washington. So today, on the heels of a major public health win in West Virginia, we are proud to stand with them. Please join me in welcoming a warrior for children, a man who refuses to back down, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Governor Morrissey. I'm very, very happy to be here at St. Joseph's, and I'm really happy to be here in West Virginia. I just want to say a few words about West Virginia, because West Virginia is a state that holds a special place in the hearts of every Kennedy. In the 1960 campaign, I was living in McLean, Virginia. But my parents disappeared into West Virginia for about 6 weeks. And we didn't see them, as well as all of my aunts. My uncle, President Kennedy, who was then in the Senate, was running for president. And the consensus wisdom around the country was that a Roman Catholic could not be elected president of the United States. Al Smith had run against President Roosevelt. He was a Catholic from New York, Catholic governor, very, very popular. And when people found out that he was Catholic, there was a resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan. There were crosses burned all across the country. And he lost the election catastrophically. And people just felt, Americans felt, and the pundits all felt, that America would never elect a Catholic president. When my uncle decided to run for president, he knew that he had to win West Virginia. West Virginia had the lowest number of Catholics, less than 2% of the population was Catholic. And it was thought to be a place where there was a lot of anti-Catholic prejudice. It had voted overwhelmingly against Al Smith. It was critical to my uncle's campaign that he win this state and show the country that a Catholic could win presidency. Well, he came down to West Virginia, And his objective was to shake the hands of every person in West Virginia. And I think he came very close. And my parents came down, my uncles, my aunts, luckily we had a lot of Kennedys, and they all came down and they spent time really getting to know the people in West Virginia and understanding the issues in the state, the problems, and those things stayed with him throughout his presidency. And on election day, he won the state of West Virginia overwhelmingly. And during his presidency, he always believed that he would not be president if he had not won this state. And he never forgot that relationship and that bond that he had formed and that so many members of my family had formed with the people in the state, the affection and the warmth with which they were greeted and embraced. And it's something that now, 70 years later, everybody in our family has this very, very strong affection and bond to this state. And I've been lucky enough that I've been able to spend a lot of my career doing work in this state, in the mining country, and trying to end pollution and give people a chance to live healthier lives. I want to thank Governor Morrissey for his visionary leadership. I got to know Governor Morrissey early in the transition. We were both down in Palm Beach working on the transition in Mar-a-Lago. And we were both invited to stay during that time at Dr. Oz's house. And I got to know, I said to Dr. Morrissey, or Governor Morrissey, the first time I saw him, I said, "You look like you ate Governor Morrissey." And there was a lot of talk about getting healthy again. And I'm very happy that he's invited me to be his personal trainer. And I am going to put him on a really rigorous regimen. And we're going to put him on a carnivore diet. We're going to make him raise your hand if you want Governor Morrissey to do a public weigh-in once a month. And then when he's lost 30 pounds, I'm going to come back to the state and do a celebration and a public weigh-in with him. You're welcome, Denise. You left me an open door. So anyway, we have a public health crisis in this country. And unfortunately, West Virginia is leading the way. There's the highest obesity rate of any state in our country. This year, you pulled ahead of Mississippi as the highest rate of chronic disease in the country. And so I'm very, very grateful to Governor Morrissey for his visionary leadership in getting West Virginia to lead the way in transitioning off of processed foods. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans had chronic disease. We spent zero on chronic disease in this country, zero. There was no medications for it. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion on chronic disease every year. It's about 90% of our healthcare budget. And for most of my life, the Republicans and Democrats have been fighting about a healthcare plan, about treatment, really a sick care plan, about how to treat all this illness. Should it be Obamacare, the affordable health plan? Should it be public-private partnership? Should it be a single payer? These are what the big battles that you read about on Capitol Hill. The real battle is that we're getting sicker and sicker every year. And it's really just a debate about who's going to pay the treatment. Nobody has been focused on how do we get ourselves less sick. And it's like moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. No matter what you do, our country is going to go bankrupt. It's now, when I was a kid, diabetes rates in children were almost zero. Juvenile diabetes, a typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his lifetime over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is pre-diabetic or diabetic. 38% of teens are now diabetic, 50% of adults. A few years ago, it's not a mystery about where this is coming from. 20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic. Why is that? They built 20,000 fast food joints in China and started selling American processed food. And it is costing us, we are now paying more just for diabetes, mitochondrial dysfunction, than we are for our military. And, financially, it is bankrupting our country. We're now spending more to service our debt, and the biggest piece of that debt is coming from healthcare. We're now paying more to service it than we are for our military budget. Within about 10 years, if we continue on this trajectory, 50 cents out of every tax dollar that you pay to the federal government is going to go to servicing the debt. Within 15 years, 100%. It's not sustainable. It's existential. If you love our country, you got to take care of yourselves. President Trump said that he wants to make America healthy again, but he wants to make it strong again. We cannot have a strong country if we have sick citizens. President Trump says that he wants to restore the American dream. But a person who is healthy has 1,000 dreams. A person who is sick has only one. And there is 60% of our country now that has only one dream, which is to get better. And we need to give them a pathway to doing that. And the pathway is through food. Food is medicine. It treats us in different ways, and it treats our health. It treats our mental health. There was a recent study that showed that when they switched the diet in prisons, that violence went down to a whole food diet. That violence went down by about 70%. When they switched the diet in juvenile detention centers, the whole food diet, violence went down 100%. There's a scientist at Harvard now who is curing schizophrenia with a carnivore diet. So the loneliness, the dispossession, the crisis that we have in mental health, in suicide, in ADD, ADHD, all of these are linked, and particularly to the dyes. It's very clear the dyes that Governor Morrissey is banning, all of them are linked in very, very strong studies to ADHD and to cancers. So we're seeing an explosion in cancers in this country. We're seeing an explosion in infertility. Teenagers today have 50% of the sperm count and 50% of the testosterone of 68-year-old men. Girls are now reaching puberty 6 years earlier than they're supposed to, between 10 and 13 years old. Other countries are not experiencing this. We've seen autism rates go from 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid, 1 in 10,000, 1 in every 36 kids today, 1 in 22 boys in California. And the obesity rates have gone up to, as I said, 50% in adults, or 70% overall obesity or overweight, from 3%. In Japan, it's still 3% because they're not eating these foods. They have nutrition programs in the foods where they have a nutritionist in every school who's in charge of the menu, and they eat healthy foods so they don't have these illnesses. And we, when I was a kid, we were the healthiest, most robust people in the world. And today we're the sickest. 60% of Americans, from 3% when my uncle was president, 60% today have chronic disease. And it's not happening in other countries. During COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in this country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. So we literally did worse than any country in the world. And when you ask CDC, why are Americans dying from COVID at higher rates than any place on earth when we have all the money? They said, well, it's not our fault. It's because Americans are so sick. That is their fault. And we're going to change that. But they said that according to CDC, the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So they had diabetes, they had obesity, and maybe asthma and one other thing. And it was the chronic disease really that was killing them. Healthy kids were not dying. Healthy Americans were not dying of COVID. It was a disease that attacked the sick. And that's true with all infectious diseases. If we can make ourselves, the biggest thing that we can do for pandemic preparedness is to make ourselves healthy again. We're now 74% of American kids cannot qualify for military service because of chronic disease. So this is affecting our national security. It's destroying our economy. It is existential for this country. And we need to change it. And I am so happy that you have a visionary governor in this state and that West Virginia is now leading the way. And I want to commend Governor Morrissey not only for his vision, but for his courage, because it's very, very hard. And for these legislatures who are pushing this bill, all of them are getting calls every day from the big soda companies, the sugar soda and the fake food companies. We're not eating food, we're eating food-like substances. And I'll tell you what happened. I was involved in the tobacco litigation back in the late 1980s. And the tobacco companies were, at that time, the cash richest companies in the world. But they saw the writing on the wall. They saw that the consumer base was turning against them. People were stopping smoking, and that they were being prosecuted and sued successfully. Well, they settled those lawsuits, but they also started shifting their resources to diversify their companies. And they went out and they bought the food companies. So by 1994, the two biggest food companies in the world were R.J. Reynolds and Philip Morris, tobacco companies. They took about 10,000 scientists who were all engaged in nefarious ways to make tobacco more addictive, and they put them to work making food addictive, inventing ingredients in the laboratory that would make it do things to food. For example, they found out that food that you fill up, your brain tells you your stomach is filled, in part by counting the number of times you chew. So they started adding softeners to our food so that you wouldn't chew so much. So you'd have a sense that you're unsatisfied, you're insatiable, you're never full, so that you keep pouring it down your mouth. And that's just one of the many things they did. They added sodium and sugar. Sugar is as addictive as crack, and it's almost as bad for you. It kills you just as surely, it just kills you a little slower. It feeds tumors, it destroys your body, it destroys your brain. And they added more and more sugar to make us addicted to their products. And these companies are now, just like the tobacco companies were, are flooding into the offices of your state leaders and legislatures and the governor. And they're telling him he's making a big mistake. They're telling him that they're going to stop writing checks, that they're going to run people against them, that they're going to destroy their political careers. And Governor Morrissey was telling me that he met with the soda companies this week. And they said to him, you need to be educated about this. And they said, you know, food stamps is not a nutrition program. He came in with his Diet Coke and he said, is there anything nutritious in here? And they were like, no, of course not. But food stamps is not a nutrition program. And he said, it's called SNAP, Supplementary Nutrition Assistance Program. It's supposed to be nutrition. It's not supposed to be food-like substances that are actually poisoning us. And so, but it takes a lot of courage to stand up to these companies the same way that it did to stand up to big tobacco. But these men and women, your leaders, Governor Morrissey, is standing up for you. And we all need to stand up for ourselves and take care of ourselves. It's an act of patriotism. If you love this country, you need to start taking care of yourselves. And I want to also say this, that food companies all came and met with me 2 weeks ago. And they're scared of me, but they're more scared of Governor Morrissey. Because what they said, and the reason they said, well, tell us what you want, we're going to do it. And they said, but stop these governors from passing these laws, because we don't want a patchwork where West Virginia and California are banning food dyes, and we have to make special products for those states. So they're terrified of this, of what you're doing. And the message that I want to give to the country today and to all the other governors is get in line behind Governor Morrissey and apply for a waiver to my agency, and we're going to give it to you. But that's the way we're going to win this. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the MAHA moms who got me into this office, and President Trump, who has given me free rein to do anything I need to do to make America healthy again. And then I particularly want to thank Governor Morrissey and these legislators for their courage, for their vision, for their willingness to stand up to the most powerful industries in the world, to stand up for the people of West Virginia and set an example, a shining example of the rest of the country. Thank you all very much.
You know, I thought that was a wonderful speech, except for the darn weigh-in part. What is that all about? You know, I want to thank Secretary Kennedy for coming in. We're going to, just in a moment, I'm going to sign the letter of intent to ask for multiple SNAP waivers. But before I do, I want to give 30 seconds to just a minute to these amazing legislators who really have been dedicated to the cause. And so I want to start by recognizing Chairman Jason Barrett to come up, and also his beautiful wife, Summer. Why don't you come right up?
Well, Governor, thank you so much. Appreciate your leadership. And I want everyone in this auditorium here today to understand the job that Governor Morrissey is doing. He is incredibly hands-on. He is in the Capitol working hard every day for the people of West Virginia, and he deserves recognition for that. Secretary Kennedy. Secretary Kennedy, thank you so much for your leadership and inspiring a movement across this country. Our country is in debt for you for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that. When Delegate Worrell and I had our initial conversation about a food dyes bill and what we could get done, you know, I started to talk to some folks about that and getting some feedback. And the thing that I heard the most was, Jason, you're going to have to deal with big food and big drink coming after you. And my response to big food and big drink is big deal. And My colleagues and I, we took on this fight for one very simple reason. The people of West Virginia are worth it. And we're going to continue to do things in West Virginia to make West Virginians healthy again. I want to give a huge shout out to my wife, who has educated me more on this issue than I can ever imagine. My favorite MAHA mom, Summer. Thank you all so very much, and I can promise you more great things are coming for West Virginia. Thank you.
All right, I'd now like to recognize the individual on the Senate who helped shepherd this through, Chairwoman Chapman. Why don't you come on up? Good friend of mine. She's done a great job.
Thank you very much. I want to give my sincere appreciation and thanks to Governor Morrissey, who is doing an amazing job and really has put us in the forefront on this issue. And I just want to thank you for your leadership. And also for Secretary Kennedy, who has put these issues into the mainstream media and into our lives. Without his leadership, most of us wouldn't even be able to know half of these issues. We do have the worst health outcomes in America. And Delegate Worrell and I are working hard in our health committees to try to make our lives better. 27% of our citizens live in a food desert. And I just want everybody to realize we're here for the children. You all are our future leaders. You're our future, and we need to make sure that we do a great job for you. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the invite.
Nice to see you. Thank you. The individual who really was one of the key folks in the House driving this through, the chairman of our health committee, Evan Worrell.
Well, thank you. What a great turnout. I want to thank the governor. He is working hard for you and has done a great job so far. We appreciate that, Mr. Governor. And Secretary Kennedy, thank you so much for your visionary leadership. You know, I remember texting you back in January, and I said, when the secretary gets confirmed, because I knew you'd be confirmed, we're going to make West Virginia healthy. And I talked to him about that. But I'm a father of 7 children with an 8th on the way. My wife is 34 weeks pregnant. Yeah, thank you. But I appreciate, I know, sincere, thankful to her. She's one of the original MAHA moms. She just educated me on this as well. Just like the senator said, she's taken these things out of our food at home, and she's led the charge here that led me to come here in the West Virginia legislature and do this. And so I promise to you, we're not done. As a House Health Chairman in the West Virginia legislature, we're just getting started. I have a big 4x8 sign in my office that says, make West Virginia healthy, and we intend to do so. Thank you again, Governor, and thank you, Secretary.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Chairman Delegate Adam Burkhammer. Adam, thank you.
Well, again, thank you for the opportunity. I do want to, again, appreciate Governor Morrissey's leadership and standing with the legislator, Secretary Kennedy for his federal leadership. But I do want to talk about my colleagues that we were able to get this done. And we did feel an immense pressure. They're in session today, still fighting some good battles. But we stood strong, and we're willing to stand strong for you, because we truly do recognize that a strong and prosperous America, a strong and prosperous West Virginia, starts with the health of our communities and our families. And so we are just getting started, and we're willing to fight for you, and we believe in what we're doing right here in West Virginia. So thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're going to move on to a real fun part of the program. I'm going to ask all these wonderful young men and women to come on up. And some folks, we're going to sign our letter of intent to ask for these waivers of SNAP. I'd love folks to come on up, including the legislators, please. You guys having a lot of fun? Come up right next to me. By the way, I think my voice can travel. Isn't it a wonderful and historic moment to have a Kennedy in West Virginia? That's right. With that, now, and now I will be signing the intent for the state of West Virginia to file multiple SNAP waivers as I described. Well, I have some bad news for you. Time to go back to class. Hey, guys, I want to say thank you all for coming today. This has been a wonderful event, and this is just the beginning of a long journey for everyone in West Virginia. I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thanks again, Secretary Kennedy, our legislators, everyone for being here. God bless. We'll see you soon.
The Subcommittee on Financial Institutions will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. This hearing is titled A New Era for the CFPB, Balancing Power and Reprioritizing Consumer Protections. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes for an opening statement. Thank you to our witnesses for joining us today for our first Financial Institution Subcommittee hearing in the 119th Congress. I'm excited to lead this subcommittee again, especially at a time when we have an administration which understands the costs of burdensome overregulation. Nowhere has overregulation and overreach been more evident than at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which became the most unchecked and unaccountable agency in the entire federal government under the previous administration. Under former Director Chopra, the CFPB prioritized politics over sound policy, leading to disastrous outcomes for American consumers. The good news is that a new era has begun under President Trump, an era where businesses are not attacked through press releases or tweets, curtailing their ability to offer financial services and products. Instead, they are encouraged to provide them in a competitive, safe, and sound manner. An era where the Bureau's approach is not opaque and abusive, but transparent and fair. An era where those in charge prioritize administrative law over overregulation by enforcement, avoiding extortionary civil investigative demands, or CIDs. I look forward to working with the CFPB in this new era. Past abuses like those under Director Chopra stem from significant structural flaws at the CFPB, which reduce accountability and lead to regulatory swings that stifle innovation and competition. Republicans have long called for reforms to ensure the Bureau is accountable to the American people. Today, we'll propose transitioning the CFPB to a bipartisan commission and bringing it under congressional appropriations. I recently reintroduced the TABS Act, which would require the CFPB to go through the traditional congressional appropriations process. This would restore the power of the purse to Congress and ensure that the elected representatives of the American people have a say in the Bureau's operations and budget. Beyond the structural flaws that we will explore today, I want to highlight two areas where the CFPB has abused its power and threatened, not helped, consumers in the process. The first is the abuse of CIDs. Under Director Chopra, the Bureau forced law-abiding financial services providers to sift through thousands of pages of business documents and sit for hours of oral testimony without specifying alleged wrongdoing, just hoping to find something. These fishing expeditions were designed to litigate companies into bankruptcy or destroy their reputations, doing nothing to protect consumers, but harming them by eliminating products and services from the market. Alarmingly, Director Chopra acted as judge, jury, and executioner in each case, rejecting even the appearance of due process. In response, I introduced the CID Reform Act to impose guardrails on the use, scope, and process surrounding CIDs. The second is the Bureau's UDAP authority. The abusiveness prong in the CFPB's UDAP authority is undefined. Under Director Chopra, the CFPB identified abusiveness in the same way Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart did in describing his threshold test for obscenity. I know it when I see it. This lack of guidance gives institutions no clarity on how to comply and opens the door for abuse by a rogue director. During President Trump's first term, Bureau Director Kathy Kreninger defined abusiveness. Unsurprisingly, Director Chopra revoked this much-needed guidance. My bill rectifying UDAP Act defines abusiveness to inject clarity and certainty, encouraging financial services providers to operate confidently and in turn increasing consumer access to vital products and services. The best consumer protection is consumer choice. A transparent, law-abiding bureau will foster an environment that promotes competition and delivers better outcomes for all Americans. I look forward to discussing these issues today, and I yield back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, Dr. Foster, for 4 minutes for an opening statement. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chair Barr, and to our witnesses. Under normal circumstances, a change in administration will naturally result in a recalibration of policies, and introducing new legislation with ideas old and new to reflect those shifts in policies will be part of that. Our witnesses today make some valid points about some CFPB policies which could be discussed, but these are not normal times. Since taking office, President Trump, Elon Musk, and Russell Vought have abused their authority to shut down the CFPB and other agencies that Americans rely on for their financial security. After DOJ employees raided the Bureau's headquarters, CFPB employees were told to stop all work. Hundreds were let go, its contracts were canceled, lawsuits brought by the agency against bad actors were summarily dropped, and even the Bureau's name was ripped from the building. These are not reforms. They are illegal attacks on the CFPB's congressionally mandated existence, and also attacks on the dedicated civil servants that fight every day to protect consumers and hold big financial firms accountable. In fact, this hearing today, discussing tweaks to the CFPB policies and organizations, feels a bit like Republicans rearranging the deck chairs on the Lusitania after they torpedoed it. Members who are in office in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis will never forget what it was like. Holding workshops for terrified families facing foreclosure and bankruptcy, but the unregulated storefront mortgage originators that talked them into those mortgage contracts had all gone bankrupt. They were being squeezed by credit card companies using a parade of horribles like double cycle billing and universal default, with pages of fine print deliberately written to be so complex that no human beings could ever read and understand them. But there was almost nothing that we could do to help them. They had signed contracts, and we are a country of laws. The best that we could do is to make sure that never happened again. So following the financial crisis, Congress established the CFPB as the primary agency responsible for enforcement of consumer financial protection laws. Since its creation, the financial watchdog has helped millions of Americans get more than $21 billion back from scammers and financial companies that have violated the law. The Bureau's Office of Service Member Affairs returned more than $363 million to military service members harmed by financial companies. The CFPB's Office for Older Americans monitored for abuses targeting senior citizens, shut down nationwide telemarketing scams. Just one enforcement action by the Bureau returned more than $53 million to American seniors who had been cheated. Despite these accomplishments, after the DOJ raid on the CFPB, Bureau employees were informed that new leadership intends to turn the CFPB into a single room with, quote, 5 men and a telephone. That is not Congress's intent. In the last administration, the CFPB wrote important new rules protecting Americans from overdraft fees, rules giving consumers control over their financial data, and rules to ensure that a medical emergency, domestic violence, elder abuse will not ruin an individual's credit score and financial future. The Bureau also regulates non-bank financial companies. I expect many of our witnesses today would agree that non-bank financial companies should face similar regulatory requirements to banks and credit unions if they offer similar services. But with the CFPB shutdown, that's not going to happen. The CFPB was the only cop on the beat for consumer finance, and without it, it will once again be open season for scammers preying on hardworking American families. Big tech companies will have a free rein to invade the regulated financial system without accountability, while banks and credit unions continue to be highly regulated. Finally, I don't believe it's an accident that Elon Musk and his Doge crew shut down the CFPB exactly at the time that Musk is planning to turn X into a payments and financial platform that the CFPB would naturally have the authority to regulate. The CFPB was created to protect consumers from abuses by some of the most powerful financial institutions in their lives. The Bureau's work is important, it is constitutional, and consumers benefit when financial firms are held accountable. We do need to reopen the CFPB and let its employees do their jobs. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Hill, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Barr. Appreciate your leadership for holding this hearing on the CFPB. Since its creation, the CFPB has acted as an overreaching regulator. Partisan political agendas have led to burdensome regulations and truly redundant duplicative supervision that overlooks the impact on Americans' access to credit and discouraging innovation. The CFPB urgently needs reform to ensure accountability and transparency to Congress and the American people. Financial institutions, particularly smaller banks and credit unions, have reported increased compliance burdens that are making their operations unnecessarily difficult. Today's witnesses will discuss real-world consequences of the CFPB's misguided policies. I look forward to hearing these ideas for reforms today that will foster clarity and consistency so that financial institutions, in fact, can innovate, grow, and better serve their customers. Because it's competition and innovation, not government mandates, are the best way to improve access and reduce costs for financial services. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you. And today we welcome the testimony of Mr. Brian Schneider, a partner at Mannett, Phelps and Phillips in Chicago, Illinois, where he focuses on advising clients through the gamut of consumer financial services, regulatory and enforcement matters, particularly as it relates to supervision, enforcement, and fair lending. He previously held roles at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and was secretary of the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation under Governor Bruce Rauner. Mr. David Pomeran is general counsel and head of regulatory affairs at the Consumer Bankers Association, a trade association representing financial institutions offering retail lending products and services. Mrs. Anna Fonseca is the CEO of Logix Federal Credit Union in Valencia, California, and is testifying on behalf of America's Credit Unions. She has been with Logix for over 20 years and previously served as Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer. Mrs. Rebecca Keene is a partner with Hudson Cook LLP, a consumer financial services law firm in Washington, D.C., where she counsels businesses on compliance with financial and consumer laws, fair lending, and other federal and state regulations. She was formerly an assistant director for the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection at the Federal Trade Commission, where she was responsible for leading enforcement policy outreach and rulemaking activities for the FTC's Fair Credit Reporting Act program. And finally, Mr. Seth Frotman is the former general counsel and senior advisor to Director Rohit Chopra at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We thank each of you for taking the time to be here. Each of you will be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your testimony. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Mr. Schneider, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your oral remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Foster, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Brian Schneider. I work at the law firm of Burnett, Phelps, and Phillips, where I focus my practice primarily on advice concerning consumer financial matters. The views I offer today, however, are my own. I previously served as Associate Director for Supervision, Enforcement, and Fair Lending at the CFPB, and prior to that, I did serve as Secretary of the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation, the chartering, licensing, and supervisory authority for all financial services companies operating in the land of Lincoln. I appreciate the opportunity to submit written testimony, and I'll highlight at this time some points that I believe could be most relevant as you and your colleagues consider options for setting new priorities for consumer financial regulation. Acting through rigorous compliance with the Administrative Procedure Act and related laws is indeed the hallmark of careful regulation. Similarly, risk-based supervision is key to the successful oversight of the financial services system. Supervision facilitates the prevention of consumer harm before it occurs. But supervision must be built on confidence that a supervisory exam is not a civil enforcement investigation by another name. The involvement of enforcement staff in the planning or execution of supervisory exams should be prohibited. Enforcement is a tool that is essential to the CFPB's mission. During my tenure at the Bureau, we brought dozens of enforcement actions. But enforcement should be reserved for situations in which the CFPB has determined that it must proceed against a bad actor whose behavior has caused significant consumer harm and has allowed it to operate out of compliance to the detriment of its competitors that follow the law. The aim of enforcement should be on stopping the entity from engaging in the prohibited conduct and the prompt and fulsome remediation and redress of all consumer harm. Civil penalties unquestionably play a role in a reasoned enforcement regime, but eye-popping fines just for the sake of grabbing headlines should have no place. Moreover, enforcement should be undertaken only when the entity's actions violate clearly articulated statutory or regulatory requirements. When Congress has given the CFPB broader, less specific authorities, such as the prohibitions against unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts or practices, its enforcement activity should be stayed in advance of development of a procedurally valid regulatory requirement or proceed in an incremental manner that provides clarity for regulated entities through the careful development of the common law. The CFPB must rigorously abide by its statutory obligations to coordinate with federal and state prudential banking and financial services regulators. The CFPB should respect their expertise and not discharge its obligation to coordinate by merely listening to the appropriate fellow regulator and then opening its own new duplicative examination or investigation. I make no quarrel with the CFPB nor the fine people that work there, but because their work occurs within an agency whose very structure seems designed to subvert constitutional principles, it will in its current form likely never be able to fulfill its mission. Some ideas on what to do in the wake of recent multi-year blizzard of guidances, blog posts, interpretations, manual amendments, and speeches, the CFPB ought to rescind or repeal those that fail to comply with the APA or that exceed its lawful authority. Pending enforcement action should be similarly reviewed. The CFPB should balance its resources to effectively deploy each of its four tools: rulemaking, supervision, enforcement, and often overlooked consumer education. The CFPB's current funding mechanism, while constitutional, is troublingly inconsistent with fundamental principles of separation of powers and ordered liberty. While serving the government of the state of Illinois, I had to request appropriations for our operations from the Illinois General Assembly. Despite some occasional messiness, Illinois legislators consistently discharged their duties and provided our agency with the necessary resources to do its work in a manner consistent with the authority they gave us. The same can be expected from Congress and should be demanded. Congress should consider the need for the establishment and strengthening of limitations periods concerning both the issuance of civil investigative demands and underlying conduct. And Congress should evaluate the need to cabin the CFPB's use of its UDAP authority to situations where the entity has not acted in good faith with respect to its compliance obligations. Thank you for the chance to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Pomeroy is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barr, Ranking Member Foster, and members of the subcommittee. The Consumer Bankers Association greatly appreciates the opportunity to testify today on the CFPB's recent activities and the agency's future. My name is David Pomeroy. I am General Counsel for the CBA, the only national trade association focused exclusively on retail banking. To start, I want to make it clear that CBA supports a credible and durable consumer regulator. However, the political shifts over the past few years have created instability and uncertainty, and we've now directly seen the need for reform at the agency. The reform should be focused on ensuring that the Bureau is following the law while protecting consumers. In the past, we have worked closely with the Bureau to ensure rulemakings do not have adverse effects. However, under the leadership of the former director, the Bureau has failed to follow the law and exceeded its statutory authority. This has resulted in an unprecedented number of lawsuits against the agency by the entities it regulates. CBA believes that facts matter and that regulators must represent facts accurately. Under its previous leadership, in an attempt to justify its rulemakings, the Bureau misrepresented its own data about the state of the consumer financial services market. The prior administration's politicalization of the Bureau eroded public confidence, damaged the Bureau's long-term credibility, and led to policy outcomes that were optimized for short-term political gains at the cost of consumers' long-term financial health. There are a number of positive administrative changes that could easily be implemented by the new leadership at the Bureau. However, we have seen with the increasingly drastic political swings, any of these changes can just as easily be undone by the next administration. To create long-term stability and credibility for the Bureau, legislative reforms are needed. CBA supports enacting legislation that would ensure the Bureau operates within its authority and creates greater stability, transparency, and credibility. CBA has long prioritized the need for reform at the Bureau's UDAP authority, and we strongly support Chairman Barr's Rectifying UDAP Act. Treating customers fairly and closely following consumer protection laws are core to banks' business models. However, the Bureau's UDAP authority has been largely undefined and closed to input from stakeholders. A clear and defined process will provide guardrails which are needed to ensure regulated entities know what is or is not permitted and how they can comply. The Bureau has put all companies it regulates at risk of inadvertent non-compliance because it is unclear how and when the abusive standard will be applied. In particular, CBA supports requiring the Bureau to refrain from using its unfair and abusive authorities to seek monetary relief unless it has previously articulated a specific harm. In other words, the Bureau should not be able to move the target without letting the market know first. There are additional pieces of legislation that would directly impact the Bureau's oversight. For example, the TABS Act would place the Bureau's funding structure under the appropriations process. This would allow for greater congressional oversight and hold the Bureau more accountable to Congress. CBA also supports the Consumer Financial Protection Commission Act, which would update the Bureau's leadership structure to a 5-person bipartisan commission instead of a sole director. We believe this would help reduce the radical pendulum shifts between administrations and bring long-term stability to the Bureau. It is also necessary for the Bureau to conduct more robust cost-benefit analysis in its rulemakings, which is provided for in the Transparency and CFPB Cost-Benefit Analysis Act. We believe it is also important for the Bureau to have an independent Inspector General, which is provided for in the CFPB IG Reform Act. These legislative proposals would ensure the rulemaking processes and the law are being properly followed. Other ways Congress could improve the Bureau's regulation and supervision would be to create independent lookbacks to review major rules that would require a rule to sunset or be reproposed if that rule's costs outweigh its benefits. We also believe the Bureau should commit to considering self-reporting and remuneration of compliance issues when weighing whether it brings an enforcement action or saddles a supervised institution with a matter requiring attention. Thank you, Chairman Barr. Thank you, Ranking Member Foster and the subcommittee for the opportunity to testify here today. We appreciate you convening this very important hearing, and we stand ready to work with you and the subcommittee to achieve thoughtful and effective policies to ensure the Bureau is a durable and strong consumer protection regulator. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fonseca, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Barr, Ranking Member Foster, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Anna Fonseca, and I'm testifying today on behalf of America's Credit Unions. I currently serve as the president and CEO of Logix Federal Credit Union, a $9.8 billion institution headquartered in Valencia, California. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts and perspectives on the CFPB and consumer financial protection. At Logix, we pride ourselves on our programs to serve our members. Logix was founded during the Great Depression as Lockheed Aircraft Employees Federal Credit Union. What started as a small financial cooperative on Lockheed's Burbank campus has grown into a trusted financial institution serving 253,000 members and managing $9.8 billion in assets. As we have grown, we remain true to our founding principles. Logix is a member-owned and not-for-profit institution prioritizing affordable, consumer-friendly financial services over profit. This is just part of the credit union difference. Our member-owned cooperative structure makes credit unions the original consumer financial protectors. Still, credit unions find themselves subject to the rules, burdens, and costs associated with being regulated by the CFPB. For an institution like Logix, our expected crossing of the arbitrary $10 billion threshold that subjects us to greater CFPB scrutiny has a cost. Our own internal estimates are that those burdens that come with crossing that threshold will average about $4 million a year, and that doesn't count the roughly $10 million a year that we expect to lose in debit interchange income due to the Durbin Amendment, and that's just in the first year. With such a significant decrease in revenue, combined with a substantial increase in CFPB compliance-related expenses, our ability to deliver the superior value our members have come to expect over the past 88 years will be severely impacted. Credit unions are different than other entities that are regulated by the CFPB in that there are a number of statutory consumer protection provisions included in the Federal Credit Union Act that other types of financial institutions do not have. Credit unions also do not have the armies of lawyers that large Wall Street banks have to keep up with the pace and scope of regulations coming out of the CFPB, yet we are still subject to them either directly or indirectly. This has led to significant consolidation in the industry since the passage of the Dodd-Frank Act and the creation of the CFPB. Recent years have also seen the CFPB focus less on its statutory mission and become more focused on changing the marketplace in a politicized fashion. My colleagues in the credit union industry feel as though they are dying a death of 1,000 cuts. Their revenue on all fronts is under attack, and their costs to comply with ever-increasing regulation continue to mount. Change needs to come to CFPB, and we believe the time for Congress to act is now. We support and would recommend a series of legislative changes that include, first, moving the leadership to a bipartisan commission. A single director makes the Bureau more political and does not allow for open, robust discussion like a 5-person commission would. Second, increasing congressional oversight of the CFPB through subjecting the Bureau to congressional appropriations and creating its own inspector general. Third, providing greater clarity on UDAP. Fourth, expanding and clarifying exemptions for credit unions from the CFPB. Fifth, increasing CFPB usage of cost-benefit analysis and sub-REFA panels. And finally, reforming the civil investigative demand process. These statutory changes and clarifications should be combined with a renewed focus and commitment from the Bureau to be a data-driven organization that focuses on its specific statutory obligations to protect consumers from unregulated entities and bad actors operating in the financial system. Any new CFPB rulemaking should follow the principles outlined in my written testimony that will help ensure this approach. In conclusion, consumer protection in financial services is important. Making these changes now will help ensure that we have an apolitical focus on consumer protection moving forward. We applaud the subcommittee for beginning this difficult discussion on how to reform and improve the CFPB. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and welcome any questions you may have.
Ms. Keene, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your oral remarks.
Good morning, Chairman Barr, Ranking Member Foster, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ms. Keene, if you could start over and turn on your microphone.
Push the button, yes.
Yep, thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Barr, Ranking Member Foster, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Rebecca Keene, and I'm a partner at the law firm Hudson Cook, which focuses on consumer financial services law. Earlier in my career, I worked for the Federal Trade Commission as an assistant director in the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection. I am appearing today in my own capacity, and my remarks are my own and not those of my firm or any particular client of the firm. The CFPB is a comparatively young agency by federal agency standards, but its approach to consumer protection, particularly its use of enforcement actions to define the activities that the CFPB believes violates the law, has raised significant concerns about regulatory overreach and has created uncertainty in the financial services market. My testimony today will be focused on 2 areas that are in need of reform: the CFPB's exercise of its enforcement authority over alleged violations of the Dodd-Frank Act prohibition against unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts or practices, or UDAP, and the CFPB's use of its investigatory authority, in particular, its use of CIDs, or civil investigative demands. The Dodd-Frank Act grants the CFPB the authority to take action against companies to prevent unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts or practices in connection with a consumer financial product or service. The concepts of deception and unfairness have a long history in case law, largely from the work of the Federal Trade Commission. But the concept of abusive does not. And the contours of the Bureau's abusiveness authority, particularly how it differs from unfairness and deception, remain unclear to this day. The Bureau has primarily used its enforcement authority to declare what it believes is abusive. But the cases themselves have not shown how that's different from unfairness or deception, and they've been inconsistent in applying the abusiveness prongs to similar facts and circumstances. The result is that the enforcement looks arbitrary or results-oriented, and as some have said it, it's regulation by enforcement. This approach has real due process and fairness concerns. The CFPB can simply declare an existing practice abusive and penalize financially companies without giving them a chance to adjust their policies. To provide regulatory certainty, the CFPB should be required to clearly define the standard for finding an act or practice abusive through a notice and comment rulemaking. And the CFPB should only seek monetary relief where it has defined a specific practice as abusive through formal rulemaking, or it has obtained a prior order against a company. This would provide more regulatory certainty while allowing the CFPB the ability to address new and emerging issues. The CFPB's investigative process similarly needs reform. Civil investigative demands, or CIDs, are one of the primary tools used by the CFPB to compel companies to produce documents, answer questions, and even provide oral testimony to the CFPB before any formal enforcement proceedings commence. The CIDs impose enormous costs on companies and result in business disruptions that last months, often years. The demands involved a substantial electronic discovery costs, not to mention attorney's fees, and there is a real human cost on the employees of the companies who are subjected to these demands. The law allows the CFPB to issue a CID when it has reason to believe that there is a violation. But where there's no reason to believe there is a violation, no CID should issue. But that's not our experience. The CFPB has not limited its use of the CIDs to that. Rather, they use it to gather information about a particular segment of the market or to conduct top-to-bottom reviews of businesses that have been disfavored by the CFPB, even where they do not have examination authority over those entities. The law gives companies the right to file a petition to modify or limit a CID, but if you do that, then your investigation is made public. This has the effect of making a confidential investigation open to public view and it dissuades companies from exercising their rights to object to what are otherwise overbroad or unduly burdensome consumer investigation demands. The bill before us, HR 10036, would reform the CID process by creating a process to address concerns early in the investigation, to adjust the scope of it to an appropriate size. And it would require the CFPB to treat petitions to modify as confidential. This would make the process more fair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Frotman, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Barr, Ranking Member Foster, my name is Seth Frotman. Until about a month ago, I was General Counsel at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. But today, I am speaking for myself about the profound disconnect between a hearing that purports to be about, quote, consumer protection and the devastation that this administration's actions and legislative agenda will unleash for working people. Over the last 4 years, the CFPB cracked down on junk fees, tackled the crushing impact of medical debt, protected military families from fraud and widowed spouses from scams, and took on big tech's relentless stampede into consumer finance. We stood up to unscrupulous corporations and billionaires on behalf of working families, the people that this administration promised to fight for. The CFPB has gotten back more than $20 billion for working people on a budget that is the fraction of that size. All that came to a screeching halt when President Trump, Elon Musk, and Russell Vought took over the CFPB. They have taken Wall Street's cops off the beat, granting shameless pardon after shameless pardon to companies that ripped off their own customers. This administration's attack on the CFPB drips with disdain for everyday Americans. The actions of this administration to take money from working people and give it to the rich speaks louder than words, especially any empty rhetoric about reprioritizing consumer protection that will be said at this hearing. So I'll repeat what I told this committee almost 6 years ago about the vital role of the CFPB. It is important to recall what people's lives look like, what this nation looked like as the CFPB opened its doors in 2011. It had been 3 years since the peak of the financial crisis, but for millions across the country, the crisis was still raging. Families were losing their homes. Service members were falling victim to financial predators who viewed them as dollar signs in uniforms. Everyday Americans were targeted with bogus add-ons and hidden fees, leading to financial ruin by 1,000 cuts. The combined forces of these ripples of deceit and devastation left millions of shattered families and shattered dreams. That is where the CFPB stepped in. 6 years later, we are on the verge of returning to that bleak and dangerous past. And while this is going on, we are now subjected to the same old tired industry talking points, the same push for deregulation that makes too big to fail bankers, big tech, and billionaires rich, while leaving working people and their communities bankrupt when the music stops. A lot of people in this town, the K Street lobbyists, the revolving door lawyers, try to make straightforward things complicated. The battle over the future of the CFPB is not. It comes down to a handful of simple questions. Are you on the side of military families or the predators who lurk outside the base? Are you on the side of parents struggling with error-ridden medical bills or the debt collectors trying to make a quick buck on their backs? Are you on the side of people who get debanked or the financial institutions that fight like hell to keep doing it? When you look past the rhetoric, the deceptively labeled bills touting through the looking glass reform, what is going on in the executive branch, alongside what is being pushed here in Congress, really boils down to one time-tested proposition. Which side are you on? If you're going to stand idly by while the nation's consumer watchdog is decimated, if you push a legislative agenda of more junk fees, abusive medical debt collection practices, big tech domination, and predatory lending, then the answer is pretty clear. I want to close with this. You, your family, your neighbors, and your community are at risk today because President Trump and Elon Musk have corruptly handed over the keys of our nation's consumer watchdog to the largest banks and tech companies in the world. To be clear, the rogue efforts to shut down an agency that was created in the wake of the worst financial crisis in memory are blatantly illegal. Right now, there is an $18 trillion ticking time bomb of consumer debt, a real and imminent threat to your family's future. We have seen this movie before, and the sequel may be much worse than the original. It is time to end this debacle. The CFPB must get back to work. A hearing that purports to be about consumer protection that focuses on anything else is an insult to the many hardworking Americans who just want a fair shake in today's economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frotman. Let's examine who the real predator is. The Orwellian predator, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Since President Trump took office, we have heard multiple complaints from my Democrat colleagues about executive power and DOGE and Elon Musk controlling funding. For example, Ranking Member Waters referred to Elon Musk as, quote, an unelected billionaire co-president, end quote, multiple times in front of this committee, and that, quote, they attempted to illegally kill the CFPB, end quote. And, quote, unelected billionaire Elon Musk seizes control of American people's money, end quote. My friend, Representative Caston, brought up how Elon Musk is violating Congress's power of the purse. So my question really should be geared toward my friends across the aisle. If you are so concerned about unelected officials in the executive branch controlling funding and the future of the Bureau, why aren't you supporting reforms to the Bureau structure to bring oversight back to Congress? If you were so worried about violations to the power of the purse, why aren't you supporting my TABS Act and bringing appropriations powers back to Congress? Ms. Keene, during your tenure at the Federal Trade Commission, did you find a commission structure or being funded through the normal congressional appropriations process somehow prevented you from protecting consumers?
No, I did not. The commission structure at the FTC allowed business to continue even through changes of administration, as it is now, and it allowed the work to have the insight of both sides of the aisle. So issues were fairly considered in front of the commission.
Well, under Director Chopra, the Bureau engaged in fishing expeditions through its CID process, burdening institutions with requests for documentation, time, resources, other demands without any foreseeable end in sight. Ms. Keene, you, I think in your written and oral testimony, really laid out the abuses from the Bureau. And this is why I introduced the CID Reform Act. Ms. Keene, you've represented clients who've been victimized by these fishing expeditions. Can you describe what these small business owners, these American citizens have to endure with these CIDs?
Yes, sir. I think it's really telling because I think the focus of Mr. Frotman's open remarks were talking about large banks. But the clients I represent are not large banks. They are small businesses in your local community trying to serve a variety of needs of consumers. And when they receive a CID, it's exhausting. It's a lot of documents under short time frames. The usual return date for a CID is 30 days. And there can be 30 or 40 requests in a particular CID. That's a lot of time and effort on the part of the company to try to gather that information. And there are very limited abilities of the company to bring objections in a meaningful way that doesn't expose the investigation.
I think your testimony brings to light who the real predator is here. Mr. Schneider, how do these demands discourage financial providers from offering financial products and services to consumers?
Well, if you don't know what the rules of the road are, it's very difficult to innovate. It's very difficult to know what you can bring to the market that isn't going to be immediately attacked. So you just end up spending a lot of money trying to figure out, hiring lawyers, hiring to figure out what you need to do just to keep going with your current products. And your innovation is lost, and that's never seen, quite frankly. What doesn't happen is never seen.
Well, you know, we want cops on the beat, but we want due process. And CIDs from the Bureau lack due process. Can you speak to that?
Well, I would echo my colleagues' statements. These are extraordinarily broad requests. They often are seeking information about conduct that could never be the subject of an enforcement action. There's extraordinarily tight deadlines. If you have any objection to the scope of the CID, you have to go back and hope to get relief from the entity that's delivered it to you. And I might add, when you do that, if you dare to petition to modify or set the CID aside, that becomes part of the public record. So you're tainted with as being an entity under investigation merely by the action of seeking to make it more reasonable for you to respond.
Yeah, I think it's also reasonable just to require the CFPB to tell the target why they're actually doing this investigation. Mr. Pomeroy, last question to you. In fulfilling the America First agenda, the president has begun removing government waste and overreach and ending the disastrous DEI cancer that is spread throughout our financial system. In the finalized Section 1071 Small Business Data Collection rulemaking, this rule requires small business lenders to collect 81 data fields from small businesses, including whether the applicant is minority owned or LGBTQ, the sex, ethnicity, race of the principal owners, et cetera, increasing compliance costs and reducing loan availability. Can you discuss some of the costs of this rulemaking and elaborate why it must be rescinded to protect small business access to credit?
Well, the 1071 rulemaking has lots of different avenues right now. Of course, it's subject to litigation. The original statutory language only required 13 data fields. I believe the end result was 81 data fields, which is why the Bureau was sued in the first place. Our concern with the 1071 data fields beyond the 13 is that it will complicate the process. Banks have spent a lot of time going in and out of compliance and preparing for compliance with this rule.
My time has expired, so I'm sure there'll be more questions about this later. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, Dr. Foster, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Barr. And as a threshold matter, do any of our witnesses believe that 5 men and a telephone will provide adequate consumer protection in our country? Any of just raised? Okay, let the record say I saw no hands here. What about protecting financial businesses who are good actors against new unregulated online competition? Do we believe that 5 men and a telephone will provide adequate protection for those good actors? Again, no hands. I think that's really what's at the heart of this hearing. So, Mr. Frotman, can you sort of give us the lay of the land? What is actually currently happening at the CFPB?
Thank you, Congressman. So what is happening at the CFPB now is devastating for working people. It is a boondoggle for the billionaires calling the shot in this administration, and it is nothing more than sheer corruption. Since the beginning of February, this administration has been hell-bent on destroying the nation's consumer watchdog. The financial inspectors that were spread across the country, making sure that businesses were following the law, making sure there was a level playing field for honest businesses, were sent home. They are still not back on the job. There hasn't been exams of financial institutions to make sure they are following the consumer financial protection laws by the CFPB in over a month. They have dropped now nearly a dozen enforcement actions. Just to give you a few examples, they dropped the CFPB's enforcement action against Zelle and the nation's largest banks for allowing hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud to fester on their payment system. They dropped the Bureau's case against Cap One, where they tricked and deceived people with savings accounts from getting the interest rate that they were entitled to, money that could have been used to help them pay for groceries. They dropped a case against Solo Funds, an outfit that was ripping off working people with junk fees and a tip scheme and dark patterns that numerous other state attorney generals and regulators from coast to coast had already taken into account. The current CFPB director tried to take credit for this and was shamed so much in a community note on X, we haven't heard from him since. And this is what is happening across the board. They shut down the Bureau's office that this Congress created to protect service members, to protect students, to protect older Americans. I do not see who this benefits. It does not benefit the honest businesses that we have heard so much today from our panelists. It doesn't protect American consumers who desperately need help. The only people this helps are too big to fail bankers and Silicon Valley billionaires.
So right now, if a service member, an elder gets ripped off, who do they go to? Where do they actually get help from today?
It's entirely unclear. We've had sworn testimony in federal court talking about how this administration broke the consumer complaint system. The system where if service members call in or write a complaint, more than 400,000 military families have done this, that system isn't up and running. It's not getting them the information they need. The examiners on the ground making sure that banks and non-banks are complying with key military consumer protections like the Military Lending Act, the Service Member Civil Relief Act. Those inspectors aren't on the ground making sure that these companies are following the law. I spent years of my life at the Bureau trying to protect military families. And the idea that we would just shut off this incredibly important tool that is not only important for individual families' financial future, but imperative for our military readiness is just appalling.
Thank you. And one of the key promises from from President Trump on the campaign trail was to drive down prices and make America affordable again, starting on day one. A key element of that was his promise to cap credit card interest rates at 10%, which I don't think we see legislation on this or any action on that front. Could you say whether overall the shutting down the CFPB and the rest of the actions are actually going to lower costs for Americans?
They'll do nothing to lower costs. I had a chance to look through the agenda, and it's hard to believe that this is on track with a president who on the campaign trail talked a big game about taking on banks and driving down credit card interest rates. Nothing in the agenda you see here, the fight to make sure that people pay more junk fees when it comes to their bank account or their credit card or on medical debt, will do nothing to make working people's lives better.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heisinger, the sponsor of the Consumer Financial Protection Commission Act, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I see Mr. Chopra has surrounded himself with like-minded activists. And I quite honestly never thought I would pine for the days of Richard Cordray to have some reasonableness injected into the CFPB. But the CFPB's unique structure prevents Congress from conducting meaningful oversight. I know this because last session I was chairman of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, and I know too well the roadblocks and speed bumps and frankly brick walls we ran into with the CFPB. A single director who has no accountability, no boundaries, limitless funding, and will go and push the accepted and legal bounds of their organization is a recipe for disaster. And I think that's why we've seen this one agency be challenged so much over its own existence and its actions. And unlike other agencies such as the FDIC, the Fed, the alphabet soup of all the regulators who paused their rulemaking after President Trump was elected, Director Chopra made the very conscious decision to continue to push forward on rules that he knew would be unlawful and overturned. And you saw it with the overdraft, you saw it with medical debt. He was the one regulator that decided to not put his pen down and allow someone else to make some of those decisions. So, Mr. Pomerlin, in your written testimony, you called the Bureau a, quote, a political lightning rod. And that can have, quote, radical pendulum shifts depending on who occupies the White House. And it just seems, my observation would be, it seems most of the time when it's the Republicans that they come in and say, hold on, we've gone too far, too fast. Let's just stop in place while the Democrats just continue to blow through these legal bounds. Anyway, the idea of converting them into a commission structure isn't a new concept. I've been here for now, this is my year 15. And I think for 15 years, this has been a discussion because there's a recognition of the dangers of this structure. So what advantages do you see with changing that structure?
Well, I mean, we're at a critical point in time, right? There's an inflection point here where we can make the Bureau more credible, more durable going forward. We believe that a 5-person commission, a bipartisan commission, would allow for the aforementioned dissent and debate that was required to actually form the policies, taking some of the political
Which is the structure that virtually every other regulator, SEC, others, they all have internal checks and balances, not CFPB.
CFPB does not.
Is it important to have industry experience when you're leading this?
We believe so. I mean, it's good to have the background of industry and how products and services actually work. Oftentimes they're misunderstood.
Okay, well, so this is a structure that Mr. Barr and I have talked about. Do you believe that the CFPB can and will actually still protect consumers with this new structure?
I believe so. The CFPB has a statutory required duties that it has to carry out. I don't think having a commission structure is going to.
So wait a minute, just because we've changed president doesn't mean we've automatically thrown out consumer protection? That's what we hear from the other side.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. That doesn't seem to be the narrative. Okay, well, basically, essentially, enforcement has become arbitrary. The current Bureau sends a signal to industry that the Bureau will let you know when you violated the law or harmed consumers because they've given themselves that broad authority. Not that Congress has, not that anybody else has, but they now suddenly are, through enforcement letters and other things, they are bending the will of the law to what they view as what is proper. And by the way, CFPB can't actually give a clear, consistent, definitive definition to the term abusive regarding unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts of practice. So is there anything that is considered abusive that is not considered unfair or deceptive?
That is unclear at this point.
It seemed like a layman would actually be able to discern that, but we're talking about legalese, right?
Without the guidance from the former administration under Director Craniger, we do not have a definitive definition of abusive.
Yeah. All right. And I've got a few seconds. Ms. Fonseca, I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, but community financial institutions are often caught in crosshairs. And we know about the cost of compliance. If the CFPB has its way, and I'd like to take your answer in writing if I could, but if the CFPB has its way, what would the cost of eliminating and reducing overdraft products have on consumers that you serve? And I look forward to having that answer in writing. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is now recognized.
Mr. Frothman, how are you?
Great, thank you, sir.
Please excuse my cold. I think it would be very helpful if you explain this phrase that is being used in these exchanges. They say with prejudice. Explain to us what that means in terms of relationship to the CFPB making any charges.
Great, thank you. And if I could just have 1 minute, I would just like to respond to some of the questions before that referenced our agenda. We're talking a lot about boards and funding. I think that people need to look around. They are firing FTC commissioners. One of the FTC commissioners who was fired is in the room down the hall. They're impounding funds. To be lectured about separation of powers at this moment of time is something else. We are so through the looking glass that I think people need to go back to the drawing board in terms of what we are talking about and update the talking points that are now a decade old. Because if we want to talk about executive overreach, if we want to talk about separation of powers, we should be talking about how this committee and this Congress created an office to look after military families that was shut down. We should be talking about how this committee and this Congress created an office to look after people with student loans that was shut down. These are the issues that are actually happening around us, but we keep going back to these same old tired talking points and bills, and it is just ever clear what they were always about. They were always about hamstringing the Bureau, making it easier for big banks to rip people off, making it easier for Silicon Valley to steal people's data when they make a transaction. And we should just be honest, if you care about separation of powers, if you care about executive overreach, we could talk about that because that's what's happening right now at 1700 G Street. I think, Congressman Scott, I think to your question, if I understand it correctly, what we have seen now is the current leadership of the CFPB has dropped nearly a dozen cases where the Bureau brought forward credible evidence that companies were ripping off their own customers to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. And in each of those instances, the current leadership chose to dismiss with prejudice those cases, meaning that the Bureau can never again try to get money back on behalf of those people, whether they were ripped off because a company lied to them, when they were trying to buy manufactured housing, when they were just trying to take out a loan to make it through the week. Student loan borrowers who were ripped off by an enormous student loan company who was collecting on discharged debt. That's this administration's priority now, dropping those cases and making sure the Bureau can never again help those borrowers, your constituents.
Yeah, I think that's very important for people to understand that the CFPB, once they use that with prejudice, it means that that case goes bye-bye. How damaging is that?
It's tremendously damaging. I mean, it's damaging
us
for the
how-
Bureau, but it's damaging for the people on the ground. I think, one of the things that we heard on the campaign, that we heard from the administration, is they want to help people with costs. Would have helped people paid for groceries and paid for eggs if they had a little more interest on their savings account at Cap One. But that company chose to deceive their own customers into not getting billions of dollars of interest. That would have helped real people, and that case was dismissed with prejudice.
Had it been dismissed without the CFP first trying to provide help to them?
No, I think this is one of the most frustrating things to see, which is, each of these cases involved thousands of hours of people's times. These are cases before a federal judge, and all of that work, all of the work to try to make working people's lives a little better, basically lit on fire for what?
Well, I hope, Chairman, that we can find a way to really address the impact that this is having on the lower income and the people who need the help the most.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. And I must say, listening to all this, that under a Trump administration, my business, my family, my friends, and my bank are much better off today with the diluted CFPB. And the CFPB's 1071 small business lending rule requires financial institutions to report 81 unnecessary data points on the loan. For smaller institutions, this rule creates a mountain of compliance burdens and will harm their relationship with consumers, which many are community banks and credit unions and who they rely on. This also leads to reduction in the amount of small business loans, and the cost of a loan will skyrocket and decrease access to capital. Now, my bill, the 1071 Repeal Protect Small Business Lending Act, will repeal this burdensome rule and give relief to the financial institutions who serve small businesses every single day. So, Ms. Fonseca, how will complying with these burdensome 1071 data requirements impact your ability to provide affordable access to credit for your small business members? And could you expand on the benefits of repealing this burdensome regulation?
Yeah, complying with this burdensome requirement is going to limit our ability to lend to small businesses.
There's no question regulations keep you from loaning, basically.
Absolutely.
Okay. When I talk to friends of mine that are bankers, accountants back home in Texas, one of the biggest concerns with the CFPB's regulatory agenda and the compliance burdens that accompany that agenda under former President Biden and former Director Chopra, the CFPB was left unaccountable and regulated through blog posts, speeches, and other illegitimate means. This left the financial service industry in a constant state of worry, never knowing what regulations or enforcement was coming next and how it would affect them and their customers. We must prevent this approach to regulation and the uncertainty it brings to smaller entities and other institutions and hold the CFPB accountable to Congress. That's a new word to them, by the way. So, Mr. Snyder, can you explain to the compliance difficulties that financial institutions face when dealing with the CFPB that is always expanding and often opaque regulatory regime?
Well, during the past preceding 4 years, it was certainly an exciting time to pick up the trade press in the morning because there was going to be a new blog or a post or something that your clients would be calling you about because it seemed to speak with the force of law that there is some new requirement that you have to deal with. But there was, absolutely no formal process that surrounded that. So not only are you questioning the legitimacy of the rule itself because of the manner in which it was announced, but you have no real way to understand what is required. So you're searching in the dark. You're spending a lot of money seeking advice from counsel, but I guess that's great for lawyers, but I'm not sure it's good for institutions that could be devoting those resources to lowering costs of credit and providing more innovative products.
Mr. Palmer, in your testimony, you mentioned that CFPB had misrepresented data to justify their policy decisions. I agree with you when you said facts matter and regulators must represent facts accurately. So it's deeply troublesome that CFPB misrepresented data to support their highly politicized actions, and industry participants should be able to trust that regulators are not falsifying information to achieve a political victory. This kind of behavior could have detrimental effects on our financial system. So, Mr. Pomeran, could you elaborate on the most serious examples of the CFPB misrepresenting data and explain the harm caused by these practices?
Sure. I'll take the credit card late fee rule. This is a rule that would exponentially lower the late fee from $32 down to $8. And the Bureau's justification for this was that there was lack of competition in the marketplace and that the 4 largest issuers actually kind of dominated that market, when actually their data shows that those 4 issuers actually lost 4% of the market in the previous year. So it's important for them to be intellectually honest with the data when they're presenting it to the public. Otherwise, we're being led down roads based on intellectual dishonesty, and that will possibly affect the access to credit, especially for subprime borrowers, if we're not actually looking at the data correctly.
Well, thank you. And I just would close by saying, the Trump administration, as I said earlier, is right on the right path with the CFPB. And as a business owner myself for over 50 years, car business in Texas, an economy with a lesser CFPB is much better than one that is under steroids like we've seen in the past. So thank all of you for being here. I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is recognized.
Ms. Fonseca, I want to thank you and the other Southern California credit unions for helping us after the Palisades fire. I represent the Pacific Palisades. Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree with you more that we need oversight. A hearing like this, we don't have any government witnesses. In fact, this committee and its subcommittees has not had a government witness except from the Fed, but none that are part of the administration. You can't have meaningful oversight by Congress if you don't have government witnesses, and I look forward to us bringing Russell Vogt and others before this committee. Mr. Huizinga tells us that Chopra shouldn't have taken action that might be overturned by the court. Boy, I wish we had a current administration that not only adhered to court rulings, but even was reluctant to take action that they thought might face a credible attack in the court. I've been here for a long time, and today is a throwback to the committee that I've understood for so long. We're talking about the structure of the CFPB and the regulation process, and we have business telling us that there's high compliance costs. And the Republicans are making some good points about the CID system. And we're being told by the regulations are too tough, and Democrats are, God, this feels like 90 days ago. Today is different. Today isn't a hearing about whether the CFPB has a good or bad regulation. Today is a day when Elon Musk says CFPB, RIP, and we have thousands of people sitting at home subscribing to Netflix and being paid by the U.S. government. And the question that's really before us is, how do the generals react? How would the generals react when they're instructed by the president to arrest all the leaders of the Democratic Party. We're acting like this is normal times. It makes me feel better to spend this last hour in a normal committee hearing where Democrats and Republicans are saying the normal things they always say. But that is not the real situation here. And it's not a matter of, do we get rid of this or that regulation? The CFPB has returned $21 billion to Americans since 2011 when it was founded, collected $5 billion in penalties. We have to not defund the police if we're going to deal with crime in the suites. And not only do we have the enforcement actions with the dollar amounts I indicated, but think of all the crimes and all the abuses that aren't occurring that never even get past the thinking stage because we've had a CFPB. And of course, the CFPB has protected veterans and secured $363 million in monetary relief for them. The structure of the CFPB was approved in a decision by Justice Clarence Thomas, not a member of my political party. We also have a major conflict of interest in that we see that Elon Musk is moving to make the X platform a payment system. Mr. Frotman, could that payment system be more profitable if there was no CFPB?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And I think that this is one of the central issues, I think, before the committee, if we're going to talk about oversight, if we're going to talk about separation of powers, is there is no secret that Elon Musk wants to turn Twitter into a payment system. I found this tweet on the platform from him speaking in 2003 that says, Elon Musk says if done right, X would become half of the global financial system. That should be petrifying to
Now, this payment system, we've got bank regulators that regulate most of the folks represented here and credit union regulators. Musk wouldn't have any of that regulation, and he wouldn't have any CFPB regulation. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, they sent out the most recent email saying, oh, we didn't tell you not to do any work. We just told you to do no work except the statutorily required work. Is anybody at the CFPB doing any consumer protection today?
Well, they're certainly not overseeing the non-bank payment system in this country, which is the direct ambitions of Elon Musk and most of Silicon Valley.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. And before we move on to the next question, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a bill I have sponsored in the past, the Financial Protection for Our Military Families Act. The bill helps correct the record from the testimony of Mr. Frotman. Former CFPB Director Kraninger alerted us that she did not have the statutory authority to supervise for Military Lending Act violations and asked that Congress grant the Bureau this authority. My bill would have done that, but we were never able to get Democratic support to move it. The gentleman now from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barr and Ranking Member Foster, for holding this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for taking time to be with us. I'll dive right in. Mr. Keene, can you talk about why many financial institutions would prefer to settle with the CFPB versus having their name dragged through the mud by an activist CFPB in litigation? I'm sorry, Ms. Keene.
Thank you for that question. A lot of companies are pressured to settle because CFPB has enormous penalty authority. It has a lot of tools in its ability to issue expansive demands on companies. And so rather than drag this out, they seek the certainty of a settlement rather than the uncertainty of lengthy litigation.
Thank you. And from your experience of watching this, do those settlements, would you say that the decision to settle has anything to do with the settling party's belief that they've acted inappropriately?
If you look at the language of settlements, the companies don't admit that they've done anything wrong. A lot of times there's uncertainty, particularly where new or innovative, I'll put a nice word on it, theories are brought by the CFPB. Rather than risk uncertainty and going to litigation and fighting over it, they'll resolve it even if they don't agree with it. And that includes whether or not they think the CFPB has authority to bring the enforcement action. There have been several enforcement cases settled with companies who don't appear to be under the CFPB's jurisdiction, but they'd rather settle than have to deal with that uncertainty, which impacts their businesses.
Thank you for that further insight, and that's my experience and observation as well. Mr. Palmerin, can you discuss how government price controls like those that the CFPB instituted on credit card late fees and overdraft services limit the ability of financial institutions to offer products and services to consumers?
Yes, thank you for the question. So placing artificially low fee caps on services will ultimately result in those services not being available or that credit not being available to consumers. So who is that going to hit the hardest? That's probably going to hit the subprime borrowers the hardest because they are harder to underwrite and there's more risk involved. So when you place these in overdraft's a whole nother thing because of this issue around whether or not it's actually credit or not, and whether or not the alternatives given in the overdraft rule are actually real alternatives. Most banks will have to get rid of those products, and the customers that utilize them and depend on them will no longer have access to short-term liquidity.
And from my experience, and you might just give me whether you agree with this or not, from my experience, the alternatives then that consumers face are far less desirable than perhaps a modestly higher fee. Is that a fair assessment of what the alternatives are then?
I think that's a fair assessment, and we believe that consumers ultimately fare better in the depository system.
I appreciate that. Ms. Keene, what is the purpose of the Administrative Procedures Act, and how does adhering to its requirements benefit consumers?
The purpose of the Administrative Procedures Act is to allow a regulator a full opportunity to develop a record in support of whatever it wants to do. It's basically you take in evidence, you take in comments, you look at cost-benefit analysis in connection with a regulation that you're looking to promulgate. The Administrative Procedures Act allows for sunshine on the process, full notice and comment, so that all participants and folks who can be affected by a particular regulation will have an opportunity to provide information to the agency to consider in the development of its rule.
Thank you. Unfortunately, many banks have withdrawn from small dollar consumer lending due to the significant uncertainty regarding regulatory treatment of these products. Mr. Snyder, during your tenure at the CFPB, you oversaw small dollar lending. Can you discuss the importance of the CFPB issuing clear, well-justified rules with robust cost-benefit analysis for the small dollar lending industry? And you got 20 seconds.
Well, small dollar, many companies that provide small dollar products are smaller companies, so the compliance costs are going to hit them even harder, quite frankly, on a proportionate basis. If they don't know what they're supposed to do, if they don't know how they're to do it, they have no choice but to raise costs on everybody or withdraw from the market.
Thank you. My time has expired. I appreciate those answers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized.
Thank you. Quick question first, Ms. Fonseca, Mr. Palmerin. Would you both agree that banks, non-banks that engage in bank-like activities should abide by the same consumer protection rules that are required of banks? Just yes or no? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you'd say that. I raise that because I want to respond to something that Mr. Barr said in his opening testimony. He said that we have entered a new era where businesses are not attacked by tweet. Well, of course they're not, because the owner of Twitter put a couple $100 million into president's election campaign and in exchange got himself a job in the White House where he is hoping to earn a return on that investment. If the president were to attack Twitter, or if the president's sycophantic enablers in the Republican Party were to attack him on Twitter, I mean, I don't know, that would require a level of patriotism, courage, and public-mindedness that they have never shown. Of course they're not, doesn't make it right, but of course they're not attacking by tweet. So let's talk instead about how Elon Musk plans to get a return on his $200 million. Because if we give a damn about consumer protection, if we give a damn about competition and functioning markets, we should be petrified by what Musk is doing. Mr. Frotman, you had mentioned briefly with Mr. Sherman that Elon Musk is talking about this new payment system, X Money. that is expected to launch later this year. I believe you had referred to his quote when he said he hopes, I'm going to misquote it, he said he hopes to have users conduct their entire financial world on X. The former CFP chief technologist said that he has been given God-tier access to the CFPB system. I guess my first question for you, Mr. Frotman, is have you ever seen a CEO of a bank, a non-bank, or anybody being given God-tier access to the CFP data system before?
Absolutely not.
And can you describe exactly what that means and what data Musk is now getting that nobody else in the private sector has access to?
Sure. So this is tremendously concerning, I think, for consumers and competition, is that here is a person who has billions of dollars on the line when it comes to the dream of turning Twitter not only into a payments company, but into a super app like we see happening in China and other places. And you have the person who stands to benefit from this seemingly in charge and making decisions over what is basically their only federal regulator. And I think there are significant questions if we want to talk about oversight by this committee, if we want to talk about investigations by the Inspector General about what happened when Doge employees were in the CFPB on February 7th, and then that same day, Elon Musk is tweeting CFPB RIP.
So can you just clarify though, because he's getting information that Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, they don't have that information about specific consumers, right?
Well, I think he's not only getting information about consumers, he's getting information about his competitors. Part of the job of the CFPB as tasked by Congress is to make sure we understand markets and where there's risk. And there's a ton of risk when it comes to non-bank payments.
Well, I want to say something very partisan. I think the richest man in the world is rich enough, but apparently that's not a widely held opinion. Justice Brandeis, famously back in the 30s, said that when you have great concentrations of wealth in society, you only have three options. You can either allow the wealth to take over the government, which is to embrace fascism. You can allow the government to take over the wealth, which is to embrace communism, or you can break up the wealth and embrace competition. What is clear, and the fact that it is so partisan to attack the fact that the richest man in the world is now taking over our system, is that it is partisan to attack fascism. To say anything else in this committee at this hearing, in this moment, is naive. Now, we are shortly going to move to marking up stablecoin legislation. It is my understanding that Mr. Musk is saying he would also like to use a stablecoin rule in order, some stablecoin legislation in order to facilitate what he's doing on the CFPB, which would, unless we put really strict guardrails, is going to make it even harder. So I guess with the last 40 seconds, Mr. Frotman, let's assume that he has all that data. Let's assume that he has a very permissive stablecoin environment. It sounds to me like we have a non-bank that is going to compete the hell out of all of the banks and all the systems that we have right now in a way that is deeply anti-competitive. Please tell me I'm wrong.
You are 100% correct.
We going to defend capitalism around here? We going to defend competition? Or we're going to put on a ball gag, climb down in the dungeon, and just do whatever Trump tells us to do? I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, the sponsor of the CRA disapproving the Bureau's prohibition on creditors and consumer reporting agencies concerning medical information, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think it's and thank all of you for taking the time to come. I'm a businessman. I'm a real estate developer. Mr. Frotman, your comments are outrageous, to be honest with you. You're talking the Democrat points. I'm glad you're bringing up Elon Musk. The American people owe a debt of gratitude to a man that's showing where tax money is going. They don't agree with it. 77 million people do not agree with the former president. And you resigned twice when under Trump. You resigned most recently in February of 2025. I kind of wish you'd stay because you'd be the first one to get fired. And let me just say this, the fact that
Congressman, can I
the
reply?
fact that you're on the student loan, you formed the Student Protection Borrower Protection Center. You took part in the Biden administration's forgiveness of loans. The people that you talk about, the veterans and the poor families, their tax dollars meant to pay student loans that
Congressman,
they were
if I would
forced to
like-
pay.
Congressman,
And now,
I think what is
what I would-
appalling
no,
is the
sir,
richest
you're
man
not-
in
I'm
America
reclaiming
telling
my time.
dedicated public
I'm
servants
reclaiming my time.
who want to protect
I'm rec-
service members and
Do you
students.
not have
that
any
they should-
decency? Do you not have any, this isn't your platform. I've got 3 minutes left. I'm gonna ask it to some sane people over here. So, but the fact that you took part in paying off loans that the taxpayers had no say-so in is unbelievable. Ms. Kuhn, one of Dr. Chopra's midnight rulemaking moves before he left was to remove medical debt information from the Consumer Report and prohibits lenders from examining the credit history of a borrower. We've got a bill up that we're trying to get out of committee, but do you think the CFPB even has the authority under the Fair Credit Reporting Act to require the removal of a debt that they owe? And the payment of it, I think, is an important part of a credit report. Why is it being removed? And does CFPB have that right to do?
I do not believe they have that right. The Fair Credit Reporting Act actually addresses medical debt, and it protects consumers' privacy with respect to their medical information. It allows financial institutions to use the financial aspect. Does a consumer have significant medical debt? And consider that in connection with making a loan or a larger mortgage transaction, for example. The rule ignores the restrictions and requirements of the Fair Credit Reporting Act. It ignores data that had been supplied. It relies on 10-year-old studies that really have no bearing on what today's market looks like. From the time those studies were conducted by the CFPB to the issuance of the rule, the market had changed. It had already made significant changes. And so it's based on faulty premise. So it's got a terribly weak record associated with it. And even the Small Business Administration filed comments raising concerns about the process that led to the rule. So I agree that I do not believe they have the authority. And even under the Administrative Procedures Act, they don't have the record that supports the steps that they took.
That's the audacity of Mr. Chopra and his disdain for the American people. And if you go exclude medical debt, what about paying your credit card off? What about paying your loan on your house off? Why not exclude that? Why not just exclude everything? So you really, and student loan repayments, what's left, that was so much advocated by Mr. Frotman to give away from, or to force the American people to pay for. What about excluding that?
And that's one of the concerns about the approach that the CFPB took in the medical debt rule. What's the next thing that's not popular that they want to take out of the financial system to hide or mask information? The legal theory that they use to support the actions they took in the rule would support them, basically anything they're not happy with, small dollar or student loans or things like that. It's my view that that's the role of Congress to make those decisions. The Fair Credit Reporting Act has a whole section where Congress has decided what's fair to include and what's not, and they ignore that entirely in the rule.
Okay, thank you so much.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, the author of the CFPB IG Reform Act, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. And Mr. Chairman, we're maybe pleased Mr. Frotman is here. His testimony outlines precisely why the CFPB needs to be completely overhauled. Mr. Chairman, I mean, the level of arrogance that we saw when the CFPB was in existence, the seemingly superiority complex, the dogmatic ideology, the narrow-mindedness, the unwillingness to listen to even the testimony that's here, the unchecked power, Mr. Chairman, is dangerous to our government. And clearly, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And listening to what's been cited by the other witnesses, failed to follow the law. That's a pretty serious comment from a objective stakeholder. Dying a death of 1,000 cuts, meaningless to the previous CFPB and to one of the witnesses up here. Weaponizing the Bureau to use $700 million to carry out its unauthorized mission, while being asked simply for a credible and durable Consumer Protection Bureau is what's being asked, Mr. Chairman. So I've never heard anything from stakeholders that was positive about the CFPB under Mr. Chopra and apparently under this Mr. Frotman, except from Democrats who on this committee are protecting a bureaucratic power while they could control it. So to get to questions, Ms. Fonseca, many institutions cap their growth quite deliberately to avoid crossing the $10 billion triggering the CFPB activities. However, and I know this from speaking to those in the field and throughout the industry, under $10 billion still feels the pressure to build out compliance teams just in case. Can you give us an example of what sort of fear existed and forced you to slow down or scale back services to your members?
Yeah, we have not scaled back services. However, we have spent the last 4, now going on the 5th year of preparing for CFPB oversight. As I mentioned in my testimony, that's going to cost us about $4 million a year. We've spent at least $500,000 so far, and that's in addition to the 10 million plus that we're going to incur in lost interchange revenue from debit cards.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kuhn, over the last 4 years, CFPB stretched its authority, ignored the law, has been pointed out. Can you provide some examples where the CFPB was intrusive, not helpful, even damaging?
The CFPB has taken upon itself in the last several years to look at companies that are on the edge and often outside of their authority. Using their CID authority, they have the ability to look at a company to see if they're covered. They haven't thought about that first. And so they have issued expansive demands on companies in areas that have nothing to do with consumer financial services. And it required those companies to expend a lot of money just to prove a negative, to say, hey, no, we're not covered by you. We haven't violated the law. There's nothing here.
And what did that look like in terms of business loss, operations disrupted, reputations damaged?
For many of these companies, they have a relatively small compliance group. You know, these are small to mid-sized businesses. It requires everyone to put work on hold to comply with these demands. It required a lot of expenses from electronic discovery demands. There's a several-page list of specifications that the CFPB will send and say, we want your data, but you have to synthesize it and make it fit in exactly the way we want to look at it.
Right.
That's very expensive for small to mid-sized businesses.
Many irrational disclosure requirements, sure. Do you all agree the CFPB should become more focused or maybe even solely focused on addressing consumer fraud? I'll start with you, Mr. Schneider.
It's certainly an important part of their mission and would be resources well spent.
Okay, to the other witnesses.
I would agree that they're an important part of the equation. There are many parts of the government that should be playing that in that space as well.
I agree as well. Fraud has grown significantly and many consumers are being impacted by fraud.
Okay, great. What do you all think as well about the CFPB being structured in with a bipartisan commission like the FTC with a 3-member bipartisan board?
Would certainly facilitate discussion. Staff would have to appeal to a broader set of interests as it makes its presentations.
I would agree. I would say a 5-person bipartisan board would work best here for the reasons mentioned. We certainly have to have debate and dissent. It's important in the policy.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is now recognized, and he is the author of the Making the CFPB Accountable to Small Business Act.
Thank you, Chairman Barr. Thank you for holding this hearing. Thank the witnesses for being here today. Seems to be a little bit of revisionist history going on here this morning, kind of in line with everything else I've seen in my other committee, Judiciary. for years, I mean, the CFPB has operated kind of with significant regulatory power, and Director Chopra sat before us many times with that grin on his face, because I think that certainly he enjoyed the havoc that he was creating and raising throughout the private sector. He thought that was part of his mission. I'm convinced of it. But while consumer protection is critical, the regulations are overly burdensome and are poorly analyzed. They can reduce access to financial products, and that's been the issue since the CFPB came into play on these issues. So the bill that the chairman's referring to, I think the CFPB being accountable to Small Business Act, it kind of addresses some of the concerns that we've been discussing here this morning, and I think strengthening the agency's obligation to do the cost benefit analysis. I mean, that's fine if you're going to come up with ideas on how you're going to have a direct effect on financial institutions. But if you don't have any cost benefit analysis, it flies in the face of financial services, right? I mean, we kind of live and die by the idea that the numbers tell the truth. So, Mr. Pomeran, can you discuss how kind of failing to tailor the regulations for small business institution has a direct effect on their ability to serve small business and consumers? Because this has been the problem for us, is that you can't come in here and listen to Director Chopra tear apart the banks and the credit unions of this nation, and then on Tuesday, bring in the same committee and have a discussion about, well, you know, it just doesn't seem like the banks or the credit unions are really helping the average consumer at this point. So, I mean, there was this discussion that continued over the last 2 years that really made no sense, but there were never any numbers to back it up. And I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, I mean, we are certainly in favor of a more robust cost-benefit analysis when the Bureau is considering policy considerations that are going to affect either the consumer or small businesses. And oftentimes, the Bureau will ignore its own data that shows that there will be detrimental effects to actual small businesses or consumers, but proceeds with those rulemakings because of ideological guidance. We believe that the cost-benefit analysis needs to be paid attention to. We need to understand how it's going to affect the economy, how it's going to affect consumers, and not just throw out pejorative terms to prove a point.
Thank you. So under former Director Chopra, the CFPB saw a significant shift in its approach to consumer protection, right? I mean, it was characterized by overextension of its power. I think the director was proud of the idea that he could continue to kind of stir the pot on many of these different fronts. But Ms. Keene, how would greater statutory clarity and limits on the Bureau's authority to improve regulatory certainty just bring more of a competitive and consumer-friendly marketplace?
When companies know what the rules are, then they're better able to compete. If it's more of a gotcha game, right, where you've already innovated and created new products, and then to find out that someone in Washington has decided they don't like that, that's unfair to companies, and it really does stifle innovation and the creation of new products and services to serve consumers.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but is there an example of that really comes to mind where everyone, whether you were in banking or credit union environment, knew that it was absolutely an overextension of the CFPB's authority?
Well, I think the most recent example is a rule that is still out for comment, which is the revisions to the Fair Credit Reporting Act rule. There are a lot of proposed new interpretations that are well outside the statute. Companies have built their businesses with an understanding of the law, and if what the CFPB has proposed were to go forward as a rule, it would require a complete overhaul of the consumer data industry, of financial services uses of consumer reports. That's a significant change and will result in a significant cost. It also will drive many companies out of business, because in the proposed rule, the CFPB says we want to now declare these companies who've not been viewed as a consumer reporting agency to be ones, and then they will have to comply.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. And I know we have a subcommittee chairman, Andy Barr just left, but I want to thank him for holding this hearing, and I want to thank all the witnesses for joining us today. This is an important hearing as we discuss the future of Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. The CFPB was created to, as the namesake says, to look out for the American consumers, and at times it has lived up to that mantle. However, in most cases, it has become a political tool with little to no oversight. That is why the Senate must confirm Director McKernan so that the important process of refocusing the agency back on consumer protection can finally begin. Ms. Fonseca, I want to ask you a question. Thank you for making the trip from all the way from Southern California, where I'm from, to testify before us today about how the CFPB has heard your ability to better serve in our communities. As an institution that is approaching the $10 billion threshold for greater CFPB scrutiny, have you examined the impact and cost that will be, crossing this arbitrary threshold?
Yes, thank you very much for that question, Congresswoman, and nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yes, it's, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have spent the last 4 years, going on our 5th year, preparing for regulatory oversight by the CFPB, and that we've already spent over $500,000, and we will be spending about $4 million a year go forward. That includes the addition of at least 30 staff members to oversee compliance related to CFPB regulation.
Would you say your focus on how you serve your members be any different as a $10.1 billion institution, or if you're a $9.9 billion dollar institution?
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense that it would have to change at all. But having to focus on CFPB oversight takes that focus away from our ability to serve our members.
Yeah.
And that is why we're here.
Sure.
Credit unions are here to serve our members.
Thank you. Ms. Kent, as you know, CFPB is required to maintain a consumer complaint system and publish an annual report to Congress. That report should summarize complaints received in the previous year. And this system is used by the CFPB to sometimes even support agency actions or including the major rulemaking. But I have heard that the system has been overrun by large volumes of fraudulent disputes by bad actors that have distracted from their legitimate wrongful conduct complaints. So this is not only unfair, but it skews the complaints and also undermines the integrity of the complaint data. So do you share my concerns regarding this integrity of the data?
I do. The CFPB's consumer portal was stood up to collect complaints for consumers. But what it has become for a lot of companies is an avenue for credit repair. And that's affecting not only consumer reporting agencies, but also financial institutions who want to hear from their consumers if they have an issue. And instead, these third-party companies are flooding the system with disputes about credit reporting that have nothing to do with a complaint about a financial product or service.
So as Director McKernan comes in, do you have any advice for him to improve the customer compliance system? How would he do a better job?
Yes, I think that he could direct his office that runs the complaint system to meet with industry, to look at these complaints, and to talk through ways in which we can identify when it's being abused by third parties and not for the benefit of a consumer.
Thank you. Ms. Fonseca, let me come back to you again. You are part of an institution that is regulated by bipartisan board, the National Credit Union Administration. We all know that regulated entities don't always agree with everything that comes from the regulator, but would you say that the regulatory environment is more stable and transparent when you are regulated by the NCUA board?
Absolutely. There's transparency. We're able to have insights into their board meeting discussions, and there's not a lot of volatility. But you're right, we don't always agree with them, but it works, and it works very well.
And given its long track record, I think you would agree that NCUA has been able to be an effective financial regulator with a bipartisan board.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think the NCUA is a great example of how we could reform the CFPB to be more bipartisan and accountable. So thank you for being here. Now, I yield back my time, and I want to recognize gentleman from California, Representative Vargas, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Apologize, I had to slip out for a second. That's what happens when they double book you around here. But I'm back. I heard most of the testimony earlier. I represent the San Diego region, and the San Diego region is blessed by having the Navy there and many, many military personnel. And we're very blessed because many of them stay there. They retire there, but unfortunately they become victims oftentimes of financial scams. Mr. Frontman, in San Diego, in the San Diego region, we have 96% more CFPB consumer complaints filed by service members. You know that, I'm sure. Could you talk a little bit about what is happening right now and how we've helped them before and how we're not helping them right now? Because I'm getting these complaints right now from people and they're saying they're calling, there's nobody there.
Thank you so much for the question, Congressman. I've actually visited the Marine Corps Depot training facility with Holly Petraeus. So this is critically important. You know, one of the central tasks that Congress directed the CFPB to do was look after military families. And the track record of the Bureau across administrations before the most recent change, I think, was stellar. We got back more than $200 million for military families through enforcement actions. We helped with 400,000 complaints. And what you see now is just devastating to military families. They told the people who staff the office that the Congress required, the Office of Service Member Affairs, to stop working. They broke the complaint system. So we've heard a ton today about overreach. We've heard these amorphous, vague comments about CFPB overreach. Is it overreach when the Bureau took enforcement actions against a bunch of scammers who ripped off military families, who ripped off veterans, who ripped off retirees? We've heard a lot in the abstract about the Bureau and the prior leadership, but we haven't heard specifics, because I think that is this is one example of exactly what the Bureau was tasked to do, and they're not doing right now.
The other thing that I think is very important also is to talk about elderly. You know, again, San Diego is a young town, but it's not that young. I mean, a number of us are retired. Not me, I'm not retiring, for the record. But a number of people are, and there's a lot of scams again against elderly. And you could, before, I got all these positive comments about how the CFPB was doing their job. Now I'm getting all these complaints because nobody's there. Could you comment about that?
That's correct. The acting director of VOTE told the Office of Older Americans to stop working. The people who submit complaints about themselves or an elderly parent or grandparent saw that system broken. So, you know, there's been a lot of charges leveled, but I think one of the things that I think we all agree on is that the CFPB needs to work. The CFPB needs to work on behalf of consumers and service members and older Americans. It needs to work on behalf of honest businesses, and it's not now. The inspectors that are supposed to take care of service members and older Americans are sitting at home instead of doing their job.
Mr. Froman, I want this on the record because I think that I've been around long enough now that you see cycles. And the unfortunate cycles are this. We've talked about predators and we've seen this. Oftentimes my colleagues on the other side ultimately control government. And then you do see an overreach, all right, but by the banks and others, and we get into a financial slide. And then we get into a recession, then we get into real trouble. And then consumers, we saw in 2008, get ripped off. So we heard today that the CFPB is the predator, that you guys are the predator, that you were the predator. Could you straighten the record out on that? And I want this on the record because I think it's going to happen again. And I want to make sure that you tell the truth. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. So, you know, we've heard a lot of attacks on CFPB leadership, but these are really attacks on dedicated public servants who wake up every single day just trying to make their neighborhood safe. So many of us who work at the CFPB lived through the financial crisis and watched community after community decimated while a bunch of billionaire bankers got off scot-free. And what we do every day at the Bureau, or what we did every day at the Bureau, was to try to make sure that doesn't happen again. What is happening now at the Bureau, where there is no oversight over massive non-banks in this country, is bad for businesses. It is bad for consumers, And they are setting up the situation that there will be another financial crisis in this country. And you all, or the people sitting in the chairs after you, will be forced to deal with it once again.
I agree. I do want to lastly, with 10 seconds, just thank the people, the dedicated servants as the CFPB for all their hard work. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. My district lies in deep South Texas, on the border of Mexico and Texas, encompassing Hidalgo County, which is over 80% Hispanic. That being said, in speaking with my community banks in my district, we're a rural area. Community banks, regional banks play an important role in our community in helping first-time entrepreneurs, which I once was as a Hispanic female-owned business. And it's hard. It was hard to be a first-time entrepreneur and not have a wealthy family that could help subsidize my desire to one day be a business owner. So I leaned into my regional banks that provided me the American dream as a Hispanic female in a rural community. That being said, the work that the regional banks and the community banks do in our community is very, very important. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration, the CFPB became a political organ for the administration. It pushed partisan rulemaking like the 1071 rule, which everyone disliked, including minority depository institutions, as I said, that are in my district. I am a proud original co-sponsor of my fellow Financial Services Committee member and chair of the Small Business Committee, Roger Williams, to repeal Section 1071. And we have to use our control in Congress to set the CFPB straight and enhance transparency and establish guardrails. As a freshman in the last Congress, it baffled me that in a House that had a very slim majority, where Republicans and Democrats could hardly agree on anything, there was one thing that we agreed on in both the House and the Senate. And that is that 1071 was bad for minority communities like mine. It was bad for entrepreneurs like I once was. It was bad all the way around. And I want to remind everybody in this room that the House agreed that 1071 was bad. The Senate agreed that 1071 was bad. And when it went to the White House, the Biden administration, President Biden vetoed the repeal of 1071, thus saying that the people's voice in the House, the people's voice in the Senate did not matter, and that they were going to put this burdensome regulation on community banks, regional banks that make a real difference in Hispanic districts and minority districts like mine, that they were going to forge forward in having 1071 hurt communities like mine. It is despicable. It was gross that the Biden administration moved forward and vetoed what the House and Senate wanted to move forward in repealing this. That being said, I'm going to ask Mr. Pomeroy, can you share the benefits of passing Chair Williams' bill to repeal 1071 and why it is necessary to ensure small businesses are able to access the critical capital and continue to serve our communities?
Well, a repeal of the rule would certainly reduce compliance costs for lenders to lend to small business. That would increase the number of small businesses out there, and of course, that's good for the economy. Absent a repeal, the rule should be looked at and possibly re-proposed to lessen that burden going forward.
So what I'm hearing is the repeal of 1071 is going to be good for minority communities like mine. It's going to be good for entrepreneurs who have the American dream of owning their small business, and that it's going to be good for the economy. Is that correct?
That's correct, Congressman.
Then I see no reason why it shouldn't be repealed. With that, I yield back.
Very well. Thank you very much. I now recognize gentleman from Nebraska, Representative Flood, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's a fundamental problem that I think is going to continue to come up in this committee related to the CFPB. The Bureau has been at work extending its authority for as long as possible when led by Democrat-appointed directors. A good example of this is CFPB's larger participant rulemaking targeting consumer payment applications. The rulemaking lumps several different types of payment actors under the same umbrella. The Bureau even hinted via an employee's speech that merchants might be implicated as large payment players in the future. Last year, I asked Director Chopra about the merchant exclusion and whether payments alone constituted commerce. In a response via a question for the record, the director made the case that a merchant, quote, that incorporates payment capabilities directly into a website, end quote, could potentially blur the lines between banking and commerce and therefore be subject to CFPB oversight in the future. To be clear, Dodd-Frank, Mr. Frontman, Dodd-Frank explicitly calls for an exclusion for merchants from the CFPB's regulatory purview. The idea that a merchant engaged in consumer financial activity due to payments activities in the merchant's own store or website is ridiculous. And using that logic could lead the CFPB to have examination authority over every mid-sized to large retailer in the country. This part of a larger pattern from the Bureau, this is part of a larger pattern by extending its reach and authority as far as possible over time with limited checks. And that's why it's so incredibly important that Congress work to rein in the Bureau's authority and lack of accountability. Mr. Schneider, given your experience working at the CFPB, do you have any thoughts on how Congress and the new director should aim to keep the Bureau from expanding its own authority in the future?
Well, put them under appropriations, then they have to explain to you what they want to use resources for, and you can decide if you wish to approve that. I think putting meaningful restrictions on their use of their UDAP authority, it's too broad. They should have to articulate a principle before they bring an enforcement action. There's a case that they brought that would upend the entirety of indirect auto lending, and it's brought on a UDAP theory that I might add stands in contravention of their own interpretations of an actual regulation. So I think that's that's certainly ripe for reform.
Continuing with you, Mr. Schneider, one of the interesting things about your testimony is that you made the observation that enforcement staff shouldn't be involved with directly planning or executing the exams. Can you speak to why it might be problematic to have enforcement staff directly involved with planning routine examinations?
Well, supervision is a confidential, prudential process. It's quite powerful in my experience. It requires cooperation between the Bureau and the entity, and it can result in very quick action to stop unlawful activity and to redress consumers. But if the entity feels that this is really just a fishing expedition that's going to get handed off to the enforcement team, they're going to treat it like it's a law enforcement matter. They're not going to cooperate, and the entire thing is just going to become an enforcement action, which is going to delay redress to consumers. So there has to be a divide, and having any involvement of enforcement personnel in supervisory activities, I think, is troubling.
As a member of Congress, very interested in our housing supply issues and getting first-time homeowners into homes, I think it's interesting that the cost to originate a mortgage has gone up nearly 50% over the last 4 years. It's nearly triple what it was before 2010. Mr. Schneider, to what degree do you think this increase in the cost of mortgage origination is a result of regulatory burden, including from the CFPB?
Well, what intuitively seems a lot can be attributed there. There are state regulators that have always regulated mortgage services. They're quite well equipped. They have extraordinarily broad powers that are extended to them by their state governments. They've been working very dutifully in the past several years to coordinate their activity on a nationwide basis. Simply layering on another level of federal oversight to some extent is adding additional costs that could very easily be handled by the state system.
Well, thank you very much. At the end of the day, we do need to protect consumers. We need to think about fraud. We need to think about deep fakes. Fraud is monopolizing the time of a lot of folks in this lane, and I want to see the consumer protection of the federal government focus more on fraud and less on gotcha tactics. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Before I go to the next member, I would like to recognize Ranking Member Foster.
Thank you. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter 3 statements into the hearing record from groups strongly opposing the Republican bills that we're considering today that would undermine the CFPB and weaken consumer protections, including one from Americans for Financial Reform, a second one from Consumer Action, and a third from the National Association of Consumer Advocates.
Without objection. Thank you. And now I recognize gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A little bit about, I guess I'm the newest member on the committee, which is why I get to speak last. But before becoming a member of Congress for 30 years, I was an attorney, and I actually represented consumers during that time, represented businesses, represented a number of folks, and had the opportunity to deal with fraud cases over time. So when I came as a new member of Congress, I wanted to see, well, what does the CFPB do? And I actually had somewhat high hopes, which I guess proved my naivety on that subject, because as I dealt with this, becoming a member of this committee, realized that the comments made by members like Ms. De La Cruz to my left and others of the abusive practices, Madam Chair, of this agency just shocked my conscience. And this is, as an American, as an attorney, seeing this happen. And the fact that financial institutions could not even rely with any certainty on what was legal and what was not. It was completely a game of gotcha. An agency that is not funded by the normal appropriations process, but is incentivized to get money by levying fees and fines. It's almost like if you had a police officer out there paid more to write more tickets or something. It's antithetical. It's completely antithetical to any notion of due process and equal protection in any way. And so I think what you have with the way CFPB under the prior administration governed was actually the predator in this case, by preying on businesses, paying on companies to exert fines, forfeitures, and fees. And with all due respect to Mr. Frotman, I read your comments, heard your comments. I mean, I've been an attorney for 30 years. To approach something like this when it comes to a significant part of regulatory law affecting so many in this country with a clear political agenda, it just shocks my conscience. And I would ask that, I'm glad the new agency isn't doing that. And I would just ask those that ever want to serve in these positions, certainly don't do this. This is, you have millions of Americans who count on having access to capital. You have individuals, you have companies, businesses that are built on providing that capital. And the one thing that folks need to know is, what are the rules? What are the rules of the road? And follow those rules, and don't change them midstream, and don't do them in such a punitive way, simply to either exercise or abuse power, or to try to obtain more money from these entities. So the more I've studied this, Madam Chair, and I hope that it comes to the attention of the American people who see this absolute abuse in government. And it's exhibit A of what's wrong or what has been wrong in so many things. But I did think about something. Under the former director, it seems that the CFPB made a habit of like bypassing the Administrative Procedures Act's notice and comment requirements, just enacting things. I think there was a whole host of these midnight entries. I don't know if they were done with an auto pen. I don't know how they were done, but they were done. But I would have a question for Mr. Schneider. And you have extensive experience with enforcement at the CFPB as well as the APA. And I'm just curious, first off, would you agree that the APA applies to the CFPB?
Of course, yes, sir.
And is agency guidance, is that a rule?
It should not have the binding effect of law if it hasn't gone through the appropriate approval process.
What about a press release?
No question there.
All right. How about just a statement by the director? Is that a rule?
No.
And so should a press release or a statement by the director be the basis of an enforcement action?
It certainly shouldn't be.
But my understanding is that that did happen under this prior administration. Is that correct?
Well, certainly the prior administration took enforcement actions that did not seem to be well-grounded on any properly promulgated rule, and in some cases stood in contrast to properly promulgated rules.
That is like 100% not correct.
I didn't-
Over
I
and
didn't-
over again, the
Mr.
director
Frotman,
made
you're
clear
clearly a
before this
political
committee
hack. I
that-
didn't ask you a question.
If you wanted the truth, we could have had a
I didn't ask you a
conversation.
question, sir. I would just simply say
Still
that
the
the
gentleman's
comments by
time.
Mr. Frotman disregarding the rules of this committee, his disregard of rules there simply shows the problems with this agency. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Representative Donners, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this committee, it goes without question, my views on the CFPB. I've been very clear that this agency is a rogue agency that was created on a partisan basis at a time period when, frankly, the Democrats were choosing to solely blame bank activity for the financial collapse, as opposed to looking at the regulatory environment that had been set up, which based upon faulty underwriting, which cascaded through the financial economy. So there were many people who bear the burden of what happened in the economy in 08 and 09, and just setting up this regulatory behemoth with no oversight and no accountability to the American people, except to the whims of Democrat politicians, has always been wrong. In my view, is still unconstitutional, and this agency should be repealed, never to be seen again. And I think that the argument of this is the only way to have consumer protections at the federal level is a complete folly, and it is wrong, and it is short-sighted. Consumer protections have existed in every federal agency long before the CFPB was ever contemplated or created. And those are the facts. That being said, if the least we could do is actually reform the CFPB and actually be an agency that is responsive to Congress and responsible as it executes rulemaking in the marketplace, that could have some positive benefits. But my position remains that this agency just needs to be completely removed, and then we move forward on a real and responsible regulatory environment that allows our economy to grow in a responsible manner going into the future. That being said, Ms. Fonseca, as the head of a company right on the cusp of being subject to CFPB overreach, can you describe how the CFPB stifles growth and innovation?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned previously, we've been very focused on preparing for CFPB oversight, and also concerned about, classification of junk fees for programs that our members want. So we're spending way too much time on that and not enough time on innovating new products and services for our members.
Thank you. Mr. Schneider, what's the actual cost of compliance imposed on the private sector by former Director Chopra over the last 4 years?
I'll be perfectly honest, Congressman, I don't know that figure. I know, just to respond to an initial civil investigative demand, given the short scope of time involved and the massive amount of data, it could be tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, much less just thinking about, what a particular proposed speech idea might have. The cost to your compliance department would be enormous.
Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars just for one company.
For one company, for one investigation.
Okay. Ms. Keene, what was the consumer protection regulatory landscape before the creation of the CFPB?
Before the creation of the CFPB, you had the prudential regulators who had authority to look at the companies that they examine for consumer protection. In addition, you had the Federal Trade Commission. I did want to take exception that there's never been a cop on the beat as someone who ran a division at the Federal Trade Commission. We investigated companies for violations of consumer financial protection laws and brought cases against those companies.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Pomeran, how would financial institutions, businesses, consumers, and the economy as a whole benefit from the abolition of the CFPB?
Well, first and foremost, we need a strong consumer regulator. We need one that is going to be fair and reasonable. I think that to the points made earlier, when we have rules and guidance and even reacting to blogs and different circulars, things of that nature, it is hard to comply with what is actually needed to be complied with. It's unclear to comply with the uncertainty that's created by an agency that doesn't go through an APA process with notice and comment and the like. I think consumer protection needs to be had. We need a durable, credible consumer regulator that's going to be fair to all of the policies, the stakeholders going forward.
And to add on to your comment, and I think people will hear me say, get rid of the CFPB, and trust me, I mean it, get rid of it. But to that point, yes, there are consumer protections that should be durable, that follow the Administrative Procedures Act, and not have an agency which is rogue, in my view, depending on the presidential administration and just moving through our economy with no accountability whatsoever. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Well, please join me in thanking all of our witnesses for joining today and answering the questions from the members. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, and the questions will be forwarded to the witnesses for your responses. And the witnesses, you will have until April 30th to provide written responses if you receive that question. So thank you very much for being with us today. With that, the hearing is now adjourned.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river. Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Like to, before I begin my opening statement, I would like to yield for a brief moment to the chairman of the full committee. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for yielding. And I just want to set the stage for a second before we get started this morning. We have a witness at our table today that has received a death threat that I listened to the voicemail. Someone said he was a left-wing anarchist, and you're here. People, if they want to listen to it on the committee, they're welcome to. Left-wing anarchist, and you're testifying before Nazis today. And so, received a death threat for that. We have our finest on Capitol Hill here with us today, our police officers in the room. It's not typical. We're going to make sure this is a safe hearing room. We're going to make sure we have a very important discussion in front of us today. I talked to a mother yesterday, someone's going to share, that lost her son 2 weeks ago to suicide because of what was going on to him online. This is a very serious topic. Most of the bills before us are bipartisan, and I think all of them are actually, and it's an issue we all want to address, but we need to make sure we do it in the right tone And I know my good friend, who's the chairman, is going to make sure this committee does it in the right tone today. And I appreciate our officers being here. And I apologize for the witnesses for what you've had to go through, because you're here to testify for protecting our children. I know there's been other things as well. And we just want to apologize for what you've had to go to. We know you do. And I've been to the Center for Missing Children, and what you deal with every day and what you have to deal with is just, it's disturbing. But I walked away going, boy, I couldn't do that every day, but I'm so happy there are people that are, because you're there protecting our children and what you see and do every day and what you have to see what our children go through. So, and it's just sad. But I want to just set the tone. We're going to have a safe hearing room, and we're going to have a good hearing today. We're going to focus on the subject at hand. So I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's subcommittee hearing to examine risks to Americans' safety online. Today's hearing is an incredible, it really is extremely important, folks, and I'm thankful we are hitting the ground early this Congress to protect ourselves from, and our children, more importantly, from dangers in the online world. Technology has created a wonderful tool to gather information and connect us to the world. But with every new great tool, malicious actors have found a way to refigure technology to spread malice and harm people across the globe. While Congress has looked to build walls preventing these harms from occurring, we have failed to keep pace with technology. Take, for example, the important
Fellows, that's a scholarship fund that they've set up. And number three, and again, we're going to put this out in much greater detail, the SCAD affirms and commits its to merit-based hiring, promotion, and retention. Again, that will go on for a little while, and you'll read that. And SCAD will not deny any representation to clients, such as its members or members of politically disenfranchised groups who have not historically received legal representation from major national law firms, et cetera. So this is going out now, and I'm instructing my people to release it. And this just was announced, so you can, you'll get it in, this was essentially a settlement, and you'll be able to read that in great detail. We appreciate Skadden's coming to the table. As you know, other law firms have likewise settled the case. And it's a shame what's gone on is a shame, but we very much appreciate their coming to the table. But we're here for right now a different reason. It's a very important one, because today we're thrilled to swear in our interim U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Alina Habba. Congratulations, Alina. And I want to just congratulate, along with your husband, Greg, and your children, your wonderful parents who I've gotten to know over the years, great parents and a great family. So congratulations. And to Luke, Chloe, and Parker. That's great. You're proud, right? Of your father and your mother, right? Both. Not just your mom, right? Your father, too. He's done pretty well. He's a good guy and very successful man. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi. She's been incredible, by the way. She's, I don't want to brag, but I've been watching her for the last couple of weeks, and she's been incredible. Thank you very much, Pam. And a couple of others who have been really outstanding. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Thank you very much. And I think I see Scott there. He has been, this is somebody at the Treasury. Nobody's going to outfox Scott, right? Nobody. And he's waiting for Liberation Day, right? Which is April 2nd. We wanted to do it April 1st, but that has some negative connotation. And I see Sebastian Gorka there. Thank you, Sebastian, very much. That's very much. Kevin, thank you very much. We have great people. Susie Wiles, most powerful woman in the world. She was just rated the most powerful woman in the world. If you think about it, I guess it's true when you think about it. Anyway, thank you, Susie. And Director Cash Patel. Where's Cash? Cash is fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Cash. So Alina is a proud New Jersey native. She was born and raised in Summit and now lives in Bernardsville with her family. Beautiful area of our country after a career leading a successful law practice in the state, very successful. Alina joined my legal team several years ago and helped spearhead the effort to defeat the corrupt and grotesque weapon of our justice system. She was very effective at doing it. And I want to thank you for doing it. You took a lot of abuse, and now they're all sort of apologizing. So anyway, but we appreciate it. Great job you did. Thank you for allowing her to do it, because your life wasn't made any easier, was it? Huh? They even came after him. They didn't come after the kids. They would have waited about a year or two. You're very lucky. You're very lucky. But through her work, Alina became a nationally recognized warrior for the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. She also serves as a key member of my successful 2024 campaign for president. You saw her doing a lot of explaining and doing it very well. And upon my inauguration, she joined the White House as senior staff. She was a senior staff member as the counselor to the president, and she counseled me very well. Alina has been named to the Super Lawyers Rising Stars list every year since 2014, and also earned a spot on the top 100 lawyers in America numerous times. As a young person, it's very unusual to have achieved that. As U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina will work tirelessly to weed out crime and corruption and restore law and order to the Garden State, as we call it. It's the Garden State. It's a great place. I think it's highly underrated. It's a great place to be and to live, and we all love it. Under the last administration, violent crime in New Jersey, however, rose more than 60%. And under the last administration, violent crime throughout the country rose at levels that are higher than that and unacceptable. And we're bringing it down, and we're getting rid of a lot of bad people. They're being taken out. And we hope this court system that's become so active all of a sudden in trying to protect some very, very bad people of crime, they have to stop. They have to let us do the job. We were elected to do the job. They shouldn't be interfering in that. It's a very sad thing that's going on. Nobody can even believe it. They'd rather have them stay in our country. These are murderers in many cases and people about as bad as we've ever seen. And they have to let us do the job. They have to let Cash and Pam and everybody else do their job. Alina will take on the violence and the law breaking in Newark, however, and Camden and all parts of New Jersey, and she'll be as good as it gets because there's a lot of bad things happening there too. She'll stop the graft and corruption in Trenton, and she'll persecute human traffickers, gang members, illegal aliens, and criminal cartels to the fullest extent of the law. And between Pam and Alina, you don't want them after you, I can tell you. I watched Pam 2 days ago talking about what was so unfair to a patriot, what was happening. And she said, "We're watching you, we're looking for you, and you're not going to get away with it." You did very well. I think a lot of that stuff has stopped. They watched and they said, who needs this, right, Pam? So thank you very much. Really amazing job that you're doing. So, Alina, I want to congratulate you now. I will ask Pam, our Attorney General, to come up and do the honors of swearing in. And this is a great day for law enforcement in our country. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right hand. Place your left hand on the Bible, all right, and raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear
I, Alina Habba, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any
Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you, Pam Bondi. Thank you, more importantly, to every person in this room. There are so many people that I won't even try to start naming them. I would not be standing here today if it was not for the man to my right. If, as a person who's a first-generation American with parents that came in legally, I would like to say that I do not ever, ever take for granted that every dream that I ever could have imagined, I have surpassed because of this administration, because of President Trump. 4 years ago, he entrusted faith in me as his personal attorney, and I have been on the journey of a lifetime every single day for that. But I have also been with him through some very dark days when I lost faith in our justice system, when I saw things that I never ever thought I would ever see. And from being outside the courtroom steps, defending him and defending our great nation, I saw the most resilience I've ever seen in my life. This man kept fighting for America, and I'm just so honored that now I get to fight for the state of New Jersey. I will do a good job, sir. I will clean it up. And we're going to make New Jersey great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, Canada's Prime Minister says that they will be implementing retaliatory tariffs. You said if that were to happen, that you would be responding with large-scale tariffs. Will you be following through with that promise?
Well, absolutely, but we had a very good conversation. Mark called me today at 10 o'clock. We put out a statement. We had a very, very good talk. He's going through an election now, and we'll see what happens. But we have Liberation Day, as you know, on April 2nd, because, and I'm not referring to Canada, but many countries have taken advantage of us, the likes of which nobody even thought was possible for many, many decades, And, you know, that has to stop. We're going to end up with a very good relationship with Canada and a lot of the other countries. Some we probably won't. It won't be so pleasant, but I think most countries are agreeing with me. They actually, many of them have actually apologized. They said, look, we have taken advantage. And I don't blame them as much as I blame the people that stood, in this case, I can say the men, because so far they've been all men, haven't they? But the men that sat right there and behind the Resolute desk, mostly the Resolute desk, you know. I don't know if you know, you have a choice of 7 desks. The Resolute is the one I like, but some chose other ones, but they sat right behind a desk right in this location. And they let our country be hurt very badly, but I didn't do that. So, but we had a very good talk, the Prime Minister and myself, and I think things are going to work out very well between Canada and the United States. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, how is the talks with India on tariff going on? And what is the expectation from India? How much do you want them?
Well, as you know, Prime Minister Modi was here just recently, and we've always been very good friends. India is one of the highest tariffing nations in the world. You know that. I know. Thank you for shaking your head, but it's brutal. It's brutal. They're very smart, and he's a very smart man and a great friend of mine, actually. And we had very good talks. I think it's going to work out very well between India and our country. Very, very well. And I want to say you have a great Prime Minister.
Mr. President, there's been a very serious earthquake in Burma, Myanmar today, with up to several hundred killed. The military regime there has asked for help from anybody.
Yeah, we're going to be helping. We've already alerted the people. Yeah, it's terrible what's happened. It's helping. We've already spoken with the country. Okay, please.
Mr. President, yesterday you asked Representative Stefanik to stay in her seat. Can you explain your reason for that? And did it have anything to do with the tight polling in the Florida district that former Representative Waltz held?
Well, I think we're doing, I think we had, as you know, we have a few elections going on. And she is phenomenal, number one. She is a friend of mine, and she was going to go to the United Nations. And I said, look, there's a lot of room for doing that or something else. But she's very popular in her district, and I didn't want to take a chance. I don't even know who else is running. I assume somebody else would have been running, but if she runs, she can't be, you never want to say can't be beaten, but I think can't be beaten. She's very, very well-liked and very smart. And I said, Lise, would you do me a favor? We cannot take a chance. We have a slim margin. We don't want to take any chances. We don't want to experiment. And she polls like I do. I won her district, as you know, by a lot of points. And she also does very well there. When it comes to Florida, you have 2 races, and they seem to be good. It's a Trump plus 32 area. The one thing is they're spending like $12 million, and our candidate doesn't have that kind of money, spending much less than that, like maybe 1/12, about $1 million, a little bit more than $1 million. So the airwaves are blanketed, and you never know what happens in a case like that. I won it by 32 points, and it's very, very strong. It used to be Democrat, but when I came along, they liked me for whatever reason. You'll have to explain that, but they liked me, and we're way up. But you don't know what happened. Second district, who seems to be in pretty good shape, but likewise, he's being outspent about 5-1. So we don't want to take any chances. So I went to Elise and I said, Elise, do you mind? Very highly rated person, you know, she was a real leader, and she will be again. I spoke with Mike Johnson. They're going to put her in a high leadership position. But will you mind staying in Congress? Because we don't want to take any chances. And it's as simple as that. It's basic politics. It's politics 101. She's very popular. She's going to win. And somebody else will probably win too, because we did very well there. I did very well there. But the word probably is no good. So I really appreciate her doing it. She's doing me a big favor when she does it, because she was all set to go to the United Nations, and she would have dealt with Putin and Zelensky and everybody else, and she would have been very effective. But we really don't want to take any chances, because it is tight.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. You and your team apprehended a top 3 leader in the violent gang MS-13 yesterday, just 30 minutes outside of Washington, D.C. What has made you and your team so effective in finding, locating, apprehending, and deporting these violent, illegal migrants?
I love this guy. I wish more people would ask questions like that. But thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate it. And they have been. All you're doing is being fair with you when you ask a question in that way. Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all of the rest of law enforcement. I think we have to include ICE and Border Patrol, you know, Paul of Border Patrol, the whole group from Border Patrol. They're so incredible, and it's, you know, dangerous stuff, hard stuff, and it's really an unforced error, because these people were allowed into this country. They shouldn't have been in this country. They would have never been in this country. We're getting rid of some of the worst criminals in the world. They came out of jails and mental institutions from all over the world. But Pam and the whole group, and Kash, who's here, and it's so good to have him. I see him all over. He's working 24 hours a day, but the job they've done is incredible. And they caught one of the worst criminals in the world, I guess, in terms of evilness. You don't get any worse than the MS-13 guys and the Tren de Aragua guys. It's you could flip a coin. It's a rough group. And, you know, the big thing is they have to be able to do their job. I know I was watching it on television like you, and I saw the home that he lived in a good area, but boy, they had a lot of weaponry in there, right? Highly sophisticated, really brutal stuff. So I appreciate the question, and I just want to thank Kash and Pam and the whole group for doing a fantastic, and the local law enforcement who's been so terrific, even first responders. So I want to thank everybody, and thank you very much.
Mr. President, I want to say, first of all, happy Women's Month. You
Thank
do
you.
so much for women by, first of all, keeping men out of women's sports, and you platform so many.
That was an easy one. That was crazy.
You platform so many great women, like your chief of staff, Susie Wiles. You
Right.
also have Caroline Levitt doing a great job as press secretary. Now Alina will be joining as well. Since Democrats seem to struggle answering this question, I wanted to ask you, what is a woman, and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And I watched the other day, a congressman, a Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And I say, I hope they keep that going because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But women are basically incredible people, do so much for our country, and we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women. Yeah.
What was your reason for pardoning Trevor Milton?
Highly recommended by many people that was taken advantage of. He did a business deal like in Utah, as I have it. And I think he was exonerated, and then they brought him into New York, where he had a rough road. I mean, he was exonerated. It was a big celebration. Again, I don't know him, but they say it was very unfair. And they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president. He supported Trump. He liked Trump. I didn't know him, but he liked him. It was in Utah, and they went after him. They went after his family. They went after his businesses. And he was, I believe, exonerated. And then they went after him again, and they brought him this time into Manhattan. And he had nothing to do with Manhattan. And they got him. And I said, that's unfair. There are many people like that. They support Trump, and they went after him. You don't realize this is a vicious group of people that were in this office before us. This is a vicious group. They're violent. What they were doing to people, and you could go story after hundreds and even thousands of stories. And they went after this man. And when I heard about it, I said, nope, not going to happen. They destroyed 5 years of his life. He fought for 5 years of his life, and he did nothing wrong. And he's a good person. And basically, I had these fantastic recommendations about him from people that you know very well, all top of the line people. They thought it was a horrible thing. There are many such cases, by the way, many such cases.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid
Please go
higher
ahead.
prices?
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you spoken with Vladimir Putin about buying weapons from Iran and from North Korea?
Not about specifically that. No, I haven't.
That seems to be an issue that you want to make important is.
Well, I'm making all issues important. You got a lot of important issues. You also have the children issue that's important. You know, so a lot of children are living in Russia right now. That's a horrible situation that would have never taken place if and the country is being decimated. But, you know, they're losing 2,500 on average young men, mostly men, almost in all cases men actually, but young men every single week, 2,500. And they're not from our country. They're from Ukraine and they're from Russia. But it's human lives. And if we can get it stopped, and I think we're making progress. But there's a lot of ill will between the parties.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices? And then just to
No,
follow
I don't
up-
think so. I think you're going to have a country that's going to boom. I just spoke to Tim Cook of Apple. He's investing $500 billion in the United States, which he would have never, he told me, I would never have done it if you lost the election, and I would have never done it if there wasn't a tariff system that is a incentive for people to come. And remember, there are no tariffs. All you have to do is do your work right here. If you have your company here, if you build your product, make your car or whatever it is you're making, no tariffs. And we're going to have, I think, Scott, I would say we're close to $4 trillion, even going close to $5 trillion. Now, we haven't had that for years. If you add up years, they haven't invested like that. And here we are in 2 months. We think we're up to close to $5 trillion of investment. They're going to build car plants. They're already building. Many of them have already started. And if you build a car in the United States, and one thing that I just spoke with John Thune about, I just spoke to Mike Johnson about, Speaker. We're going to do something that has never been done in this country before. I'm very proud to say it was my idea. And so sometimes a simple idea, they say, how'd you think of that one? It's so simple. It was never done. If you buy a car in the United States that's made in the United States, if it's manufactured here, when you borrow money, if you borrow money, you have interest payments. We're going to let you deduct the interest payment for income tax reasons. And I think that's going to more than pay for itself. I think people are going to be, they've never had a deduction. You know, deductions are supposed to be for like rich people, and it's unfair to have that. But rich people are I think I know more about deductions than any human being on earth. But, you know, the truth is that people that are middle income people that buy a car and actually have to borrow money, they're going to now get an interest deduction on their car if it's made in the United States. If it's made someplace else, that won't take place. But car companies, as you know, are already expanding and building new plants. They've already started. And I think you're going to see numbers. Howard, you're seeing it. And Scott, you're seeing it. You're going to see numbers, the likes of which you've never seen before. Yeah, please go ahead.
The vice president is in Greenland right now. Do you have plans to expand U.S. military presence in Greenland? Is that
We get along very well with Greenland. We get along very well with Denmark. We've always had a good. Denmark does a lot of business in the United States. We don't do so much there, but they do a lot of business in the United States. And I think they want to see. I think everybody wants to see that work out. We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security. And right now, you look at it, you have warships all over the place going through right along Greenland. We're not going to let that happen. We cannot let that happen. Or if it's going to happen, we have to be protective of our country. And more important, really protection, not only of our country, of the world. So Greenland is very important. In modern day weaponry makes Greenland 100 years ago, less so. But also,
Would you like to visit Greenland?
If you notice also some of those, you could call them roadways, okay? They're water roadways, but some of those areas are opening up, and they're opening up icebreakers out there. They're opening up, and by just nature, they're opening up, and they're headed right into China, right into Russia, and we have no choice. The answer is he's there with his wonderful wife, Usha. They're there right now. They landed a couple of hours. They will represent us well, but Greenland's very important for the peace of the world.
Iranian drones are attacking and killing Ukrainians every day. Why aren't you doing something about that?
Well, we're going to see what happens with that. I'm getting reports on that, and we're looking at a report. You're right. They make a lot of drones. Iran makes a lot of drones. They make very effective drones, too. They do very effectively at some things, but Iran is very high on my list of things to watch. And as you probably know, I sent them a letter just recently, and I said, you're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. And we're going to either have to talk and talk it out, or very bad things are going to happen to Iran. And I don't want that to happen. Big preference, and I don't say this through strength or weakness. My big preference is we work it out with Iran. But if we don't work it out, bad things are going to happen to Iran. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Guys, let's go. Come on, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Quickly,
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let's go, guys. Thank you.
Let's go.
Yes. Yes, again. You're taking everything out right now? Sure.
Good.
Work Congress did to combat sexual exploitation of children. When Congress first worked on this issue, it was hard to imagine artificial intelligence could be used to create fake but lifelike, non-consensual, intimate images of children. Worse still, it was hard to imagine anyone so vile who would actually do it. But today, this detestable people are extorting children with technology, creating these images, and uploading them online for the world to see. And it doesn't stop with deep fakes either. Criminals are masking themselves as friends or romantic partners to solicit intimate, authentic images of children and ransoming these images for a quick buck. Detestable, as I said. The pain these children experience is hard, and it breaks my heart, and I know it breaks your hearts too. We've got to do something about it. You ought to thank you for your work at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and for providing your expertise. We appreciate you so very much. Thanks for being here. Again, you're doing God's work. I'm looking forward to your testimony and why Congress must act immediately to stop this abhorrent practice. Congress must take a holistic approach to establish protections online, that's why I'm so proud to see many of our members working on different mechanisms to protect our children. I, for one, am eager to move the ball forward on the Kids Online Safety Act, and I know Representative Castor is as well. While this is not a legislative hearing, I'm hoping we can use this hearing to improve the legislation and enact a law that provides parents with the tools they need while also targeting illegal content from ever making its way to children's screens in the first place. Parents know their children the best, so we must adequately equip them with the tools they need to protect their families. Unfortunately, it is clear the existing tools do not work. I'm tired of hearing big tech insist that solutions are already in place when it is clear they are not working. And it's true, they're not working. No more excuses, folks. We have to fix this. We have to hold big tech accountable. The very companies that have positioned themselves as the gatekeepers of our children's online safety continue to let us down, as I said. Don and Claire, thank you for being here to share your experiences and your commitment to driving real change. This hearing should not be partisan. It is far too important of any issue to use a political, this is not a political circus, folks. We've got to save our kids. Whatever it takes, we must save our children. Many of us here today have introduced or are working on legislation to build protections from harms online. This is not a partisan issue, as I said before, and it impacts every one of our districts. And I know there are members here that will share stories, and I have one here. In 2022, McKenna Brown, a 16-year-old from the Tampa Bay area, tragically took her life after being victimized by cyberbullying through multiple social media apps and text messages. McKenna's parents knew none of this until it was too late. Since then, her mother, Cheryl, has been an advocate for change, urging lawmakers to give parents the tools necessary to keep the kids safe. I understand there are similarly situated parents here in the audience. Thank you so very much for coming. And I want to recognize your own stories, efforts, and commitment to protect children from online safety. So I do have other comments, but I don't want to run over. We are going to stick to the time. And I'm going to recognize now the ranking member from the great state of Illinois for her 5 minutes. Thank
We see the.
We do it actually on the floor. We do it on the floor.
Hey, everybody, at ease, please. Thank you all. Good to see everybody. Let's have a seat and have a briefing and learn exactly what you do here, Colonel. And I will say that the Colonel was kind enough to lend me her office for a few minutes so I can get my bearings, and I'm gonna embarrass you, Colonel. So it turns out that Colonel Myers here did the polar bear plunge and got a certificate that the temperature never reached above 41 degrees. And let it be known that this task of questionable sanity was accomplished despite near freezing temperatures, the threat of collapsing icebergs, and lusty seals.
That's right.
So I want to hear about these lusty seals in this briefing here.
Yeah, so every July we do a polar bear plunge where we actually jump into the ocean, go in a few feet, spend a couple seconds and come out. Some of us do it twice or 3 times. And then you could also do it at the waterfall and a few other places. And for it, you get a certificate for your stupidity.
So to get the certificate, how long do you have to stay in?
You just have to go in. You have to go all in.
You have to go all in.
All in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, You guys are tough up here.
It's awesome.
All right. Thank you, reporters. Get out of here so we can talk about this stuff.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we had in place what we needed to protect our children. And that's why I am absolutely furious right now that there has been this effort to fire the two members of the two members of the FTC who were doing a wonderful job, bipartisan, making sure that we are, and I'll go into more detail, protecting our children, which you seem so important. It is very important. But come on, we are now seeing the effort to fire these really important workers. You know, it makes me absolutely so angry that the President of the United States thinks it is his ability and his right to fire these people when in fact that is not true. It's against the law. These individuals, we have two here today that have done such great work, their term has not been over right now. So this was a decision, instead of justifying what is the rule according to the Supreme Court, these individuals should still be on the FTC commission. So I don't really understand why we would want to substitute others. I understand that the Republicans are still in place, and yet the Democrats, who worked so well, are now considered fired, but they really cannot be legally done. So I wanted to, what is this? Yeah. So Gus, I wanted to say to you, we have worked on so many issues together on privacy, some things on children. I agree with you on the urgency of doing these things. We have the people in place who can help to do it. But now we don't have that bipartisan effort, and it makes no sense, and it should be overturned. And then continue to make sure that we are protecting our children. What we are seeing right now too is that it's not only protecting our kids, but it is also, food prices. And that's certainly something that the president said, the food prices have to go down. Instead, they have gone up, and the food prices, the gouging that was taking place is actually something, once again, that the full complement of the Federal Trade Commission was looking at and doing something about. Also, okay, what's next? Gift to billionaires. So this is just one big gift to the billionaires, that were the ones that were at the front page at the when the president was sworn in. Those were the people he had there. And what we need is something, the advocates for the individuals. And I just want to say to the commissioners, Bedoya, and our witness right here, what's it? Commissioner Slaughter, who is here to talk about the work that they did. Behind her is her partner. So it seems to me that we had in place something that worked for consumers, that helped our children, made sure that there were funds for the health care that they needed, and now that the guarantee is gone. And so I just want to say that I'm very disappointed. We didn't hear a word from the Republicans about getting rid of the commissioners. Didn't hear anything from you, Gus. And well, how many minutes did you take?
Oh, I took about 38 seconds over.
No, that's
And I'm
not
giving-
true.
I'm giving you over a minute.
Okay, I yield back.
Okay, I'm going to recognize now the the chairman of the full committee for his 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks,
You're
Mr.
welcome. I recognize
Chair.
you.
Thanks for the recognition and really appreciate the witnesses being here today and all the family members here today. I wish I could say that we had in place everything we needed to keep our children safe online, and we weren't having this hearing today. And this hearing is about children. It's not about what's going on here in Washington, D.C. And it's about children. It's about the families in this audience who've lost children. It's about a phone call I had yesterday with the mother of Eli Heacock, who took his own life about 2 weeks ago because of something that was going on online. He was being scammed. He was, I didn't even know the term sextortation until I started talking with her. I knew what was going on, but I didn't know that term. And he was a twin brother. And because he was a preemie, he had a feeding tube, 16 years old, had a feeding tube. And his mother said to me that, well, at least he didn't have to deal with his feeding tube anymore when the medical examiner took it out. And so he was a kid that everybody loved, that she said, I couldn't believe people from 5 counties showed up to be at his funeral. I didn't know he touched that many lives. I mean, these are who we're here to talk about. This is what this hearing's about. And I will say to my friend, the ranking member, that we want this to be bipartisan. We want these bills to get a bipartisan vote. And if everything was in place and to be in place, we wouldn't be talking about COSA and children's online safety, which we're going to have a bill this year that's going to pass as soon as we can get everything we need together to do. We're going to do Take It Down Act, where that's why we're having this hearing today, to get this moving quickly. There was a bipartisan group of House members and senators who met with the First Lady, and we all saw the lady who was here during the State of the Union that was 15 years old and had fake nudes of her. Somebody took a picture of her, took her face and put it on a body, an unclothed body, and sent it out to her entire school. Could you imagine being a 14-year-old girl? It wasn't her body, but could you imagine being a 14-year-old girl and know that everybody in her school thinks that they saw her without her clothes on? How horrifying that is. There was a young lady from New Jersey, the same thing happened to her. Those are just a couple of cases. Those are a couple of cases, and they happen to people all the time. And so we're here for a very serious issue. And I really hope that I'll take my good friend, the ranking member, up on her request that we make this bipartisan, because it absolutely has to be bipartisan, because it touches everybody in everybody's district. And I know some of us on this have the phone calls like I had yesterday. And if it doesn't, I mean, I know it moves everybody. I know it moves everybody here. So what I want to say is that the Take It Down Act, which and COSA and all these other bills that protect our children for online safety are going to be a focus of this subcommittee, focus on this committee, and we'll get them across the House floor. I know Take It Down Act has already passed the Senate. So if we move this we have this hearing, move it and mark up and move it out of committee and goes to the floor, it goes right to the president for signature and becomes law. And as I said, I wish everything was in place, and we weren't here today, but we're here today because not everything is in place. And we have the witnesses that are here that are in the front lines. And I said, I've been to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and it is actually phenomenal what you do and what I remember walking out there going, I can't believe you see what you see every day, but you do it because you want to protect children. That's why you're there. And you have to see it because people are doing it. If people weren't doing it, you wouldn't see it. And so we have to have laws in place. That was the first bill that I ever had signed by a president. President Obama signed a reauthorization of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children when I was on Ed and Labor when I first got here. So I just want to hopefully use my time to say, I know we've all been touched by cases in our district. We all care. We all want it to be better. We wish we could 100% fix it, but we know it absolutely has to be better. And the predators always try to stay one step ahead of us. So we have to have these meetings, these hearings. We have to have these bills. We have to continuously and vigorously, as long as I'm chairman of this committee, we absolutely will vigorously look for ways so members of Congress or people don't have to, we don't want parents to see kids from all over the south central part of Kentucky showing up and say, I didn't realize that my child had touched so many lives. We want them to grow up so their parents can see how many lives they touch. And that's what this hearing's about. And I know hopefully this is what we focus on. We don't focus on a commission. There's issues for that and time for that. What we're here today is focusing on how do we protect children. And I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Well said. Thank you, and God bless you. That's why I'm here, is to protect our kids. And I'm so blessed to have a chair and a ranking member that cares so much about our children, to save our kids, whatever it takes. So with that, I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to set the record straight for the people that are here today. I know I'm not suggesting that the chairman of the full committee or the chairman of the subcommittee don't care, But let's not kid the people here to suggest that these bills are going to become law. The bottom line is we passed COSA and we passed COPPA out of this committee in the last session, and the House Republican leadership refused to bring these bills to the floor. And you know why? They're in the pocket of big tech, and the big tech does not care at all about kids. If you went to the inauguration, you may have noticed that standing or sitting behind President Trump were all the leaders, the CEOs of big tech. They tell the Republicans what to do. Now, sure, our guys here in the committee are well-intended, want to do things for the public, care about the kids, but it doesn't matter because the House Republican leadership, they're going to do whatever big tech wants. Big tech does not want these bills. Appreciate your being here today, but it's not going to happen. Not as long as big tech controls what goes on here, and they do. Now, for years, the members of this committee have worked together on a constructive, bipartisan basis to pass a broad array of consumer protection legislation. We've regularly delegated enforcement authority to the Federal Trade Commission, an agency that has consistently been America's strongest champion against the abuses of big tech. It's the FTC that enforces and prevents the abuses of big tech. But big tech's scammers, their exploitation of nation's children and adults, both on and offline, that's what we see every day, and it's getting worse. But I find it extraordinary that the Republican majority has called this hearing to discuss ways to increase online safety, particularly for our nation's children, while willfully ignoring the outrageous, unlawful, and unconstitutional attempt just last week by President Trump to fire 2 duly nominated and confirmed members of the FTC. My Republican colleagues must understand that President Trump's unlawful attempt to fire the FTC commissioners fundamentally undermines the FTC's ability to continue to protect American consumers. And yet, rather than taking this threat seriously and holding the Trump administration accountable, Republicans invited as a witness one of the contributors to Project 2025, which is the problem here. This is the playbook the administration is using to create an oligarchy that benefits billionaires at the expense of everyone else, including little kids. In creating the FTC, Congress gave the agency broad authority to protect consumers from unfair or deceptive acts or practices and unfair competition in interstate commerce. Congress recognized the FTC needed to be independent from political pressure and be structured to ensure a measure of consistency across administrations so that it could conduct its work in an even-handed manner. And Congress created an agency led by commissioners from both parties who cannot be removed by any president on a political whim, but only for, and I quote, inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance. And before now, only one president had attempted to fire an FTC commissioner without good cause, and the Supreme Court made it clear in the FTC Act that Congress expressly and properly limited the ability of the executive branch to do so. But last week, in attempting to illegally fire Commissioners Slaughter and Bedoya, President Trump did not claim that they engaged in inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance. To make such a claim would have been impossible because the commissioners have served with great distinction. So I just want to say, I guess it's obvious that I'm outraged by President Trump's illegal attempts to oust these 2 commissioners. It certainly seems that President Trump's biggest donors, including Elon Musk, bought not just a seat to the front row at the president's inauguration, but also an agreement that companies will not face accountability for their misdeeds. And unfortunately, committee Republicans are likely to ignore this flagrant corruption and violation of the law. So look, I just want to say, I know that we have today with us one of the commissioners, Commissioner Slaughter. I still call her the commissioner, and behind him is sitting Commissioner Bedoya. And I call them the commissioners because they were not fired. They are still the commissioners. And I'm hopeful at some point they're going to take this to court and the courts will overturn it, as the courts have with almost everything that President Trump has done. And the question really is when that happens, is the president going to abide by the courts? Or is he going to say that I don't care about the courts because I don't care about the rule of law and I don't care about democracy? So we'll see at one point, hopefully the members on the other side of the aisle, stand up and, defend the rule of law. But so far I don't see it, unfortunately. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now I'm going to recognize the witnesses here today, or at least introduce them. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the sacrifice you're making, and thank you for doing what you know best, protecting our kids, and that's why we're here today. First is Ms. Yota Suras, Chief Legal Officer, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thanks for being here, ma'am. Appreciate it so much. Ms. Rebecca Kelly Slaughter, former Commissioner, Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your appearance today. Ms. Dawn Hodgkins, Senior Advisor, National Center on Sexual Exploitation. Thank you again for being here today. Thanks for your bravery. And Ms. Clara Morrow, Fellow Ethics and Public Policy Center. Thank you again for being here. So what I'm going to do now is I'll recognize our first witness, Ms. Soros. You're recognized, ma'am, for your 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
technical issue. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Bilirakis, Ranking Member Schakowsky, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Yota Suris, and I'm the Chief Legal Officer for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or NCMEC. For over 40 years, NCMEC has operated as a nonprofit organization to help find missing children, reduce child sexual exploitation, and prevent child victimization. I'm honored to be here today to share NCMEC's perspective on the escalating threats to child safety online. Congress has designated NCMEC to operate 16 programs relating to our mission. In many cases, we are the first call a parent or law enforcement makes when a child goes missing or has been exploited. As a clearinghouse, we support law enforcement in identifying, locating, and recovering child victims. We provide child safety education to schools and communities, and we support victims and families experiencing the trauma of a missing or exploited child. Over the past 27 years, we have handled hundreds of millions of reports relating to child pornography, or as it's more appropriately referred to, child sexual abuse material, or CSAM. Based on our work, we know that dangers to children online are expanding in severity, complexity, and scope. Today, we are witnessing new threats to children online, including the use of generative artificial intelligence to exploit children and increases in children being victimized through online enticement and financial sextortion. We need bipartisan, bicameral congressional action to address these new threats. We must provide more remedies to child victims, new tools for law enforcement, and enforceable regulations that incentivize online platforms to better detect, report, and remove child sexual exploitation. While the threats are formidable, Congress has a real opportunity this term to confront the realities of child sexual exploitation and move legislation to protect children. NCMEC supports many of the legislative initiatives pending this term, including the following. The Take It Down Act has broad bipartisan support and will meaningfully impact child safety. NCMEC is encouraged by today's hearing and urges the committee to pass this bill. Law enforcement has informed NCMEC that cyber tip-line reports containing nude or sexually exploitative images of a child often cannot be pursued because they do not constitute CSAM. This prevents law enforcement from intervening at the earliest indication that a child is being exploited, which is especially critical when a child is being enticed or sextorted. This legal gap leaves children at risk. Take It Down closes this gap by criminalizing the knowing publication of these images, whether real or created by Nudify apps or AI technology. For child survivors, a primary goal is to ensure their images are taken down and not accessible online. The Take It Down Act will achieve this by establishing a notice and removal requirement for online platforms. Another important tool to safeguard children online is age gating, enforced by robust age assurance measures. NCMEC is aware of debates regarding whether online platforms or device and app store providers should be responsible. NCMEC believes that the best approach is an all-of-the-above strategy. We support solutions that enforce shared responsibility between online platforms and device and app store providers while ensuring parents have necessary tools to help protect their children. Online platforms, device and app store providers, and parents cannot on their own effectively protect children. Each must be involved to ensure children have safe online experiences. NCMEC also strongly supports the right of a child victim to have their day in court and bring a civil lawsuit against all parties, including online platforms that host or facilitate their abuse. Currently, a child victimized by the endless recirculation of CSAM in which they are depicted has no civil recourse against an online platform. NCMEC recognizes the nuance required to legislate this private right of action. We remain available to assist the committee in crafting a remedy for as many children as possible that also can garner sufficient support to pass Congress. Finally, we must update the cyber tip-line reporting process. Under current law, there are no requirements for what information an online platform must include in cyber tip-line reports. This too often leads to companies submitting incomplete reports that law enforcement cannot investigate. Too many reports are submitted without basic information, including the identity and location of the victim and offender, and in some cases, even the actual content being reported. Platforms must be required to report specific information to the cyber tip line and to produce annual transparency reports. In closing, thank you again for the opportunity to appear before this subcommittee. NCMEC encourages Congress to pass the Take It Down Act and move legislation that holds online platforms accountable, ensures technology does not overtake child protection laws, and requires the online community to share responsibility. Like you, NCMEC believes that every child deserves a safe childhood. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
I thank you for your testimony, and we're going to pass that Taken Down Act, believe me. Next, we have Ms. Slaughter. You're recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Guthrie and Bilirakis, ranking members Pallone and Schakowsky, and members of the subcommittee, good morning. I am Rebecca Kelly Slaughter. I am a mother of 4, and I have been honored to serve as FTC Commissioner for nearly 7 years. In fact, it was exactly 7 years ago on this date that President Trump first announced my nomination. Thank you for inviting me to testify about the FTC's vital consumer protection work involving online harms, and to explain how that work is undermined by President's attempt to fire me and Commissioner Bedoya in direct violation of the FTC Act and binding Supreme Court precedent. Congress created the FTC to protect Americans from unfair methods of competition and unfair and deceptive business practices. Congress structured the FTC as a bipartisan 5-member board whose members may be removed only for cause. The FTC's structure emphasizes accountability to you, the people's representatives, and it shields the FTC from undue influence or political interference so that we can protect American children, consumers, workers, and honest businesses without fear or favor. In my time at the FTC, I have given my all to our vital mission, seeking to build bipartisan consensus around issues such as children's privacy, the right to repair, and affordable medicine. Commissioner Bedoya has worked just as hard. Yet last week, we became the first FTC commissioners any president has purported to fire since FDR unlawfully removed Commissioner Humphrey in 1933. The Supreme Court unanimously rejected that move, and its decision has served as the foundation of independence not only at the FTC, but also at many other multi-member agencies such as the Federal Reserve. So why did the president try to fire us last week? I can only assume that the president or his advisors are afraid of our voices. My colleague, Chairman Ferguson, a Republican, is running the FTC and has his key staff in place. As a minority commissioner, my vote may not change the outcome of any particular matter, but I can provide accountability before Congress and the public. Removing me and Commissioner Bedoya means that we will all remain in the dark if the FTC veers off course, or if the president orders Chairman Ferguson to treat the most powerful companies in the world, like the big tech firms whose CEOs flanked the president at his inauguration, with kid gloves. The illegal firings also sent a clear message to the FTC's majority commissioners. You now work under the shadow of arbitrary removal by the president. Today's oligarchs have surely noticed that it is not the independent experts at the FTC or the courts who will decide their fate, but the president himself. And I fear what corporate lawbreakers will get away with. Commissioner Bedoya and I will be challenging our illegal removals. We are working to vindicate the law Congress passed because we care deeply about the honesty and the integrity of the FTC's work and how it affects the American people. I need to take a moment to address the FTC staff directly. Thank you. I see you. I see your hard work. Keep it up. I deeply appreciate it. Take care of each other and do every day what you do best, the right thing in the right way for the right reasons. We'll see you soon. Turning specifically to the world of online harms, the FTC has done extraordinary work, much of it on a bipartisan basis, especially to combat harms to children. But I worry about the future of that work. In my written testimony, I describe 4 recent actions that may now be imperiled, including protecting kids from AI chatbots, updating children's privacy rules, ending video games' unfair practice of hooking kids on loot boxes, and studying social media services privacy practices. I have the same concern about the entirety of the FTC's work. There is one other matter that I worry about most immediately that I know is of concern to this committee. The FTC staff are currently alleging that the 3 big pharmacy middlemen, the PBMs, illegally inflated the price of insulin. That case is pending before the Commission's administrative court. Aside from myself and Commissioner Bedoya, no other sitting commissioner can participate in that case. I honestly don't know what will happen next. On these pressing issues and others, the presence of minority commissioners at the FTC lets us provide transparency into our work, which is essential for accountability. As Chairman Ferguson said recently, it's helpful for markets, for courts, for litigants, for government transparency to have people in the other party pointing out abuses and dissents. Whether it is a Republican or a Democrat in the White House, we will all be worse off without those voices. Since President Trump first appointed me to the FTC, I have fostered collaborative dialogue and compromise with each of my Republican colleagues. Commissioner Bedoya and I each swore an oath to serve the American people and the Constitution, and we will stand by these oaths. I believe the courts will vindicate our rights to do our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter. Next, I'll call Ms. Hodgins for her, you're recognized for your 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you,
again for
Chairman
being here.
Guthrie and Bilirakis. Thank you, Ranking Members Pallone and Mrs. Schakowsky. I'm grateful to be here among you. I'm Dawn Hawkins with the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, a nonpartisan nonprofit with the Law Center prosecuting landmark cases against tech giants. I've spent 16 years fighting for human dignity, and as a mother of 5, like millions of parents, this fight is deeply personal. Tech companies built empires on our kids' backs. They've grown more profitable and less accountable.
Please, at ease, have a seat. Were we talking for a long time? At ease, have a seat. Were we talking for a long time? I heard you guys love speeches, so I've got about 90 minutes of prepared remarks here. I want to thank you all for being here. USA! 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 So I want to thank our guardians, our airmen, and everyone else for the warm reception in a very, very cold place. I think it's probably the coldest place I've ever been, but you guys managed to do a great job despite the weather. I want to bring a message for President Trump. He's grateful for your service, grateful for what you do up here, and just wanted me to tell you that he's proud of you and he thinks about you. And of course, the same is true for everybody that's flanking me up here. We're thrilled to be here because the mission that you guys do is so important for the United States. It's important for our national security. And today, everybody that I met to a person was professional, was kind, was knowledgeable, and was dedicated to our country. You're a great credit to the United States of America, even though you are very, very far from home. I met some Texans and some Floridians today, and I thought to myself, man, you guys have really signed up for tough duty here in Greenland, but it's a beautiful place. It's a striking place, a very harsh place. The Colonel showed me around, but a very beautiful place. Even in right now, I guess we're still, at least here in Greenland, in the heart of what is winter, because winter, I guess, lasts about 9 months here in Greenland. So I want to thank our reporters for following us around today and covering what we're doing. We'll take some questions from the reporters, but before we did that, I wanted to give some of my special guests an opportunity to say a few words. So we, of course, are thrilled to be joined by Juliet, our National Security Advisor's wife, and by my wife, our Second Lady, Usha. And flanking me here on my left is Chris Ryder, Secretary of Energy, Mike Waltz, our National Security Advisor, and my dear friend, Senator Mike Lee from the great state of Utah, who I joked earlier, I told Mike I'd give him a ride to Utah, and we ended up in Greenland. But I want to, because each of them care about this territory and care about the mission of the American military here in Greenland, for various reasons, touching each of the areas that they focus on, I thought it would be worth hearing from each of them for a little while. So, Chris, if you would say a few words about the importance of energy. Thanks, Chris. Here we are.
I will. Let me echo the Vice President's comments to thank you for your service to our country, wherever it is, whatever it takes. And I think we see right here in this beautiful air base in the high Arctic what energy can do. We can make a tough high Arctic environment a beautiful place to live, a comfortable place to live, all sorts of scientific instrumentation, military mission to monitor what's going on in the world. None of this was possible not long ago. President Trump was elected to re-energize America, to take the beauty that you've seen up here and make that a thing of pride and ambition again. Not shaming of energy, not trying to stop its growth and its prosperity, but to re-energize it. So energy makes the world a beautiful place to live. It makes us comfortable and have long, opportunity-rich lives. I'm thrilled and proud to be part of this administration with President Trump and Vice President Vance. Thank you all for your service. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Chris.
I guess when we flew in, it did look a little bit like Utah. Only there are substantial portions of this land that are always covered in ice, and it doesn't change. I really enjoyed talking to a number of you a little while ago as you were telling me that when you're deployed here for a year without your family, without your spouse, without your children. That is emblematic of so many of the sacrifices that so many of our armed services personnel make. And my conversations with our airmen and guardians this afternoon reminded me of the fact that the American people are indeed in good hands. They're in your hands. What you do here makes us safer. And when we're going about our business, our day-to-day lives at home, we don't have to worry about the things that you worry about because you're doing it for us. Thank you so much for that. And I look forward to learning more about what you do here and about the future of the United States and its interaction with this amazing land in this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I just wanted to take a minute and thank you all to the airmen and women, to the guardians who are keeping us safe day in and day out. You are continuing a tradition of the U.S. military's presence in Greenland since World War II, 1951 Defense Treaty. And President Trump is absolutely serious with the Vice President and with his team about the Arctic and the security that the Arctic brings and that you bring to the Western Hemisphere. This is about shipping lanes. This is about energy. This is about fisheries. And of course, it's about your mission, which is keeping us safe and monitoring space, monitoring our adversaries, and making sure the American people can sleep safely in their homes day in and day out. So thank you for roughing it. Thank you for being without your families. I bet every one of you are going to pick somewhere in, I don't know, Florida or the Bahamas or something for your next duty station, I would think. But this is also, I mean, what an incredible adventure. I have yet to meet a veteran. My wife is a veteran. I am as well. And of course, the Vice President. I have yet to meet a veteran that says, wow, I regret my time in service. Instead, they cherish it the rest of their lives. So, appreciate this moment and this adventure that it is. And the American people, thank you. President Trump thanks you. And I know the Vice President and the Second Lady thanks you as well. And it's just really an honor to be with you today. Thanks so much.
So thank you, Mike. And let me say just a couple of other things, and then we'll take some questions from the reporters. So number one, I think a lot of Americans wonder, why does Greenland matter so much? Why does the mission of this base matter so much to the American people? And I learned a lot about that today myself. Of course, you can read about it in a book, but I saw it up close and personal. And if, God forbid, to my fellow Americans, if a missile was fired from an enemy country or an enemy submarine into the United States, it is the people here before us who would give notice to our brave men and women further south in the United States to let people know what was coming and, God willing, to try to shoot it down and prepare for it. That's one of the things that we do at installations like this. We know that Russia and China and other nations are taking an extraordinary interest in Arctic passageways and Arctic naval routes, and indeed in the minerals of the Arctic territories. We need to ensure that America is leading in the Arctic, because we know that if America doesn't, other nations will fill the gap where we fall behind. So what you guys do is so critically important. I think a lot of Americans, certainly I, didn't realize it fully until President Trump started talking about the importance of our Arctic mission, about building upon it and ensuring that America can lead in the Arctic for the next generation. And now I want to talk about, of course, the interaction and what Denmark, I think, has done, and sometimes in partnership with us, but let's be honest, what Denmark over the last 20 years has failed to do in some cases, because we know that unfortunately, this place, this base, the surrounding area is less secure than it was 30, 40 years ago, because some of our allies haven't kept up. As China and Russia have taken greater and greater interest in Greenland, in this base, in the activities of the brave Americans right here, we know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. They haven't kept pace with military spending, and Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe from a lot of very aggressive incursions from Russia, from China, and from other nations. Now, President Trump, as he says all the time, and as a lot of people recognize, is a president of peace. We want to have good relationships with everybody. That includes, even to the extent possible, the Chinese and the Russians. But part of having good relations is showing your strength when you have to. And unfortunately, the story of Greenland over the past 20 years when it comes to security is that we've underinvested in the infrastructure, we've underinvested in the security architecture, and we've underinvested in the brave men and women who are doing a very hard job, as Mike said, to keep all of us safe. That has to change. Now, when I pointed out a couple of weeks ago that in some ways, with all due respect to our Danish allies, they had not kept pace, there was a lot of criticism from Denmark, a lot of attacks at the Trump administration, at the president, at me, and others in our administration for saying the obvious, which is that Denmark hasn't done a good job at keeping Greenland safe. And one of the things I heard was, well, what about the many Danes who lost their lives in the war on terror fighting alongside the United States? Well, look, we obviously honor the sacrifice of our Danish friends in the war on terror 20 years ago, just as, for example, the French honor the sacrifice of Americans in Normandy 80 years ago. But recognizing that there are important security partnerships in the past does not mean that we can't have disagreements with allies in the present about how to preserve our shared security for the future. And that's what this is about. There is no amount of bullying, no amount of obfuscating, no amount of confusing the issue. Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland. You have underinvested in the people of Greenland, and you have underinvested in the security architecture of this incredible, beautiful landmass filled with incredible people. That has to change. And because it hasn't changed, this is why President Trump's policy in Greenland is what it is. It's consistent with the first Trump administration, where you saw significant investments in Arctic security, and it will continue over the next 4 years under President Trump's leadership. And let me finally, before I kick it over to the media, make one comment about the people of Greenland. The colonel here, the base commander, who came here first as a second lieutenant, and I guess, Colonel, this is your second duty station here, and we're proud of you and proud of all of you guys who are serving and helping keep us safe. I heard a lot about the respect that our American troops show for the local Greenlandic population, the way that we make and create shelter for hunters and dog sledders, the way that we found ways to turn over traditional tribal land to some of the local populations in order to ensure that they're able to live in accordance with their values. We respect, as the president said in his State of the Union address, we respect the self-determination of Greenlanders. We believe in the self-determination of the population of the people of Greenland. And our argument is very simple. It is not with the people of Greenland, who I think are incredible and have an incredible opportunity here. Our argument really is with the leadership of Denmark, which is underinvested in Greenland and underinvested in its security architecture. That simply must change. It is the policy of the United States that will change. And I'm proud to be able to stand here with so many brave Americans to better understand the security mission and better understand what you guys do each and every day. For that, I'm grateful for your service. I'm even more grateful. I love you guys. I'm proud of you guys. And President Trump stands behind you and will for the remainder of his administration. Thank you all. God bless you. All right, now we'll take a few questions. Both of you guys have your hands up. Whoever can go first. Red scarf, go first.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Do you have any plans, are there plans to expand the U.S.'s military presence in Greenland beyond this base?
Well, are there immediate plans to expand our military presence? No, but are there general objectives that we want to accomplish that will certainly require us investing more resources, investing in additional military, icebreakers, investing in additional naval ships that will have a greater presence in Greenland? Absolutely. And we know that's necessary because we know, as Mike talked about, and certainly I talked about, there has been an expansion of the security footprint and the security interest of Russia and China. They're doing what they believe is in their interest. The United States must do what I know is in our interest, which is to make sure that Greenland is safe. If Greenland doesn't have self-determination, if the people of Greenland have their future controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, it's not going to make their lives better off. And most importantly, it's going to make American and world national security, world security, much, much weaker. We can't, we in some ways need to wake up. We need to wake up from a failed 40-year consensus that said that we could ignore the encroachment of powerful countries as they expand their ambitions. We can't just bury our head in the sand, or in Greenland, bury our head in the snow and pretend that the Chinese are not interested in this very large landmass. We know that they are. They've taken steps to put Greenland in ridiculous debt traps to invest and exploit the resources here. And we know that they're sending a lot of military resources here. Yes, over the medium term, the United States will meet that challenge. We will put our own resources here. We already have a lot of great resources here, but we know we're going to have to do more to counter some of our some of the nations that we know that we're competitive with. Sure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. And the president said today that we have to have Greenland. By being here today, are you also conveying that message that the U.S. is very serious in its desire to acquire Greenland?
Well, the president said we have to have Greenland, and I think that we do have to be more serious about the security of Greenland. We can't just ignore this place. We can't just ignore the president's desires, but most importantly, we can't ignore what I said earlier, which is the Russian and Chinese encroachment in Greenland. We have to do more. And what the president said in his State of the Union address, and he was very clear about this, is we respect the self-determination of the people of Greenland. But my argument again to them is I think that you'd be a lot better coming under the United States security umbrella than you have been under Denmark's security umbrella. Because what Denmark's security umbrella has meant is effectively they've passed it all off to brave Americans and hope that we would pick up the tab. We're simply saying to the people of Greenland, when the president says we've got to have Greenland, he's saying this island is not safe. A lot of people are interested in it. A lot of people are making a play. We know that America cares about the security of this island for the people, for the sake of the people of Greenland, but also for the sake of the national security interests of the United States of America. So our message is very simple. Yes, the people of Greenland are going to have self-determination. We hope that they choose to partner with the United States because we're the only nation on earth that will respect their sovereignty and respect their security, because their security is very much our security, as these brave Americans showed.
John Parkinson with ABC News. Thanks for bringing us along on this historic trip. I wanted to ask you about last week's news with the Atlantic. We've had a couple questions on Greenland. I feel like you've answered that. I did want to ask, did you express your concerns to the president that you were opposed to the Houthi strike? And also, what did you mean when you asked, or when you said in that thread that the president wasn't aware that his directions for Yemen were inconsistent with his message on Europe?
Well, I didn't quite say that. I think that's a slight misunderstanding of what I said. But we've talked, of course, in the American media about Signalgate, as I called it, for the past week. And here's what I told the president and the entire national security team is that, yes, it is in the interest of the United States of America to preserve navigation. Yes, it is in the interest of the United States to kill terrorists who are preventing navigation in the Red Sea. But we got to make sure that we do it right. We have to be careful. We have to make sure the timing is right. And of course, what that leak revealed, I think, is a private communication between the president's senior advisors about how best to prepare the American people for what we all thought we had to do, about the right timing of when we should do something, and of course, surfacing the strategic questions that we needed to decide and brief the president on so that he could ultimately make the decision about what we would do. What I saw in that signal chat, and of course what I've seen in the president's senior national security team, is that sometimes we all agree and sometimes we all disagree, but it's important that we all have an honest conversation amongst ourselves and with the President of the United States about what we think is the best interest of the national security of the United States of America. I support the President's decision to strike the Houthis. I always supported the President's decision to strike the Houthis, and I support the national security team having the argument about how best to serve the American people. Go ahead.
In your security briefing today, did you see specific threats coming from China and Russia, things that you did not know about before? Are we talking battleships, icebreakers, any type of military equipment, or is it economic?
Well, I don't want to get too specific, but yes, we know that the Chinese are very, very interested in this island. We've seen some of the economic pressures that they've tried to place on Greenland. We know that they're increasingly engaging in military training and military interest. Certainly, they've started to describe themselves as a near Arctic power. And I think part of that is justifying taking a further interest in Greenland and some of the surrounding territories. So we've seen very strong evidence that both the Chinese and the Russians are interested in Greenland. And why would they be interested in Greenland? It's a beautiful place. It has incredible people. It has its geographic placement makes it very important for the national security of the United States, but for world security. What we have to recognize is that if the Chinese and the Russians are going to pursue their national interests, we need a president who's going to pursue the American national interest, and that means ensuring that Greenland is safe.
When can we expect an update on the internal investigation into that signal chat leak? Has that investigation concluded, and what are the findings?
I think we'll get an update soon. Look, we take it very seriously. We all accept that a journalist should not have been invited into the chat, and members of the administration, including my dear friend Mike, have taken responsibility for it. But I find the American media's obsession with this issue very, very interesting, because I happen to remember about 4 years ago when American military leadership made a catastrophic error that got 13 innocent Americans killed in Afghanistan and had about $80 billion of military equipment turned over to one of the worst terrorist organizations in the world. And for years, the American media ran cover for a Biden administration that refused to fire any generals or even launch an internal investigation that was meaningful and substantive about what happened. And now the same American media that covered for the Biden administration after the untimely death and the unnecessary death of 13 brave Americans is really, really interested in forcing the president of the United States to fire someone because of a signal chat, That is not honest behavior from the American media. And if you think you're going to force the president of the United States to fire anybody, you've got another thing coming. President Trump has said it on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'm the vice president saying it here on Friday. We are standing behind our entire national security team.
Can I just ask you about
Yeah, go ahead.
the tariffs? There's been some retaliation, some signals at least in the media that Canada's going to respond. Some of these others are going to respond to the president's tariffs. What's your message for Americans that are going to see cost increase on auto manufacturing, new cars, that kind of thing? Is it Buy America, or what's the message going forward there?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, for the Canadians, and we have many dear friends in Canada, and of course we love the Canadian people, but the Canadian leadership threatening retaliatory tariffs against the United States, as President Trump often says, they just don't have the cards. There is no way that Canada can win a trade war with the United States. What President Trump has said is that he wants to level the playing field. For decades, Canadian leadership has forced American farmers and American manufacturers to play by an unfair set of rules. All President Trump has said is that we're done playing by an unfair set of rules. If you're going to do something to our industries, then we're going to do something back to your industries. That's how you protect American manufacturing, and that's how you protect American jobs. Now, what I'd say to the American people is look, the president ran on this, and he said very clearly that we're done being the piggy bank of the entire world. For 40 years, in the same way that our European friends, I think, have neglected international security, for 40 years, a lot of our friends all over the world have used America as a piggy bank. They have used us to absorb all of their excess economic production. What does that mean for Americans? For Americans, that's meant manufacturing jobs declining. That's meant middle-class wages going down. That's meant whole towns that have been hollowed out by empty factories. And that means an America that is less safe because our manufacturing isn't as powerful now as it was 30 years ago. I've got all these brave Americans in front of me and a few behind me too. We want to send, if God forbid we have to send Americans to war, we want them to have weapons, the best weapons in the world that are manufactured in America and not in China. The way you do that is to rebuild the American manufacturing sector. The days of America being the piggy bank of the world, the days of closed factories, the days of people not being able to get a middle-class job in this country, they're over. And yes, that means we're going to have to fight back even against some of our friends and their unfair economic practices. But the long-term consequence of this is going to be higher wages, more manufacturing, and more economic security for the American people. Take a couple more questions.
On Russia, has the U.S. agreed to those conditions that the Kremlin said were needed for that truce in the Black Sea? It included lifting sanctions imposed on Russian banks. Trump said this week that you were still looking at it.
Well, there are a couple of different statements that are floating around out there, and some of them I think are mistranslations, and some of them are not totally clear what is even being asked for. But the president has said, and he's right, that I think we feel very good about where things are. We trust but verify. We make sure that what we're seeing from one party is met by the other party and vice versa. But I think that we've made an incredible amount of progress. We have to remember that this war started under Joe Biden's administration. It has led to an unbelievable amount of death and destruction. And for the first time in almost 4 years, thanks to President Trump's leadership, we have an opportunity to really achieve a peaceful settlement. The president's going to fight every single day to make sure that happens. And of course, we'll keep you guys updated as we continue to make progress. I do think if you look at what we've talked about, we've obviously got this energy infrastructure ceasefire. We've got a Black Sea commercial ceasefire that I think is almost done. And once we get there, we'll work on the next stage of the ceasefire. Yeah.
The president has previously not ruled out military force when he's talking about taking over Greenland. But your rhetoric today is more about encouraging the Greenlandic people to vote for independence. Do you think the rhetoric has changed about that, or what's your message there?
No, I don't think it's changed at all. Look, the president said clearly he doesn't think that military force is going to be necessary, but he absolutely believes that Greenland is an important part of the security, not just of the United States, but of the world, and of course, the people of Greenland too. It's very simple. I think the president's been very consistent here from his State of the Union, from his inaugural address, and every public statement that he's made. This territory, Greenland, really matters for the security of the United States. It's extremely vulnerable right now. And if the people of Greenland were willing to partner with the United States, and I think that they ultimately will partner with the United States, we could make them much more secure. We could do a lot more protection. And I think they'd fare a lot better economically as well. This has to happen. And the reason it has to happen, I hate to say it, is because our friends in Denmark have not done their job in keeping this area safe. They just haven't done it. It's very simple. For all of our friends in the American media who attack the administration for pointing out the obvious, what is the alternative? To give up the North Atlantic, to give up the Arctic to China, to Russia, and to other regimes that don't have the best interest of the American people at heart? We have no other option. We need to take a significant position in Greenland to keep the people here safe, but to keep our own country safe too. We'll just do one or two more. Yeah.
Trump said this week the U.S. would go as far as we have to go to acquire Greenland. In that same vein, that question, are there plans that have been drafted to use military force to take over Greenland?
Well, what the president has said, is that we need to have more of a position in Greenland. We need it, again, for the safety of the American people. And what we think is going to happen is that the Greenlanders are going to choose through self-determination to become independent of Denmark. And then we're going to have conversations with the people of Greenland from there. So I think that talking about anything too far in the future is way too premature. We do not think that military force is ever going to be necessary. We think this makes sense. And because we think the people of Greenland are rational and good, we think we're going to be able to cut a deal, Donald Trump style, to ensure the security of this territory, but also the United States of America. I'll do one more question.
And you spoke about economic interests, how the U.S. could develop Greenland more economically. Could you speak a little bit more about that? I know Secretary Wright is here. Have you guys spoken about energy? Senator Lee is here as well. Just wondering what those discussions have been.
No, my point actually is that other countries have explicitly gone after Greenland, and I think with a mind towards economic exploitation. Sometimes asking Greenland to get itself into terrible economic debt traps that would make the people of Greenland not self-determined and sovereign, but to mortgage their future to hostile foreign countries that don't have their best interests at heart. That is not what the United States of America wants to do. What we want to do is to protect the security of this territory because it matters for us and it matters for the people who live here. All right, guys, thank you all. And let me just say one more final word to the Guardians, the Airmen, the other service members gathered here. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, it is incredible to be a vice president who has served just as our NSA, Mike Waltz has served, to know the sacrifice that comes along with it, and to see that there are still incredible young Americans willing to put on the uniform and serve this country. You make America a better place, and you make an honor to serve as your vice president. God bless you guys. Thanks for having me.
Congress has held 23 hearings but has passed nothing to prevent harm. This can be the Congress that finally says our kids deserve better. It's been nearly 30 years since Congress passed laws to protect kids online. The Communications Decency Act, meant to help platforms remove sexually explicit content, has been distorted into near total immunity, even for platforms that profit from child sexual abuse material. COPPA, meant to shield kids under 13 from greedy advertisers, has become a loophole. At 13, companies stop protecting youth right when risks skyrocket. And now Congress is considering a 2.0 version that still locks parents out of supporting the age group most targeted by predators, young teens. That's how we got here, an internet policy built for profit, not protection. We must change the legal and economic incentives so another generation of children are not sacrificed. I want our youth to thrive online, but right now, this digital world is a danger zone, and it's not by accident, it's by design. If I, who live and breathe this work, can't protect my kids from the loopholes, how can other parents? And yet big tech tells us just monitor better, educate more, keep your kids offline. But how dare they? Parents aren't failing, the system is failing us. When Apple's parental controls take 20 steps to set up, when Roblox says strangers can't contact your child, but predators still reach them. When SnapMap shares kids' real-time location and YouTube Kids serves sexualized or violent content through autoplay. Parents aren't just left in the dark, we're handed broken flashlights and told to find our way. Meanwhile, companies hide behind half-baked tools and PR campaigns, but it's an illusion. In the Massachusetts TikTok case, internal documents show that their reset button, designed to help teens escape harmful algorithms promoting suicide, eating disorders, and pornography, was deliberately hard to use and reset after just 200 videos. That's only 10 minutes of scrolling. Let me tell you what's really happening. Oh, a teen boy is sextorted after one image. Within hours, he spirals into despair and he takes his own life. We've heard about Eli, but there are 41 others that I know about. His parents will never hear their parents will never hear their laugh again because a predator reached them through the screen and Instagram did nothing about it. In another case, a girl rejects a boy at school and he retaliates by creating AI-generated CSAM that look just like her. And he uploads it to pornography websites, and she's still fighting to get them taken down. But apps that enable that kind of abuse are in the app stores rated safe for 4-year-olds. Another boy is targeted on Snapchat, tricked into creating CSAM. His abuse is uploaded to Twitter, viewed 160,000 times. Even after submitting proof that he was just a young teenage boy, Twitter refused to take it down. And when sued, Twitter, now X, argued that profiting from this abuse alongside sex traffickers is protected under CDA 230. Our lawyers are litigating this case right now. These stories are horrific, but not rare. Apple and Google allow children, the front door to all of this is the app stores. Apple and Google allow children to silently sign contracts that give apps access to their camera, contracts, and location, yet their entire parental control system is based on age ratings. They label nudifying tools, chat roulette apps, and strip club simulators as safe for 9-year-olds. We have to act. Congress has the tools and we have bipartisan solutions. Like car safety, online protection requires layers, seatbelts, airbags, and speed limits. 5 steps. We need to reform CDA 230 so platforms can't hide behind immunity. 2, pass the App Store Accountability Act to empower parents before harm occurs with real ratings and verified parental consent. 3, enact the Kids Online Safety Act to require platforms to design with well-being, not addiction in mind. 4, advance the Take It Down, Protect, No Fakes, and Defiance Act. And 5, don't cement the myth that teens become digital adults at age 13, as the current COPPA 2.0 would do. Predators are thriving and children are dying. It should never again be easier to groom a child than to protect one. Please don't wait. Thank you.
I want to thank you for that powerful testimony. We appreciate it so very much, and we hear you. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Morrell. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Guthrie, Chairman Bilirakis, Ranking Member Pallone, Ranking Member Schakowsky, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Claire Morrell, and I'm a fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, where I direct our Technology and Human Flourishing project. Over the last several years, I have put out reports and model legislation for protecting kids online, now implemented in many states. I'm also the mom of 3 and author of the forthcoming book, The Tech Exit, a practical guide to freeing kids and teens from smartphones, which will be published this June. I'm here today because parents critically need better laws to back them up. If you take one thing away from my testimony today, let it be this: America's families need immediate action from Congress. Tech companies want us to believe no more legislation is necessary. They have worked to convince us that if parents just enable time limits and parental controls, children will be safe. But leaving it up to parents is failing America's children. Time limits do nothing to address the underlying addictive design of these technologies. Their products hijack human brain vulnerabilities, especially of developing brains. And a brain exposed frequently to social media resembles a brain hooked on the most highly addictive drugs. Even if a child is only on social media for 15 minutes a day, the constant craving it creates means kids are mentally consumed by what's happening on the app, even when they aren't using it. Kids take the virtual world with them long after they leave it. Social media's parental controls are also supposed to protect teens from bad actors and content, but they really only allow parents to set time limits and manage certain settings. They give parents no oversight of a child's feed or messages. Plus, the teen has to accept the parent's supervision and can cancel it at any time. In what sense is that a control? Most of the popular apps like Snapchat, TikTok, and Discord also block access to third-party controls or filters that a parent may purchase, which means when a child can get to Pornhub inside of Snapchat in just 5 clicks without ever leaving the app, a parent would never know. The ineffectiveness of filters and controls has ushered in a tidal wave of online pornography exposure among children. The average age of first exposure is now 12, and kids are not just seeing it. ER nurses increasingly see children sexually assaulting each other. America's children are suffering. Parents are exasperated. They can't do it alone. Recently, a mom found me after an event and with tears in her eyes said, "We did everything right. We had all the controls on. We had no idea our daughter got a burner phone and got sucked into."
And already a hand is up. 2 hands are, oh my gosh. You guys, don't make me cry. Don't make me cry. 2 hands are up. Yeah, so I got it. It was like 4 a.m. Welcome aboard, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Certainly, we are all interested in the Vice President, his remarks. Today's going to be slightly different. It already is a little bit. That I was on the Secretary's travel, of course. Many of you were as well. Raise your hands if you were on that lovely travel experience through the forests of the world. 1. Yeah, all right. Got home about 4 a.m. And so don't take advantage of me. I've had a few hours sleep. But yes, so it's been an unusual day. And I wanted to do this because, gosh, nothing's happened. So I thought we'd just have simple chats today. But it's different in that there are several large issues, which I believe all of you would be interested in, mostly, that are significant. And so we're going to move in that regard. I've got a bit of an announcement for you as well. But several things, of course, are on our plate. So this is It is an experiment. Thank you for working with me. And I appreciate you being here, obviously, to say the least. All right, so we did just return from a highly successful trip in the Caribbean. This was Secretary Rubio's second trip in our hemisphere. From day one of this administration, American leadership has been back in our region. We are standing with our partners to ensure mutual prosperity, security, and progress. In addition, the United States sends our deepest condolences to all affected in Burma and Thailand by the earthquake that struck this morning. USAID has maintained a team of disaster experts with the capacity to respond if disaster strikes. These expert teams provide immediate assistance, including food and safe drinking water needed to save lives in the aftermath of a disaster. The United States is evaluating the need for assistance based on requests and dynamic reporting. We are also united in support for the people of the Republic of Korea as they face devastating wildfires that have caused loss of life and destruction. We have not forgotten the Republic of Korea's unwavering support during the wildfires in Los Angeles and Hawaii. Just as they stood with us, we stand with them. As the Office of the Secretary also announced today, the Department of State and the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, have notified Congress on their intent to undertake a reorganization that would involve realigning certain USAID functions to the department by July 1st, 2025, and discontinuing the remaining USAID functions that do not align with administration priorities, I should say. In the words of Secretary Rubio in his statement, foreign assistance done right can advance our national interests, protect our borders, and strengthen our partnerships with key allies. Unfortunately, USAID strayed from its original mission long ago. As a result, the gains were too few and the costs were too high. Thanks to President Trump, this misguided and fiscally irresponsible era is now over. We are reorienting, I should say, our foreign assistance programs to align directly with what is best for the United States and our citizens. We are continuing essential life-saving programs and making strategic investments that strengthen our partners and our own country. This is yet another promise made and delivered to the American people. Finally, the United States announced important steps to disrupt the complex schemes Hezbollah uses to conceal its illicit behavior and acquire revenue to fund its malign activities. Today, we sanctioned 5 individuals and 3 entities for ties to the U.S. designated Hezbollah. The United States is taking decisive action against anyone involved in facilitating Iran's oil sales at any stage of the supply chain. Today's designation supports the President's policy of maximum pressure on Iran and its terrorist proxies. And now, I'm open for questions. Now there are all the hands. Dare I say, Matt Lee, he doesn't even, he's kind of got a pen, he's kind of raised the hand. But yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you. And, you know, I got you. I don't know how you got back at 4 o'clock. I got back at 3:30.
Well, there you
I got
go.
home
We
at
will not
3:30,
discuss
but-
transportation and domiciles,
I
but
guess
go
the
ahead, sir.
I guess the traffic was worse for you than it was for me. Anyway, I have 2. They'll be both very brief. One, I think you can answer quite quickly because the secretary addressed it on the plane last night on the way from Suriname to Florida. And that is about the Yale project on the Ukrainian children taken to Russia. What exactly has been restored, even if just temporarily? Can you give us a
Sure.
dollar amount? And then I just got one more also.
Yes, and I'll repeat what the president said. There should be a transcript up of with these gaggles that happened in the back of the plane with our bullpen. And he was asked about, there was a very misleading tweet, I think, from a reporter saying that funding had been reversed and restored. The secretary noted, no, it hasn't been. But I can tell you exactly what has occurred, and something, in fact, has. So first of all, a couple of things here. And we've already talked about, of course, the data. That was a main concern. We know that the data was protected and available. But for those who are thinking that there was a reversal of the decision to terminate support for the Conflict Observatory, funding is being provided for a short period while the Conflict Observatory implementers ensure the proper transfer of the critical data on the Ukrainian children to the appropriate authorities. It is part of the standard closeout procedures for terminated programs. So this is not a reversal of funding. It's not a restoration. It is part of the closeout dynamic that we've realized in the process of closing it out about what needs to happen to finish that process. Also, as we learned about more specific requirements of the closeout, we provided then updated guidance to the implementer, so this is what has occurred. As part of the foreign assistance review directed by the Secretary, consistent with the Executive Order 14169, the award supporting the Ukraine Conflict Observatory was paused effective January 25th. Following a review, the U.S. Department of State terminated the award on February 26th. So when we think about the nature of, very good example of what was fake news based essentially on something partially accurate, but this is the fact of the matter. There is no reversal of funding. It has not been renewed. This is a closeout procedure that required funding to move to make sure the data that was retained, that exists, is moved to the proper authorities.
So how much is it, you know, for how
No, I
long?
can't
Is
speak
there
to
a-
the, I
is
can't
there a
speak to the
time
amount of
limit?
money. It's going to be an amount of
then-
money that facilitates the goal of that closeout.
Okay,
Matt, now.
And then, well, hold on, wait.
I beg your
said
pardon. Matt, I beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just trying to get some more fidelity on the number of foreign students' visas that have been revoked. There's been some back and forth, and it's a little nebulous.
Sure.
If you have not the exact figure, I'm sure, because it's a fluid situation, but
It's one of my new favorite words, because that is somewhat correct. We know that, of course, there's some things I've said, I think, regularly on the issue of visas, is that we don't speak about specifics, right? We tend to also not provide statistics, and I think that's also important. So I'm not going to talk to you about numbers, because also it does continue to change. As we talk about numbers and everything else, we're looking at a framework where it gets us closer to the specifics for individuals, which we don't want to do. Of course, it's a big story. It's something also that's important when it comes to the larger story of the revocation of visas and why that's happening. But the Secretary also addressed this a couple of times on the trip. He was asked about certain numbers of visas that were revoked. He said he didn't know, but that we'll revoke the visas of whoever it is that fits within the category of what it is we're deciding is going to get your visa revoked, which is illegal activity, essentially. I do know that from our own conversations here, that, here we go. The department, I can say this specifically, revokes visas every day in order to secure America's borders and keep our communities safe, and will continue to do so. Because the process is ongoing, the number of revocations, as I've noted, is dynamic, and the department generally does not provide statistics on visa revocations, and generally we were not going to add anything at this time, but clearly this is a process that we're committed to and is part of making America safe again. It's within our right, it's within the right of every sovereign nation to make a determination who will stay in this country, who'll be allowed in this country. And the Secretary, of course, has been very clear on this. What we can also say is that we have zero tolerance for non-citizens who violate U.S. laws. Those who break the law, including students, may face visa refusal, visa revocation, and/or deportation. Also, all visa applicants, no matter the visa type and where they are located, are continuously vetted. So we are looking always at your status in this process. We also are looking at the security vetting. It runs from the time of each application through adjudication of the visa, and afterwards during the validity period of every visa issued, to ensure that the individual remains eligible to travel to and be in the United States. The Department of State will work closely, continues to work closely with the Department of Homeland Security, which enters into this process to administer and enforce U.S. visas and immigration laws. A lot of this may have been unknown to people who have visas, because we haven't had to discuss it before. But I think that should answer your question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I want to follow up on the same topic. I want to go back to the detention of Turkish students.
All right, so what we're going to do is I do want to stay within a certain block so that we don't go back and forth, because there's, again, a number of larger issues, and that includes this issue, the U.S. aid issue, the visa issues, the announcements made today. We have sanctions on Hezbollah, which are important to discuss. So, Andrea
Are you
Mitchell,
gonna come
yes,
back to
ma'am.
me?
We'll come back to you. Oh, we'll come back to you,
I wanted
absolutely.
to ask you about USAID.
Yes,
for
ma'am.
Disaster relief and about the children.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
I can. Okay, for the disaster relief, can you tell us how, or when the disaster relief teams might be mobilized and ready, how soon that might take place? Have requests already come in, to your knowledge? And has the reorganization of USAID affected our ability in these instances to assemble a team and mobilize them quickly?
Well, from conversations through the last, well, since early this morning, what I can tell you is that we wait for formal requests. So that has not, at least maybe in the last 5 minutes, but coming up here to the podium, we are waiting any formal requests. We are ready. Obviously, we are watching what is transpiring. It is, for all of us who watched September 11th unfold, there's video, I'm sure you've seen it, of a major skyscraper just, it literally, it gives all of us the chills. So we are, we've obviously telegraphing that from this podium, and we are ready. I can tell you that, again, through, as I've said before, regarding the nature of the reform and the reviews that have gone on, that we are ready to move now. So there has been no impact on our ability to perform those duties, those requests for aid, if and when they come in.
And to just follow up.
Yes, ma'am.
On the children and the broader question about war crimes and investigations, which had been undertaken with coordination with the State Department. Understanding that the data have been preserved.
Correct.
But does that mean, can we infer from that investigations will not be conducted by this government of war crimes going forward? In either the crime of kidnapping or the war crimes that were undertaken, Busha, Mariupol, all these other places?
I've cautioned always for us to not place a whole host of issues attached to something starting or stopping. And that, our work and our commitment to the world is on display every day through certainly Secretary Rubio's commitment, the nature of who he meets with, what he's done when it comes to summits, negotiations, bargaining, the issue of working for ceasefires. It has been a hallmark and remains a hallmark and will be, I have to say, a hallmark of this administration and of Secretary Rubio's tenure here. So it would be wrong to say that, in fact, that signals some kind of end to our work on these issues. In fact, manifesting through the conversation with President Trump and President Putin, it was a central part of that conversation that was discussed between those two men. And I think that shows you where it's placed now and where it will continue to be placed. Well, here's what I do know, which may speak to that a bit, is that the data is not being transferred to a storage facility. It's being transferred to the appropriate authorities. And I think that can tell us that the nature of the trajectory of this data, but also I can't speak to what then moves at that point once it's been transferred. I have a tiny feeling that with all of your investigations and questions, that we will continue to get the details of what happens next.
I'm talking about the crimes that are now underway today, tomorrow, next month. Is it anyone in this government investigating, anyone that to your knowledge at the State Department or connected to it, investigating crimes current and future since the data that has been?
Well, first, I'm not going to discuss the details of what the State Department is doing when it comes to its investigations, when it comes to contemplations or negotiations or diplomatic decision-making, whether on any level with any situation, any case that's involved. But what I can point to, I think it's safe to point to, is this nation's history of being involved in making sure that the right thing gets done. There are a number of other entities of which, of course, we are involved, including the United Nations, and of course, other Europe, or the nations of the civilized world. So I would, same with whether it's aid, this argument that we are stopping our aid and we're out of the of caring about providing foreign aid. Of course, that's not true. And because one grant dynamic has stopped in this country at one university, that is not the determiner of the nature of the work of the State Department of the United States. That's unfair, frankly, and moves people into this idea that everything is contained in one moment when there are thousands of moments and work going on around the world, but certainly including the nature of what the State Department's doing under the direction of Marco Rubio, when a commitment of the State Department to solve these problems, to stop carnage, to find justice. We want to be safe, secure, and prosperous for ourselves and for our neighbors. So that would not be an accurate conclusion based on this one particular grant. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, go ahead.
Jamie. I just want to follow up on the earthquake response. The president said about an hour ago, we are going to be helping. We've already alerted the people. And you're saying, of course, you're waiting if and when those requests come in. So for the disaster response teams. So just wondering if you could clarify, is the State Department going to be doing anything else to help? Are there financial resources that are being devoted to these impacted countries? And then can you also just say what governments you are in contact with?
Well, again, the president, as you noted, had made some comments regarding that, which is terrific. Again, another indication that while the State Department does work on all these issues in general, of course, the president's going to make decisions about where we go and who we assist. When it comes to what we are waiting for here or looking for here, it could be different than what's happening at the White House. And of course, I would refer you to the White House for further information in that regard. Very specific messaging, though, this morning from the State Department with what I was watching internally and to me is that we are ready and we stand ready and we will be ready when the requests emerge. And that's what I know, and that's what will happen. Yeah. All right. Yes.
Just staying on USAID or USAID.
Sure.
Today, USAID Foreign Service Officers received a reduction in force notice. This is hundreds of officers who are based abroad for USAID. Can you confirm that all Foreign Service Officers positions will be terminated now and that they will all be coming home? And do you have or will there be transparency on how much it's going to cost to bring home hundreds of USAID Foreign Service Officers home, including their families, those, as you know, that have been based abroad and have their whole lives integrated into different countries abroad. Some of them have been working abroad for many, many years.
Yes. The Secretary has mentioned throughout this process, I've mentioned to you, that with any major change, there's going to be disruption. This particular review and project to assess the nature of waste and fraud and abuse and whether or not these programs and the grants align with America's priorities has been public news, worldwide news. We've discussed it openly. We've seen what's happened. And so it's something that I think most people, we've been waiting for this conclusion. It has arrived. I can't speak to the number of people who will not be a Foreign Service Officer at this point. I can't say if it's going to be every single one. There'll be a point where I don't have to speak about fluid situations and things that are changing and moving every day. But of course, this is it's a restructuring essentially. And there's going to be, from one statement made, that there'll be from USAID and a statement about the last mission, if you will, is that like any restructuring, there will inevitably be disruptions from Secretary Rubio down. We are committed to ensuring that USAID personnel remain safe and that the agency's ongoing life-saving aid programs remain both intact and operational. And it's something that we're committed to. There are periods of time for blocks of individuals to come home and to be separated. But it's dynamic when you're looking at such a reorganization that's going to happen. We will, I'm sure, with this being a public story, have more information every day. And when that's possible, as I seek it out, I will bring it to you.
And
All
just
right.
one on the RF,
Sure.
This note also said that employees will be separated from the Foreign Service effective from the 1st of July. Does that mean that they are not guaranteed an opportunity to apply for jobs? In
Well,
some
no, that's
State
not true.
Department?
There will be jobs that then can be applied for by those who have been separated. I can't tell you how many of those will exist, or even the structure of what that is, but there's been a very specific note that for the jobs that then are open, these individuals, or at least some of them, will be able to apply. So that will be part of it as well. Yes, Daphne.
Thank you. On what you said on the response to the earthquakes, I just wanted to clarify, is that the disaster assistance response team, the DART that you're referring to?
DARTs. Yes,
And
it's the
then-
DART system.
Okay, great. And how quickly would that team be able to get on site, given the contract terminations and the cuts at USAID? Will they be able to respond as quickly as they've been able to in the past?
Well, from what I'm told is that what's been happening at USAID has not affected our ability to employ the DART system as we always have. When it comes to where they are and in that particular location, I can't give you a timeline, but clearly, as said repeatedly, we stand ready. And there's an understanding of what the situation is, and that certainly has not been impeded whatsoever. All right. Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely.
And I was also got home at 4 a.m.
Thank you very much.
A lot of the embassies that he's been visiting have also big USAID missions and local staff that are
Yes.
hired for them. So in this reduction, are all the local staff also being fired as you downsize?
Well,
USAID?
the messages I've seen and the guidance I've received is about foreign service officers. So I can't speak to where the local staff there fits within that framework. But so if they're not foreign service officers, but each mission is in a different dynamic. So I would, I can't speak to that at this point.
And one other question on another topic, the Carrie Lake is talking about firing about almost 700 journalists at VOA. For those who are visa holders and from countries that where it might be dangerous for them to return.
Yes.
What's the State Department doing, like, to give them time to apply for asylum, or what kind of programs are in place to help people like in that?
Yes, I mean, this is a recurring question. It's an important one, and it's good for people in this situation and other situation. The visa dynamic for people involved in this situation is no different than everyone else who has a visa. That if you're here on a work visa and your job ends, some people have gotten another job on that framework and have then reapplied and have gotten a visa for that new job. If that's not going to happen, of course, there's like a 30-day period of time for you to take action about going home, going to your home country, or not. But then you would be here without a visa illegally. If you are from a country and you cannot return because of fear of what will occur to you if returning to that country, you can apply for asylum. This is true for everyone who holds a visa, who loses that visa, and believes that they would be in trouble going back to their home country. That is an option, and that is something that they can do as well if that's a case that they face. All right. Sir, right there in the glasses.
Thank you very much. So,
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Sticking with USAID,
Thank
one
you.
of its crucial functions was getting humanitarian supplies into Gaza during the conflict there and during the ceasefire. Now, the last tranche of funding that it paid to the partners in the region was end of January. So there's a kind of block here. Will state be taking over this type of function come July the 1st? And what is going to happen for the funding for the partners applying that humanitarian relief in Gaza in the interim?
Well, we're at a state where Congress has just been notified that this transition is happening. I can't speak to the decisions that'll be made once that decision occurs through USAID as it exists and how it moves into state. So that's the process that's happening right now. So I don't have something for you on that. But we also know that that dynamic is very complicated, as we've talked about every day, importantly, and it remains complicated. And of course, aid can immediately move through that situation through all of our regional partners, people who are concerned. If Hamas were to release its hostages and lay down its arms, how many times does that need to be reminded? Because that's the solution. And when that does occur, as we saw with the first element of the ceasefire, is that the region cares about this, the nations in the region, the world cares, the United States of America cares, to where its leadership is involved in this as a main North Star of what needs to be solved. All right, yes, ma'am, in the blue, in the blue.
Thank you very much.
Can I follow up?
No, we're moving on. We'll see what we can do here.
Thank you. Going back to the detention of Turkish student Rümeysa Öztürk, because I want to get a clear understanding of why she was detained and on what grounds her visa was revoked. So Rümeysa's lawyer, family, and friends deny the claims made by the administration that she violated the US law. Her lawyer states that Rümeysa has not been accused of committing any crime, and they say she was detained solely for writing an article criticizing Israel. What is your response to that? Was she detained just because she wrote an article expressing her views?
I will not, as many of you already know, I will not speak about something that's in the courts, that's being adjudicated. So that's not going to happen here. I can point to Secretary Rubio's remarks about this on the plane to the reporters as we were returning home last night, is that the DHS, which manages this framework, clearly felt that she had committed crimes that required her detention. And now that will be adjudicated in court, but it's a framework that we would not be commenting on in any regard, regardless of the situation or whom it happens to. As you've noted, it is playing out in court with representatives, and that's where it's going to be.
Is there
All
any
right.
possibility that you might make this evidence?
Oh,
about her public?
I am not here to comment on what's going to happen in a courtroom or the people who are involved in that court case. It's not my position. It certainly is beyond my purview, and we're going to leave it there. Yes, sir. In the middle.
Thank you, Tammy. Yesterday, Secretary Rubio spoke about his meeting with Turkish Foreign Minister and the theme of that meeting earlier this week. My question is that have they talked about the peace process between Turkish government and the Kurdish fighters in Turkey, and the peace process between Kurds and Turkish? Is it something, the matter of your concern?
Here's what I think we know, and again, the secretary spoke about this a little bit also on the plane. It was he enjoys speaking to the press, and that is helpful for us when it comes to transparency and the American people knowing what's going on. I, of course, and I know why you ask, and everyone wants to know, but I'm not in a position where I'm going to speak about the nature of a conversation between the Secretary of State of the United States and the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, or anyone else in a position in any country where there's discussions about any kind of dynamic involving governance and the choices that those governments make. What I can say, of course, as we know, is that Turkey is an ally, a member of NATO, and the conversations we have are often and deal with issues that are of importance to both countries. So I'm going to leave it there. So yes, sir, with the glasses in the back here.
Oh, thank you. Sergey Yumatov with TASS News Agency.
Uh-huh.
My question is on Russia and Ukraine. When do you expect the next round of consultations between the American and Russian delegations to occur?
Well, we know, of course, that we have our teams that have returned from the last Saudi Arabian technical framework of what they were working on there. The secretary has noted in some of his comments that now we have to take a look at what's been accomplished and what we need to be doing, and we will decide at that point about how we proceed. All right. All right. Yes, sir.
Can I move to Lebanon?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Tammy. Ahmed Hazim, Al Jazeera. Today, there was some missiles fired in northern Israel from Lebanon. Israel retaliated with airstrikes and artillery in the south and even in the capital, Beirut. My question is that the ceasefire agreement, in it, there is a mechanism for reporting violation or alleged violation of the agreement itself, the ceasefire itself. This mechanism is led by the United States, will include France, UNIFIL, and both parties have to report any violations to the cease agreement. Was this mechanism implemented in this incident?
Well, I can say a few things about this, including Israel is defending its people and interests by responding to rocket attacks from terrorists in Lebanon. As part of the cessation of hostilities agreement, the government of Lebanon is responsible for disarming Hezbollah, and we expect the Lebanese armed forces to disarm these terrorists to prevent further hostilities. The reason that any attacks have happened is because terrorists launched rockets into Israel from Lebanon. That is a violation of the cessation of hostilities. It is a violation of the ceasefire when terrorist groups, when armed groups shoot rockets into Israel. Whether it's Hezbollah or whether it's Palestinian groups like Hamas, it does not matter. Israel has to respond as the United States would have to respond, or any other country would have to respond in this kind of situation. We stand by Israel, of course, and it's a dynamic that also continues to unfold. But I think it's pretty clear that this is the responsibility of the Lebanese armed forces to disarm the terrorists who are preventing, in order for us to prevent further hostilities. Yes, sir, in the middle.
Thank you very much. Several human rights organizations and the media reported that many civilian activities have been arrested in Iranian Kurdistan for participating in Nowruz celebrations. Have you received any reports on this matter? And how would you to describe human rights record in Iran?
Yes, yes, we are aware of those reports that the Iranian regime has been arresting Iranian Kurds for participating in those celebrations. The regime is one of the world's worst violators of human rights, oppressing the Iranian people to maintain its grip on power and curtailing their exercise of fundamental freedoms. In Iran, the freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and religion are completely ignored. The regime unjustly executes more people than any other country, persecutes members of religious and ethnic minority groups, and uses tactics like arbitrary arrest and torture and other violations to intimidate political opponents and squash dissent. We will continue to support and defend the human rights of the people of Iran against the regime's continued human rights abuses and authoritarian repression. All right. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Tammy. A very quick question. Axios reported yesterday that a new U.S. proposal was submitted to reignite the ceasefire talks and so on. Can you share with us anything about the status of this peace proposal that was submitted by the United States? Is it gaining traction? What is next?
Yes, I can't speak to that today, but we are, again, next week returning we're going to have a Monday briefing, and I have a feeling you might have another question, and I will be answering your question tomorrow, but we'll do that. Yes, Daphne.
Can I follow up on?
No, we're going to Daphne here, but yes, thank you.
Just on the Panama Canal today, China's
The Panama Canal. All right.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. No, it's okay. We're here. We're good.
Okay. Today, China's market regulator said it will carry out an antitrust review on the Hong Kong's CK Hutchinson's proposed sale of 2 Panama ports to BlackRock to, as Beijing said, protect fair competition and safeguard public interests. What is the U.S. response to that move by Beijing, and what's your message to Panama, which has an audit pending over the company's concessions to operate those ports?
All righty. So we are aware of the comments made by China. It's also no surprise that the CCP is upset at this acquisition, which will reduce their control over the Panama Canal area. We are also glad to see U.S. investors acquire a controlling stake in the Panama Ports Company, which owns and operates the ports of Balboa and Cristobal at either end of the Panama Canal. So we would refer you to BlackRock and CK Hutchison for more information about the agreement itself. And we refer you to the government of Panama regarding its role in ensuring that the sale complies with Panamanian laws and regulations. So yes, we're aware, and it's not a surprise, certainly. All right, yes, pink jacket.
Thank you. Back to Turkey. Is there a confirmed date for President Erdogan's visit to the White House in April out of Foreign Minister Fidan's meeting with Secretary Rubio on Tuesday?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, the White House may have more information on that for you.
They are not very responsive.
In the white shirt here. You just sat down, sir. One moment, please. In the white shirt, please.
Thank you very much. On Georgia.
I'm sorry.
On Georgia, if I may.
Okay,
question on
sure.
Georgia. Thank you very much. Have you had any communication with the ruling party in Georgia? And if so, could you share what type of communication exists between you now? You know that the situation in Georgia is very difficult. The Georgian people and the international community do not recognize the election results. Peaceful protesters have been arrested, as well as an independent journalist who's currently in jail. So given these circumstances, what is your perspective on the situation in Georgia?
I do want to answer that. And as a result, we're going to take that back and we will have an answer for you. All right. All right. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to jump to another region, but I wanted to ask.
It's everywhere. There's news everywhere.
South Sudan.
Sure.
Do you have the State Department have any comment on the situation there, which is on the brink of plunging back into the civil war? The vice president was put under house arrest. The situation is pretty dire. So I was wondering if the U.S. State Department has any comment on that.
Well, of course, there's been news on this, the dire situation, I think, throughout the area. And then whether it's North Darfur, et cetera. So we are concerned about a number of issues that are unfolding. And that too, I'm going to have to get some updated information on, because what I'm seeing here is I'd like something new, some updates there. So we'll have that. We'll bring that back for you for sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jahan Saibani from Airway News, Pakistan.
Okay.
For the last few months, we have seen a rise in terrorist activities in Pakistan. Hundreds of civilians and security officials lost their lives. And Pakistan is a partner country, recently handed over the most wanted terrorists to US authorities. And these all terrorist networks are based in Afghanistan, TTP, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Pakistan is kind of war against terrorism. So how you guys see this kind of situation, like all those terrorist networks established and working under the umbrella of Taliban?
Well, it's a dynamic where we're aware of certain problems, human rights issues, et cetera. But again, we seem to be in a series here of things that I want to take back on this. So I'm going to take that back. If you don't mind, we're going to go on. Okay, and what I do want to discuss here, sir, and if someone has, I want to discuss the Hezbollah sanctions that we have going on as well. I know that many of you might be interested in that as well, but let's go on. I'm not going to start to try to direct what we're saying here. Let's go on. Let's go on here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was I was about to ask about the Hezbollah. You can talk a little bit about the sanctions and also the Lebanese foreign minister with the Syrian one signed an agreement for the border in Syria between Syria and Lebanon. If you have also something on that.
Yes, yes, we do. So first, let's start here with Hezbollah. The United States is designating 5 individuals and 3 entities pursuant to Executive Order 13224 as amended for ties to U.S. designated Hezbollah or individuals designated through this action. The action advances President Trump's maximum pressure policy on Iran and its proxies. We will continue to disrupt the complex schemes Hezbollah uses to conceal its illicit behavior and acquire revenue to fund its malign activities. And the United States will take decisive action against anyone involved in facilitating Iran's oil sales at any stage of the supply chain. We are exerting maximum pressure on Iran and its terrorist proxies under the president's maximum pressure policy to disrupt Iran's destabilizing activities. The Department of Treasury is designating, again, 5 individuals, 3 entities for supporting a sanctions evasion network affiliated with Hezbollah's finance team. This action is part of the United States' effort to deny Hezbollah access to revenue and to cut off the terrorist group's access to the international financial system. Today's designations support the whole of government policy of maximum pressure on Iran and its terrorist proxies, such as Hezbollah, as detailed in the National Security Presidential Memorandum 2 of February 4th. We will, the United States, use all of its tools to disrupt activities of individuals and companies supporting Hezbollah. The United States is committed to working with partners to disrupt terrorism and terrorist financing worldwide. All right. Yes, sir. And this will be it. This will be the last. So make it good.
I'm going to go back to the very first question. Just
all right. All right. Sure. Make a good circle.
The issue of Ukrainian children. The president was asked about Ukraine just a couple of hours ago, and he did highlight the issue of Ukrainian children.
He did. He did.
It looks like this is something he cares about. To deliver on the president's stated goal, even if this funding will run out of this very particular program, can you assure us that you will be seeking, supporting alternative programs, at least, to deliver on that?
Well, I think the biggest, most amazing program can be the most powerful man in the world caring about the resolution of the issue. That is something that nothing can match. And that's what we have now. And you are correct. I think it's clear for anyone who listens to President Trump that he is a serious person, addresses issues that matter to him directly, that he knows will make an impact on the quality of people's lives. That is the Trump effect. And the fact that he is successful in the choices he makes and that he is relentless in making them work has an impact on the resolution of those issues. As far as what mechanisms he will use, I don't know. He's the president of the United States. He's the best deal maker in the world. And those children matter to him. And it matters that that issue is resolved like it does to every decent human being on this planet. President Trump represents the notion of that outrage and the desire to solve the problem in the process of getting to the end of this horrible carnage that has gone on. So yes, I can't tell you what mechanism he would choose. We do know that he's chosen a Secretary of State who feels as passionately about the resolution of these issues as he does. We are going to continue to see that unfolding. And it is, while horrible issues we're facing, it is an exciting time because we have leadership that are tired of the status quo, want results, care about people, and are going to do what it takes to get results. And that's what I have for you today. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you also on Monday. We'll see you on Monday. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Hooked on the most highly addictive drugs.
Even if a child is only on social media for 15 minutes a day, the constant craving it creates means kids are mentally consumed by what's happening on the app, even when they aren't using it. Kids take the virtual world with them long after they leave it. Social media's parental controls are also supposed to protect teens from bad actors and content, but they really only allow parents to set time limits and manage certain settings. They give parents no oversight of a child's feed or messages. Plus, the teen has to accept the parent's supervision and can cancel it at any time. In what sense is that a control? Most of the popular apps like Snapchat, TikTok, and Discord also block access to third-party controls or filters that a parent may purchase, which means when a child can get to Pornhub inside of Snapchat in just 5 clicks without ever leaving the app, a parent would never know. The ineffectiveness of filters and controls has ushered in a tidal wave of online pornography exposure among children. The average age of first exposure is now 12, and kids are not just seeing it. ER nurses increasingly see children sexually assaulting each other. America's children are suffering. Parents are exasperated. They can't do it alone. Recently, a mom found me after an event and with tears in her eyes said, "We did everything right. We had all the controls on. We had no idea our daughter got a burner phone and got sucked into pornography and dark, erotic places on social media." Leaving it to parents will never work when there is zero parental involvement required whatsoever in the creation of a social media account or in setting up a device or in downloading apps. Lastly, parents on their own can't protect kids from the collective harms caused by digital technologies. Even if a few teens use social media in a school or organization, it affects the entire cohort of young people, including those who don't use it at all. Time limits and parental controls can't change these negative group effects, nor can they protect children from seeing porn or beheading videos on another child's unprotected device. These are collective action problems. They require policy solutions. So what should Congress do? I offer a few suggestions. First, restrict social media out of childhood. Congress should age restrict social media to 16 or 18 years old, just as it has age restricted other addictive and unsafe products for kids, like alcohol or tobacco. 2, require App Store age verification and parental consent, like the App Store Accountability Act. Congress should pass a law requiring app stores to verify the age of each user, and for minor users, require parental consent for each app download or in-app purchase. 3, pass a federal age verification law for pornography websites like the Screen Act. 19 states have now done so, but we need protection nationwide. Put the onus back where it belongs, on the porn sites rather than parents. 4, open up greater legal liability for online platforms by reforming Section 230 and by further empowering existing authorities like the Federal Trade Commission and states' attorney general with tools like greater product design liabilities for platforms. And 5, ensure there is legal accountability for AI so that companies will be compelled to make their products safe or otherwise pay the costs. Generative AI products should not receive Section 230 immunity. As a mother of 3, and on behalf of all parents across America, we need your help. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so very much. I want to thank the entire panel for their testimony today. And I want to thank the audience for being here today, the parents and the child advocates and the children. You really do make a difference. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start with yield to myself for 5 minutes for questioning. And I'm going to start with Ms. Soros. Thank you again for being here today and for all the work you and your colleagues at NCMEC do. I have no doubt your work is directly responsible for saving the lives of countless children. We appreciate you so much. Heartbreakingly, our country is plagued with criminals who search for loopholes to terrorize Americans with non-consensual intimate images. This must stop. The Senate recently passed the Takedown Act, targeting the abhorrent criminals who engage in this practice. How will Take It Down protect children from these predators and give Americans the tools to remove it from online, please?
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis, for the question. I highlighted two of the most important factors of Take It Down in my written testimony in great detail, but there are really two primary ways that Take It Down will provide additional remedies to protect children online, both from real, nude, sexually exploitive images and also the AI-generated images as well. So firstly, there is currently a legal gap that makes it very difficult for law enforcement to investigate and for prosecutors to pursue cases that involve nude or sexually exploitative images of a child that do not meet the legal definition of child pornography. The legal definition of child pornography requires sexually explicit conduct, sexual intercourse, and other very extreme forms of sexual interaction. But nude and sexually exploitative images often fall short of that definition. So crucially, Take It Down will simply criminalize those images that currently law enforcement is struggling to find the proper avenue to investigate and pursue. In addition to filling that legal gap, as we talked about, the Take It Down bill will create a formal mechanism for notice and takedown, or notice and removal, as it's sometimes referred to. At NCMEC, we hear from survivors that one of the core things that they are seeking is just to ensure their images aren't online anymore, to ensure that they can have control over those images when they do get circulated again. So Take It Down will create really a process for a victim or somebody who's working closely with that victim to alert social media, an online platform, when a child's image is online, and then it will create a process by which that social media platform has to be on notice and remove that content within a certain period of days.
Thank you so much. Next, Ms. Hawkins. I was reading through your testimony, and I must say, as a father myself and a grandfather, I really appreciate your comments on the difficulties parents face when trying to protect their children online. Your testimony highlights many options to protect children online, including establishing protections in COSA, giving parents more control over what applications are downloaded from app stores, and updating rules related to minors' personal information, to name just a few. So the question is, why is it important for Congress to legislate on multiple fronts as opposed to move one bill that tackles only one of these particular issues?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. You're absolutely right. We wouldn't protect cars, kids in cars with just seatbelts. We need airbags and car seats and crash-resistant features because kids' safety deserves layers. And the same thing happens for children online. These bills all tackle different entry points for harm, such as design flaws, parental disempowerment, image-based sexual abuse, and predatory contracts. Together, they can form a net of protection, but alone they leave gaps and our children fall through.
Thank you so very much. Next, I'm going to go ahead and ask this question quickly because I want to stick to the 5 minutes. Parents need more tools and children need more safeguards. So this is for Ms. Morrell. What tools and safeguards should exist online to protect children? I know you have brought this up, obviously, but you want to elaborate briefly? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I know we're short on time. I would just say, as Ms. Hawkins said, we need multiple layers. I think a critical tool is just actual parental involvement in the creation of a social media account or in downloading apps. Right now, parents are not part of that process. And so even if a parent wants their child off social media, a child can easily enter their birth date, agree to a whole host of terms and conditions, enter a contract with a tech company, all without a parent's knowledge. And so the critical tools I think we need are putting parents back in the driver's seat of their kids' online experiences.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now I'll yield 5 minutes to the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Schakowsky.
I take great pride in having been a consumer protection leader for years and years in the state legislature and and here now in the Congress. But one of the things that has been such a help is to have the Federal Trade Commission to be the cop on the beat to make sure that these things are happening. If this were to go through as the president wanted it, which would be illegal, so I'm hoping that you will take this to court, what would how would this affect consumers and all the people who need the work that you do? If you could tell me that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. The FTC does very vital consumer protection work, including advocacy, including getting money back to people who have been harmed. In fact, last year, the FTC returned $337 million back into the pockets of people who had it wrongfully taken from them from frauds and scams. And it does that on a bipartisan basis through changes in administration, through transitions. That bipartisan structure of the FTC that Congress created provides enormous value to the people that we serve, the children, the parents, the consumers, the workers, the honest businesses, because it provides continuity and credibility in our work. Let me give you a couple of examples. There are ways in which the commissioners come together and find consensus on important cases and important matters that protect consumers. So for example, when we're thinking about children, we brought a case against Epic where we got $500 million in penalties from Epic for how they treated children through Fortnite, including how kids were tricked into paying for games, and also importantly to the witnesses in the subcommittee, allowing strangers to have access to children to communicate through that online game. That was an important bipartisan effort of the committee. My former colleague, Commissioner Wilson, wrote a very powerful concurrence in that case about that work related to children in particular. Sometimes we don't find consensus, and that is also important for the commission because we can help provide accountability and transparency to Congress and to the public about other ways things could be done. Maybe more relief that was left on the table, or where commissioners think there was an overreach by the commission. That's also an important thing to highlight. So I think the structure of the FTC that Congress created drives towards bipartisan consensus, continuity, credibility, and provides accountability and transparency even where that consensus isn't reached. And all of that redounds to the benefit of the people that we serve.
So what you're saying, though, is that because of the ability of the Federal Trade Commission, things really can happen. I mean, there are laws that make it safer for our kids and our consumers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The Federal Trade Commission administers the Federal Trade Commission Act, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, and various other laws that are designed by Congress to protect children, to protect consumers. And we want that administration to be done without fear or favor, impartially based on the facts and the law in front of the commission, not based on fear of removal for failure to do a favor for a political donor or one of the big tech companies that don't particularly care for our aggressive enforcement approach.
Well, I want to thank you, Congresswoman Slaughter. Congresswoman? No, that's not correct. For the work that you do, and let us hope that the courts will decide that the Federal Trade Commission is the appropriate way that we protect our consumers, and you do it in a bipartisan way, except that right now the Democrats have been excluded from this, so we have to fight back. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. And next we have, we're going to recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Guthrie from the great state of Kentucky, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thanks. And I appreciate the ranking member saying Congresswoman Slaughter because she was a great lady
she represented upstate New York, but you could tell from her accent, she was from Appalachia, Kentucky, couldn't you? So thanks for that. Getting back to, as you mentioned, thanks, Ms. Hawkins, for mentioning Eli, and you look at, as a parent and a grandparent now, obviously have responsibilities and roles, but we saw with Eli was they think was just a one-time, as you mentioned, it's one evening. It happened in one evening, and so we all need to be alert, but you can't be alert 100% of every second of the day, 100% of the time. So it's important that we have these new laws in place. And Eli has mentioned he was a twin, so he was a preemie. I'd mentioned some of the things he had to live with in life, and so I didn't mention that his sister's now spending the first 2 weeks of her 16 years on Earth without him. So you think about that, just all the pain that this has caused, and just it's hard to imagine what families have gone through. And so Ms. Soros and Ms. Hawkins, would you just share how the Take It Down Act would help us hold these people responsible? Other laws, you said COSA, Take It Down Act particularly would hold these people responsible. Start with Ms. Soros, if you would.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie. Absolutely. Take It Down, as I described earlier, is really going to fill for children this crucial legal gap that exists right now. I think people often think that, any image of a child that may be exploitative in some way, that may include some nudity, automatically is child pornography. And under the law, that's actually not accurate. Child pornography is a very severe, extreme form of sexual exploitation. It requires sexually explicit conduct. But we see now this proliferation, especially in enticement cases and financial extortion cases, as you mentioned with your constituent, and absolutely with AI-generated imagery. We see nude and sexually exploitative imagery proliferating more, and there simply aren't legal avenues to address this appropriately. So we need to take it down. We need to fill that legal gap. We need to give law enforcement tools and prosecutors tools so that they can intervene at the earliest possible moment that a child is being enticed or sextorted or abused online, and they can prevent further abuse.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
And I'll add to that, the Take It Down Act would bring significant hope to individuals like Eli or Gavin Guffey, Mr. Fry in South Carolina. A lot of these youth feel hopeless because we're told again and again, if you make a mistake, if you take a photo of yourself, if you share it online and it gets out there, there's nothing that you can do. And these predators, they just, that's what they use, that kind of desperation. And this would give law enforcement and these youth and adults, frankly, too, hope that we could do something about it and we can take this kind of abuse content down.
Okay, Ms. Morrill, do you have a comment on that as well? Oh.
I would agree that I think I'm really concerned about the threats of AI as the kind of next wave of threats to our kids online. And I think that we need solutions that are going to make it really clear that there will be consequences if AI products are used to harm kids.
Okay, so, and also the three of you again, so it requires websites and social media platforms to Take It Down Act to remove non-consensual intimate images within 48 hours of request. Finally, giving survivors and their families, giving them a new avenue for recourse. As an advocate who works with many of these families, can you speak to why providing new notice and takedown tools are so critical? You want to start with Soros? Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, for many survivors, it's really not about criminal remedies. It's not about prosecuting somebody. It's not about going to court with their own civil lawsuit. It's simply about making sure those images do not continue to circulate or not online. So notice and takedown programs, and NCMEC operates one. Obviously, we're a nonprofit. It is a voluntary initiative that we operate. Social media platforms can comply with our request or not when we serve a notice and takedown on a company.
Do you have instances of giving a takedown notice and being told no?
We have actually on our website a list of companies that are not responsive or take an unacceptably long time to respond.
So that's publicly available. That's good.
Absolutely, and happy to provide those details after the hearing. But what the notice and takedown provision within Take It Down Act does is it codifies that. So it provides some teeth. It provides a formal process. It requires and puts companies on notice that they must actually engage.
Ms. Hawkins?
We have also requested our attorneys that content be removed and the companies ignore. Google, for example, told us that a victim of sex trafficking, her trafficker is in prison, that there were no signs of coercion in the material, so they wouldn't remove it. We need the Take It Down Act because otherwise this content just proliferates more and more. I'm a victim myself of image-based sexual abuse. Now that my kids are about to get online, I live in absolute fear about what my kids are going to see about me.
Thank you. Thank you for showing, my time's up, but for the importance of this. Thank you.
I thank the chairman. Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Now I recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've said, President Trump's attempted illegal firings of the Democratic FTC commissioners is not only a blatant violation of the law, but also puts American consumers in danger of kneecapping the very agencies designed by Congress to protect all of us from unfair and deceptive business practices and unfair methods of competition. And I have to say again that I am disappointed that my Republican colleagues, including those on this committee, have remained silent as the president threatens the independence of this agency. And Republicans on this committee have routinely said that they care deeply about protecting all people, and especially our kids, from online harm. I heard you all say that today. But now you remain silent as the agency that protects consumers is threatened. And make no mistake, this is just the beginning. President Trump has sent a clear message that he's willing to ignore the rule of law and Supreme Court precedent to benefit himself and his billionaire buddies. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, is he not? Chairman Guthrie is not here, right? No? All right, then let me ask Chairman Bilirakis, are you planning on holding an oversight hearing or any kind of hearing to demand answers from the Trump administration about this illegal action by the president with regard to the FTC commissioners that I believe harms consumers and harm our children? Are you planning on any kind of hearing on that issue, if you will?
Yeah, look, I don't have, I have to speak with the full committee chair and I'd be happy to discuss it with you as well. The three of us can get together. As a matter of fact, we can even talk to the ranking member of the committee, the subcommittee. So yeah, we can have those discussions.
All right, I appreciate that. I'm concerned that as President Trump escalates his attacks on our democracy and gleefully destroys the institutions created by Congress to benefit all Americans, I just wonder if there's any action that President Trump could take that will result in an oversight hearing on this committee. Because I do believe that part of this committee's responsibility is to review actions taken by the president, regardless of the fact that he is a Republican. And the illegal attempted firing of Commissioner Slaughter and Bedoya, I think, is just the beginning. And if my Republican colleagues refuse to speak out, they're going to show everyone that they're willing to put the profits of big tech billionaires ahead of kids' online safety. So let me go to Commissioner Slaughter. In your view, if this illegal move is allowed to stand, is anything stopping President Trump from removing any sitting commissioner, including those from the Republican Party, for launching investigations he does not agree with or
She's shaking hands with the president.
Welcome to everybody. Thank you.
She's at a rectangle table.
Aquí, por favor. Gracias.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just her and the president.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ross.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ross.
All right. So she came in. Can you hear me now? president came into the room, shook her hand, then they posed for a photo op. There's a long rectangle table. There were press, like a long rectangle table, and there were several diplomats or whatever you want to call it, delegates that were standing up as the president walked in. They did have a few words. Of course, I couldn't hear what they said. President. Yes. Yeah, thank you. We're outside the room, in that whole room that we were in. All right. Whew. Thank you. Right. Thank you. How'd you do? Yeah. Good. Who's back? We back up the way we came? Yeah. I'm gonna get this thing off my shoulder like this. Please, hold for just a second. No, just hold. As long as you move it, everybody's moving. I got this. Myself.
Refusing to dismiss cases against his crooked big tech buddies. I know you got into this a little in your opening, but you got 2 minutes if, take the 2 minutes if you can to, to talk more about it, if you will.
Thank you, sir. You're correct. The same constitutional and statutory principle that protects me from removal, protects majority commissioners from removal, protects members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, protects members at many other agencies. And so if I can legally be removed in violation of the plain language of the statute, I don't think there's anything that would stop other commissioners from being removed, including the majority commissioners. And I think it's worth pointing out, relevant to the conversation we're having here today, I agree with so much of what the witnesses at this table are saying. They're highlighting incredibly important issues. My colleague, Commissioner Bedoya, has been a particular thought leader on the issue of kids and the attention economy and online addictive behavior. This is something we care incredibly deeply about. And in fact, in January of this year, we took the unusual step of making public the fact that the FTC referred to the Department of Justice a complaint against Snap for the harms caused by its AI chatbot directed at children. My colleague, now Chairman Ferguson, dissented and expressed concerns about the First Amendment rights of those chatbots. That's an important conversation that we can have on a bipartisan commission. But the underlying concern about the harms to kids as these technologies are developing is enormously important, requires bipartisan attention. And I really worry that not only is the commission deprived of the voices of myself and Commissioner Bedoya, but that the Republican commissioners at the FTC will similarly feel pressure to avoid taking actions that may be consistent and required by the law, but unpopular with some of the president's supporters.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back now. I recognize the vice chair of the subcommittee, Mr. Falter, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have to admit, I might be a little bit confused if I'm in the right committee hearing. We seem to have got sidetracked into presidential branch personnel discussions and food prices. So I do have some questions, but they have to do with kids' online safety and that subject matter. Am I in the right place? Do I have that subject matter correct? All right, thank you. So Ms. Morrell, this question has to do with Section 230 immunity. And we've had a lot of discussions on that in the past, but I'd like to just talk with you for a minute about how Section 230 immunity protection should apply when you insert an AI algorithm to that. This is uncharted territory for us. And could you just, do you believe that that immunity protection should be in place if there's an AI algorithm that's clearly changing the content or redirecting it?
I do not. I think it's clear that AI products are not hosting third-party speech. Section 230 was meant to protect platforms for liability for hosting third-party content. AI chatbots, AI tools are actually a product. It is product design. It is not meant to be protected by Section 230, and it is not hosting another person's speech. It is a computer-generated product. People are training the AI on certain data, and it's being taught to recognize certain patterns. And so the output of AI is actually a just amalgamation of data that has been recognized by a process. And so to me, that clearly falls under product design, not under Section 230 immunity, which is meant to protect platforms from liability for hosting the speech of other people.
So those comments make sense to me. And I would parallel your thought process there. Our challenge as a legislative body is trying to put this, how do we put this into a legislative format?
Mhm.
And if we're able to do that, how do we make that enforceable? And I realize this might be out of your lane, but if you have any comments on that, I'd be interested in hearing enforceability.
Yes. My brief comment would be, I think a very narrow solution would just be a clarification, and a bipartisan bill was introduced in the Senate to this effect last Congress, that would just clarify that Section 230 immunity should not apply to generative AI. And what that means then is that there is a path for litigation for these companies to be held accountable for harms caused by those products. And so it doesn't actually need to necessarily prescribe all the actions, but it just opens up legal liability. And that is what we see in America, that the way we typically hold private companies accountable for harms to consumers is through channels of litigation. And so I think having that open would compel AI companies to make sure that their products are not harming consumers.
Ms. Souris, just your perspective, same question, 230 immunity, AI intervention, but in the lens of sexual exploitation, your comments or thoughts?
Absolutely. So I definitely join in the opinion of my colleague at the end of the panel table. I would also add that AI is actually joining as a partner in content creation. So in addition to not hosting third-party content, it is part of the creative process. We see offenders going on using text or image-based AI tools to really create the vision that they have for what they want to see, what kind of sexual exploitation they want to see of a child, to engage with AI sexually as a child. So again, AI clearly is beyond the scope of Section 230 because, again, not hosting, but actually creating content with you as the user. My view, and I would want to give it a little more deliberation, I don't think that needs to be clarified within Section 230. I think we need to see lawsuits filed, and we need to see how courts will address this, because when you look at what AI is doing, again, it is clearly outside the scope of what Section 230 was intended
So I'm going to stay with you. We've only got 30 seconds left, but on the same vein, deep fakes. And I'm concerned about the impact of that. Is there a legislative or is there a role for Congress in perhaps identifying digital forgeries or quick comments on deep fakes and how we might deal with that with enforcement?
Absolutely. I would just highlight 3 items. So we're dealing with criminal provisions and take it down. I think there also is room for Congress to look at civil remedies as well for victims who are abused or exploited through deep fakes. But I also think Congress has a real very important role in looking at preventative measures. How are companies, AI companies, being allowed to red team, to use technology to ensure their products are safe before they rush to market?
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I appreciate it very much. Thanks for yielding back. And now I'll recognize my friend and partner in the coastal legislation. We're going to keep pushing forward, get it across the finish line this time. And I'll recognize my fellow Floridian, Ms. Castro, for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Well, thank you, Chairman Bilirakis, and you deserve a lot of credit for helping to hammer out the Kids Online Safety Act and moving the legislation through committee last year. For many years, the committee has worked on this because the online harms to kids, the exploitation is plain as day to parents and families across the country. Big tech platforms use their manipulative designs to addict kids to their products and funnel them to harmful or exploitive content. They collect massive amounts of personal information, some of it incredibly sensitive, to fuel their algorithms, always elevating their profits over kids' safety. That's why I partnered with Rep. Bilirakis and Tim Walberg, leaders in the Senate, a lot of the advocates in the audience today, to help establish safeguards for kids online. COSA would provide young people and parents with the tools, safeguards, transparency needed. It's a design code. COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, bans the big tech platforms from collecting the private data. You need both working together. COPPA, remember, would ban advertising targeted to kids and teens, create an eraser button for parents and kids to eliminate that personal information online. But both rely on a strong Federal Trade Commission to enforce the law. The bills passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee on September 18th of last year. So we pressed the Speaker to bring them up for a vote. It was passed bipartisan in the Senate, over 60 votes, probably, I think it was about 90 votes. September 18th, October, we pressed the Speaker Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise to bring it up. We pressed in November. Parents and advocates kept on it. They pressed in December and are demoralized today because the Republican Speaker and Majority Leader blocked it. Even in the face of the Surgeon General's report, the higher rates of suicides, all of the tragedies that are all too plain today, the pornography that is so exploitative online, and all of the addiction. So then the parents, I have to say, were very dejected, as many of us were at the inauguration, to see these big tech CEOs have a front row seat at President Trump's swearing in. And then what happens last week? The president takes the cops off the beat, the folks who are charged with enforcing kids' safety laws, privacy laws. It's illegal. What they've done to Commissioners Bedoya and Slaughter is illegal. The law that Congress passed years ago directed the commission to be bipartisan, independent. It's an enforcement agency to protect Americans from unfair and deceptive practices. And now they just want to throw the law out the door. And yes, we can talk about the importance of passing new legislation here in this hearing, but if you take the cops off the beat, you give the big tech CEOs a front row seat to the inauguration, you block the COSA and COPPA that was hammered out over years of work in this committee, you can, how do you restore trust on this? And it's going to be up to this committee to stand up for parents and young people and stand up to these big tech CEOs who want to control our lives. And they're willing to sacrifice our kids' well-being for their profits. And I ask my Republican colleagues, please join us in this. Say something about taking the cops off the beat from the FTC. Commissioner Slaughter, thank you so much. You were working with your colleagues to address youth safety and privacy online. What do you recommend now going forward for this committee? And how can we restore the cops on the beat back at the FTC?
Thank you. I agree with you, excuse me, and I agree with the witnesses here that there are important laws that Congress needs to pass. I've been really concerned about whether the statutory tools the FTC has right now are up to the job, and I've advocated for privacy legislation and other tools, but the really important question is, how will those be administered? If Congress can pass the laws, how will they be administered, and will they be administered without fear or favor, which is what every American deserves, and especially what every parent sitting in this audience today deserves. I can't tell you how deeply moved I am personally by the stories that we're hearing, and how very much I want to be able to get back to work on behalf of these parents and other parents out there. We need an FTC that is fully composed to be able to do that administration of the laws without fear or favor and help protect our kids.
Thank you very much.
I thank the gentle lady. Gentle lady yields back. Now I recognize Ms. Harshberger from the great state of Tennessee for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I want to thank you for speaking up for our kids. You know, if the examples against innocent children that you provided in your testimony do not give us members a righteous anger about this issue, then we just better check our very soul. And as a parent, and I know there's parents in the audience who have gone through this, and I am so sorry for you, because it could happen to anybody. Don't ever think that you are exempt from this happening. Young people, you listen. If you read the testimony of what happened to these children, you probably wouldn't let them online, or you probably wouldn't get online. You know, as a parent, you try to make sure your child's safe and kept away from harm, but it's very clear as technology continues to accelerate just how difficult it is to protect your kids from these predators. And if you listen, if they're sick, depraved, possessed, and dangerous criminals are what they are. And if you really, really want to know what I think they should do with these once law enforcement catches one, then you see me after this hearing is over, and I'll be happy to tell you what I think. I want to start with Ms. Soros. Your very powerful testimony gave horrifying accounts of children being preyed upon by adult sex offenders. With the data already available, how can platforms better identify users who are posing as children?
Thank you for the question. In every other industry, there is a concept of know your customer. It's what provides safety and compliance, and that simply does not exist online. It does not exist for social media companies. So, you know, that is certainly first and foremost. They need to know who's getting online, how they are registering, if they are representing themselves truthfully, whether they're an adult, whether they're a teenager. We've seen in some of these sextortion cases that individuals are creating profiles, you know, grown men, adult men are creating profiles indicating that they are a 15, 16-year-old girl. They're allowed to post photos and create a whole persona online that to a child, especially a child who's very trusting, who's only been online for a few years, seems very authentic. So, you know, I would definitely say they need to know their customer. There needs to be transparency reporting around how social media platforms are accomplishing that task. And there also needs to be age assurance. I think all of us have touched on that issue a little bit, that there's still a lot to be determined around how best to effectuate that. But we need to create spaces for children online that are safe. You know, we allow children to get online, have private conversations 24 hours a day with whoever is online, exchange content, videos, and images. We would never allow that in real life. So we need to understand the environment, and we need to work together to accomplish that.
Do you think this information could prove an asset for parents monitoring their child's online activity to ensure they're interacting with their peers and not some sick, perverted monster who deserves to be locked up until Judgment Day?
Absolutely. I think all of us, you know, agree that parents play a role here, but tech companies need to meet them, I would say, more than halfway. They need to provide tools that are comprehensible, that are easy, that are accurate, and they need to provide transparency so parents actually understand how the algorithms work and how the apps work.
You know, it's sad to say, though, that, you know, I interacted with middle schoolers and taught Sunday school for 24 years, and I used to say it was a fatherless society, but it's a parentless society in a lot of ways, and some of those children don't always have a parent who will protect them. I understand that the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children and law enforcement are interested in prioritizing quality of reports over pure quantity. And that one thing that's helped with that is bundling of reports. Could you tell us a little bit why that's so important, and how could we encourage more companies to do that?
Absolutely. So the process of receiving cyber tip line reports at NCMEC, really, if I can just give a brief explanation, we are operate the online reporting mechanism for reports regarding child sexual exploitation. So we are flooded with tens of millions of reports from social media companies, and then we provide those reports to law enforcement around the world, but of course domestically, federal and state, local law enforcement. There has been really, I would say, an issue in recent years as companies are increasing the volume of reports, that reports that are really related regarding the same image, regarding the same incident, regarding the same time frame, have been reported one by one as separate reports.
Yeah.
That creates a tremendous burden for law enforcement. So we were very gratified this year that MAHA, which is one of the larger reporters, it is certainly one of the larger social media companies, agreed to start bundling incidents that are related. It reduces the work burden and the time that law enforcement has to consume on those reports.
Okay, very good. And I think I'm over my time, so I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Now recognize my friend from the state of Florida, Mr. Soto, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the families for coming today. Sexual exploitation, bullying online is a horrific threat to our families across the nation. Democrats, we support COSA. We voted for it already last term. We also support the Take It Down Act. And we stand with the families here today and the excruciating stories that you've had to tell us. The reason why we're so furious is because President Trump just illegally fired 2 of the 5 Federal Trade Commission commissioners. They're here today, both Ms. Slaughter and Mr. Bedoya. The FTC is already charged with protecting kids online. And so when these folks are fired, it's just outrageous to see no one say anything about it. We're talking about standing with these families, and then none of you will stand up to President Trump when he just dismantled the very commission that's charged with doing this stuff. When COSA is passed, when Take It Down is passed, it'll be the FTC that'll be enforcing it. That's why we're so frustrated today, because the commission is now paralyzed. Our Republican colleagues say nothing because they're scared of the president. So they express sympathy, but do nothing about restoring the commission. The second concern is we passed COSA last term, and it never made it to the House floor. It was killed by Speaker Johnson, and then the Internet Privacy Bill, we even had a hearing set for it to vote it out of the committee. And that hearing was pulled back in front of the entire Capitol. What an embarrassment, because the powers that be didn't want this bill to pass. Internet privacy should have passed. It passed when we had the House, and we need the Speaker, we need the Chairman and others to stand with us on this. Sympathy is not enough. Hearing all your stories is not enough. And then when we see tech billionaires having better seats than Republican governors at Trump's inaugural, that does not inspire confidence. So we've brought you here to hear your stories, and we appreciate it. My biggest fear is that nothing is going to happen again, and that would be an absolute travesty. These families deserve to be heard and not used for hearing their stories, sound sympathetic, have a listening ear, and then nothing happens. Commissioner Slaughter, it's really important that we address all the families that are here today. The FTC is already charged with whatever laws are already on the books to help protect children online. And so it would be great to kind of explain what the work that you all were doing right before you were fired.
Sure, thank you. I agree with you about the importance of thinking about the families that are here today and the people that they're representing. It is such a critical issue. It moves me so deeply as a human, as a parent, and as a federal trade commissioner. And I share the view of the parents on this panel and in this room that parents can do their absolute best. I try to do my absolute best for my children. And like some of my fellow panelists, I'm pretty expert in this stuff, and it is still really hard for me. So what we need is for the government to empower government agencies to make sure that the onus is on the companies to keep children safe in the first instant. And in order to do that well, we need the government agencies to not be afraid of those companies.
And when we pass COSA and you are reinstated as a commissioner after we win in court, what can you then do to help enforce these laws to protect these families?
Well, I can do the kinds of things I've been doing for the last 7 years as an FTC commissioner, which is taking on the biggest companies in the world without fear or favor, based on the facts and based on the law. I voted to bring lawsuits against Meta, involving privacy practices, including involving kids. I voted for a settlement with Amazon over Alexa's collection of children's voice data that was illegal. I worked with my colleague, Commissioner Wilson, a Republican, and my former colleague, Commissioner Chopra, a Democrat, to set up a study on social media and video streaming services privacy practices to provide transparency to the public, to this committee, to Congress, about all of the data that is collected by these companies and how it is used. And that study was finally published this fall. We brought cases I mentioned against Epic involving communication with children and tricking children into payments. I referenced in my testimony a case we brought just last fall against Genshin Impact for loot boxes that trick kids and get them hooked into gambling with their parents' money online.
Thank you for the extensive things you're doing. Members, these families don't need our sympathies. They've come here today for action, and I plan to vote to support these bills.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. And I believe Mr. Alberty is next. So we'll ask you to stick within the 5 minutes if you can. And I'll recognize you for your 5 minutes of questioning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so happy that we are having this hearing because it's on a topic that's deeply personal to me and I think incredibly important, particularly talking about the Take It Down Act. I had the honor of last year leading the House AI task force. And if you read our report, you know that the issue of non-consensual intimate imagery is one of what we felt is the most pressing issues that needs to be dealt with immediately. And we feel like this is low-hanging fruit. Everyone ought to be able to agree that this is unacceptable. This is a problem that's being faced by youth across our country. And I'm hoping that maybe we can be an example here. We're in an era of intense political polarization, but I think this is something we can do on a bipartisan basis. And so I'm really happy that we're having the discussion about that today. Also, the App Store Accountability Act, I think, is an important piece of legislation. I want to talk about that a little bit. I ran a development studio that did app development for a number of years. And so this is something I know a little bit about, and this bill needs some work. One of the points I wanted to make is that when we're talking about the difference between putting obligations on app stores and putting obligations on developers, most developers of apps are not professional companies like the one I ran. They are a couple of people making an app for fun in a garage. And so to the extent that you can, you want to put obligations on the app stores, not the developers. And I'll give you a couple of concrete examples. There's specific language in the bill about when developers are required to use the application programming interface of an app store. We call it an API. And there's no need to make developers do that. The App Store can enforce those restrictions. For example, you wouldn't need, as a developer, to have to enforce an age limit. If you are saying this application is for adults only, the App Store can enforce that and not allow children to even launch the app. That's what you want to do. The same thing with purchase restrictions, same thing with time usage restrictions. So I'm hopeful that we can tighten up some of that language and make it clear where those obligations lie as this bill moves forward. And then lastly, I just wanted to spend a minute talking about enforcement, because we've heard some pretty compelling testimony this morning about the need for reforming Section 230. I think someone brought that up. Several witnesses talked about private right of action. And I think we need to be very cautious about that, because we have a number of different tools in our toolbox when it comes to enforcement. And I don't think anyone would agree that the world would be a better place if we just sued each other more often, right? That's the last resort. We want people to follow the law and be good actors without having to resort to using the courts to enforce the law. Along the years of my public service earlier, I served as the mayor of a small city. I think a number of us on the dais have had that honor. And I had an occasion where an abusive law firm rolled through town and sued a number of our businesses under the Americans with Disabilities Act for little minor technical violations. And so I saw, the flip side of this when lawsuits are used abusively. And I think what it taught me is that companies that have a profit motive for bringing these lawsuits are not suing big tech. You know, they're suing the mom and pop people that don't have the resources to defend themselves. So what I'm saying is this should be the last resort. We have better tools. Civil penalties is great. FTC enforcement under as an unfair or deceptive business practice is a powerful tool. Empowering state attorney generals is a powerful tool. Private right of action is a last resort. And I hope we can keep that in mind as we move forward, because what we don't want to create is another ADA that creates a profit incentive for abusive lawsuits against Americans and American companies. But I want to thank everyone for your very heartfelt testimony this morning. Really enjoyed the hearing. I'm looking forward to working particularly with the Take It Down Act to resolve this critically important issue. I yield back.
I appreciate it. Thank you for that valuable information. I appreciate it. Gentleman yields back. Now I recognize Ms. Trahan for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the families who are here today sharing their stories. I want to thank our witnesses, particularly FTC Commissioner Slaughter, for being here to testify today. I also saw FTC Commissioner Bedoya earlier sitting behind the witnesses, and I want to thank him for coming. Our Democratic FTC commissioners have been through a lot in the past week, and I applaud them for showing up to shed light on the administration's latest assault on independent agencies tasked with protecting hardworking Americans from corporate abuses. The president's unlawful actions don't just hinder the commissioners from doing their work. These reckless and lawless decisions will directly hurt consumers and prevent this committee from enacting strong, effective, and enforceable laws to protect Americans, especially our children, online. The FTC was purposefully designed as an independent agency by Congress. Lawmakers understood the incompatibility of partisanship and consumer protection and sought to safeguard against powerful interests influencing the work of the agency. The FTC's current Republican chair, Andrew Ferguson, understands the importance of independence as well. In his nomination hearing before the Senate Commerce Committee, Ferguson testified that, quote, consumer protection and competition are not partisan issues. In an interview with the Mercatus Center last year, Fergus explained that independence encourages careful deliberation and allows for the commission to, quote, test theories internally before marching them out the door. Chair Ferguson makes a fundamental point that President Trump clearly does not understand. Consumer protection is not and should never be a partisan endeavor. It requires the best minds to come together to protect those who would otherwise be abused by powerful corporate actors. The subject of today's hearing is online safety, particularly for our kids. I've been outspoken about holding big tech accountable, protecting consumers' personal data, and demanding transparency from online service providers. So too have my Republican colleagues with whom I've worked on these issues over the years. But I must ask the obvious question. How can we possibly legislate to protect Americans online when the FTC, the cops on the beat of enforcing federal competition and consumer protection laws, lacks its independence? What does it mean for independent governance if the FTC's sitting commissioners can be arbitrarily fired by a capricious president? And while we talk about President Trump's illegal attempt to block dedicated consumer protectors from completing their work, we must also acknowledge the precarious environment in which FTC employees are currently doing their work. President Trump's illegal attempt to fire Commissioner Slaughter and Bedoya adds further uncertainty to a work culture laden with looming fears of mass layoffs and forced relocations. Preserving the FTC's independence while increasing its capacity should be a goal shared by every member of this committee, especially if we hope to pass meaningful legislation to protect consumers and kids online. Commissioner Slaughter, I only have one question for you today, and you can take the entire balance of the time to answer it. How important is a strong and independent FTC for watchdogging online harms, especially threats to consumer privacy?
Thank you. Excuse me. It's critically important. It is critically important. There is not another federal agency that is doing this work. There is not a substitute for the FTC in terms of policing the world's most powerful corporations and policing them without fear or favor. I think there's also no substitute for the FTC in terms of the work we do to provide transparency and accountability through our market studies, through our research program, through our testimony to Congress. That is work that I have been so honored to do, first as a minority commissioner, then as a majority commissioner, and now as a minority commissioner again. I've seen all sides of it, and I've seen the real benefits that the American people get from having a balance of perspectives on the FTC, the way Congress designed and the way the Supreme Court upheld almost 100 years ago.
Well, thank you for your service. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Now I recognize I got Miss Cammett, my Florida, fellow Florida Gator. I'll recognize her for 5 minutes of questioning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today as we examine the many dangers that exist in what some have rightly called the Wild West of the internet. Today's hearing, the World Wide Web, examining harms online, could not be more timely. From exploitation to manipulation, we know that the internet has become a breeding ground for serious threats, especially to those most vulnerable, our kids. I want to begin by personally apologizing to the parents and the guests here in the committee room today for the behavior of some of my colleagues. We are here to focus on kids and the issue at hand, not play liberal catchphrase, talk about food prices, or talk about billionaires. Anything that deviates from that is politically motivated, and it is disgusting. And I am so sorry that you are in this room championing this issue because you have had an experienced tragedy in your family. I am so very sorry. And I hope that my colleagues will apologize. For me personally, I want to focus on the most disturbing and deeply personal harms facing some people online. I don't want to talk about employment status from a former commissioner. I want to talk about the kids that are facing these tragedies. So I'm going to start with you, Ms. Hawkins. Online platforms are fueling the wildfire spread of non-consensual intimate images, including the AI-generated deepfakes, which have been talked about here today. There is zero accountability. Do you believe that Congress should hold these platforms liable, and I'm using the word liable deliberately, when they knowingly allow this kind of harmful content to stay up? And what kind of enforcement tools do we have in our toolbox? Because there is in fact more than one. So for the record, would you please describe?
I'll say that if we upload a clip from Disney, a Disney movie, it's removed immediately by
Yes.
big tech. But if sexual abuse is uploaded, the most horrific moments in our lives are uploaded to the internet, it's monetized and it garners thousands of views and downloads and shares. There's so much that we can do, but as long as tech has no incentive to listen to survivors, to remove this material, we will see no change. The Take It Down Act would do that significantly, but so too would sunsetting CDA 230. This committee almost called for that last year. The problem right now is tech is not coming to the table. We must have them at the table to negotiate and figure out the right solution.
I agree with you, and I'm disappointed to hear that all of a sudden one side is against big tech when all along this has been a bipartisan issue. We have seen conservatives censored online. We have seen progressive voices censored online. There has been a collective call for reform with the big tech companies. And this is another example where we can come together in a bipartisan way, in this case, to protect our kids, especially online. And beyond the FTC, because there seems to be a lot of focus on former Commissioner Slaughter's employment status, can you talk about the FTC, but also the partners in order to enforce how we go about holding the companies accountable, taking the content down? How do we help give our survivors and the victims resources?
I'm not an expert on the FTC, but from what I understand and I've seen, is we don't have the laws on the books right now for us to protect children online. It's not strong enough. Congress must act. Right now, we need, there's so much to say to that. One thing I want to transition and explain too is the app stores. Right now, that's the gateway. Almost all of our youth, the content that they're consuming is through the app stores. We can see such significant progress if we just make them accountable and provide parental opportunities.
Absolutely. And I think there is a coalition of apps that are working on this and other issues in the periphery, which will be very beneficial. I want to jump to the state laws that are currently on the books. And we know that as every state continues to add the laws, it becomes this patchwork deal where Congress will be forced to act. And we do need to act. And I agree with the chairman that yes, we will take action. And we are willing to go it alone if need be, because this is the right thing to do for parents, for families, and for kids. But almost every state currently has laws on the books today that protect people from non-consensual imagery. But 20 states are now only covering deepfake specifically. Now, given that, talk about at what point is the tipping point for Congress to step in?
Mm-hmm. The reality is that those laws largely only focus on the initial creation and upload of the material. And what we know is immediately once this material is uploaded, again, thousands of views, maybe within hours, countless downloads. And it's quite inefficient. Congress brings efficiency here, and we need more, energy, and we need a solution that holds the tech companies that forces them to listen to us when this is happening to us.
Well, and I know my time has expired, so I will yield, but I also say thank you for being here in the face of threats to stand up for kids and for families. Thank you.
Thank you. We all thank you. All right, next we have let's see, who's next on the Democrat side? Ms. Dingle, there she is. Okay, Ms. Dingle, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying thank you to all of the witnesses who I have worked with for a long time before I ever got to Congress. And like all of my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, we are horrified by the fact that there were death threats. I do not like the normalizing of violence or bullying or anything we're seeing, and we're here today because we are fighting that. And when I look at the parents, you need to know people on both sides care deeply. That's why we've been trying for years to get legislation through. I have sat with parents. My own sister died of suicide. I understand that pain. And there isn't a member in this room that doesn't care about you. And I want to make that really clear. And what we really want to do is actually get something done. And I need to say that. I'm proud to co-lead the bipartisan bicameral Take It Down Act, which recently passed the Senate unanimously and, for the record, was included in the end of the year budget bill before it got killed. I won't say who it was because I won't make it partisan, but we got to work together because we know this has to get done. And my colleagues here have brought up the firing of these two commissioners because it happened because he didn't like them. And we got to be clear here. The FTC is an independent agency, and what happened is blatantly unconstitutional. And independent agencies are intended to be insulated from political motivations. And this is the organization that's supposed to be keeping us safe. Without a functioning FTC, how can we expect to enforce the Take It Down Act if it becomes law? And I'm asking every colleague on the other side of the aisle to pledge to work to get this done. Please, we got to stop the politics. We got to get it done. How do we go after bad actors, protect consumers, and hold platforms accountable? The simple answer is we cannot. Gutting the FTC means gutting our ability to protect kids and women online. And as artificial technology advances, so do new forms of abuse. Primarily, who do they target? Women and children. Deep fake pornography is being used as a tool for harassment, humiliation, and intimidation, particularly against women who speak out and advocate for themselves or for children. That's what happened to you all today, and not a member at this dais thinks that that is okay. I want to make that really, really clear. The Take It Down Act provides victims with a path to justice, ensures these images are removed, and holds perpetrators accountable. I want to work with all stakeholders to pass the strongest bill possible and get this bill across the finish line. And I'm begging my colleagues to help me do this. If we succeed in passing this important legislation, we got to make sure that we've got a body that's going to enforce it so that we don't have women unprotected against this growing threat. One of our most important jobs in Congress is to protect people, including from the growing harms online. And I'll tell you, it's only getting worse. It's just getting worse by the day. So Commissioner Slaughter, let me ask you this question. Without a fully independent, functional FTC, do you believe the agency's current authority is sufficient to effectively enforce the Takedown Act and hold platforms accountable, or do we need to take additional action to strengthen potential enforcement capabilities?
Thank you. Look, I would also like to not be here talking about my employment status. I would like to be here talking about this important work that the FTC has been doing and will be doing in the future to address these critically important issues for American families, for parents across the country. Cyberbullying doesn't distinguish between Republicans and Democrats, blue states and red states. This is something that affects all of us, and that I agree we all need to be working together on. With respect to specific legislation, I think an important role at the FTC has been to take the laws that Congress has passed, to faithfully administer them, and then to go back to Congress if we think something needs to be improved or needs or leaves gaps. And I think we've had some of those conversations around privacy generally. We've had those conversations around COPPA. If Congress passes COSA, if Congress passes Take It Down, you certainly have my commitment to faithfully administer those laws and let you know if there's more that the FTC needs.
Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time. Let's just pledge to work with each other and get these bills done.
And these children's memories, these beautiful children here, the pictures of these beautiful children. Thank you very much for coming. And you are going to make a difference, and we are going to work together to get this done. Okay, next we have Mr. James, my good friend from the state of Michigan. You're recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not a partisan issue. This is something that we should be able to work together and get done. I have 3 young boys. John's 11, Hudson is 10 in 2 days, and Christian is 6. And my 6-year-old, when wanting to watch cartoons, saw something nice up on TV, a cartoon, innocent, and he was able, through the App Store on our television, to buy Max, HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, and he was able to gain access through that just in a portal. It's vital to make sure that we hold our virtual stores to the same standards that we hold our physical stores when it comes to material that is adult or addictive. And that is why I'm leading on this App Store bill that makes sure that we continue behind states that are taking the first step by making sure that we have a National Accountability Act that harmonizes the effectiveness of giving parents the tools to take care of their children. The lack of guardrails in the digital app stores defies logic and puts children at risk. There is simply no good reason why app stores should be allowed to circumvent the same lawful ID checks that brick and mortar stores abide to protect children from accessing age-restricted items such as, again, alcohol and tobacco. In other words, we don't rely on Marlboro or Budweiser to ensure kids aren't purchasing their products. We look at CVS, we look at 7-Eleven, we look at the supermarkets to age gate. The app ecosystem should be no different than what is currently established in the United States of America. These app stores are out of touch and they need to come to reality. This is not a partisan issue, as I said before. This is common sense policy across party lines. It's also what parents want. It's what parents are demanding. Parents like us We've seen similar legislation gaining steam and picking up momentum around the country. Other states, Alabama, Kentucky, New Mexico, Alaska, and other states. This issue is far too important not to get this bill signed into law in this Congress. It's critical that we get this done, we get it right. My first question is for Ms. Hawkins. Clearly, the status quo is not working. And the current policy framework around these digital app stores is failing to protect our children. What loopholes does this bill rectify in our current law? And can you elaborate on why this bill, in your opinion, is built to withstand a legal challenge given the focus on contracts, terms of service?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Congressman James. Right now, our children are signing contracts, complex terms of service agreements with apps individually every time they download it. These contracts allow access to their contact list, to their camera, to their photos, to their exact location. And parents often have no idea at all. There's no other place in American law where kids are allowed to sign contracts and broker into these really intense agreements. So that's one loophole. Another, though, is the age ratings. Parents think that they have given permission to their kids to get access to apps that are appropriate for their age. And the entire parental control system on both iOS and Google devices is based on these ages. That Google and Apple have said, yes, these are right. But we're finding there's the nonpartisan organization's HEAT initiative and Parents Together. They just released a report where 200 apps had harmful content. Our organization has found hundreds going back every year for 5 years that are rated for 4-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 12-year-olds. And it has sexually explicit content and allows strangers to communicate directly. It gives access to location. The list goes on. Unless there's accurate age ratings, we as parents can't make the decisions about whether this is appropriate content or material for our kids. And the entire system for safety doesn't even work.
Thank you, Madam. Ms. Slaughter, when were you sworn in?
I was originally sworn in on May 2nd, 2018.
May 2nd, 2018. And you were chairman of the FTC for a small period of time, were you not?
I was the acting chair from January to June of 2021.
Acting chair of June 2021. I'd ask my colleagues, but I'm running low on time. Do you recall who was in the majority in Congress during that time period?
I believe the Democrats were
majority in Congress. Do you remember who the president was at that time?
It was Joe Biden.
It was Joe Biden. Joe Biden's approval rate was 57%. Yet since 2018 and 2022, 33 kids younger than 13 have died as a result of challenges on TikTok. Democrats are furious. They're incensed. They're outraged over these firings. But Republicans are outraged by dead babies and child porn. You ever think that maybe you might not have been as good at your job as you thought you were? Do you think that maybe something should change? My colleagues on the left are continuously saying, and I believe you said, we need to empower the government agencies. Well, what we are here to do is empower the parents, because when you empower parents, you give children a chance, and we need to try something different than what has failed over the past 7 years. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back, and now I recognize Ms. Kelly. I believe Ms. Kelly is here.
Yeah,
No?
that's me.
She's not here.
I'm
Okay.
right here.
Oh, you're right here. I recognize you for your
Thank you.
5 minutes of questioning.
First of all, I want to thank the witnesses and your detailed answers. I really, really appreciate it. And I want to thank the parents. I know you came to my office and we've spoken before, but I am compelled to say I don't need a person here to apologize for me. I'm proud of how I carry myself. I'm proud of what I do. I'm proud that I'm on the bills that you guys have talked about. I am an ally. And also, I have 3 grandchildren and I care about all kids. I used to work in a child abuse place. I don't need anybody saying we care more about someone's job than we care about kids. That is very insulting, very insulting. Ms. Slaughter, I'm going to respect you and not talk about how you don't have your job, but I want you to talk about why ideologies and differences make a difference, even though it sounds like you guys work together in so many ways in a bipartisan way.
Sure, thank you. I think it is incredibly valuable for Congress, for the public, and most importantly, for the people that we serve, for the FTC to function as Congress designed, as a multi-member agency with bipartisan representation, with commissioners who serve staggered terms over years, so that we can work with each other, learn from each other, build towards consensus where it's available, and respectfully disagree with each other where that consensus can't be found. Those respectful disagreements provide transparency and accountability to the public, to advocates, to parents, to hear about what else Congress could be doing, what else the FTC could be doing. So I'll talk about a couple of important cases. In when I was a minority commissioner originally, the FTC had a landmark case against Facebook, a $5 billion settlement of a privacy violation involving how they dealt with data, including kids' data. I dissented from that settlement because even though the majority at the time thought that $5 billion was a lot of money, I thought it wasn't enough to be effectively deterrent for that company. Sharing that disagreement publicly helps inform Congress and the American public about the work of the agency. I'll give you another example related to kids. Another settlement I dissented from was the FTC settlement with Google and YouTube over child-directed content on YouTube in violation of COPPA. I actually thought the case was good, the claims were good. I didn't think the settlement got it done because it allowed bad actors to illegally claim that their content was not child directed, and they just had to be trusted about that. And all of us who are concerned about the content our children access online and think we are trying to protect them by using age gates or using child directed limitations are imperiled if those limitations don't actually work, and that bad actors can work around them, as we've heard some of these other witnesses talking about today.
Thank you. Also, we've talked mostly about young children, but also there are seniors and other vulnerable populations, and of course, young children also. And I plan to we introduced my Protecting Seniors from Emergency Scams Act, which will help help older adults identify scams. And I hear you about the children, because I look at my grandson and some of the times I've said, what is this? But the only thing is he does ask. His mother has, I think, scared him to death if he does it. So he does ask first, but I have seen some interesting things on his phone. Can you talk about the malicious actors and, if the FTC is significantly weakened because of fired commissioners and people not being there?
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty clear that corporate lawbreakers are in it to make money, right? They do these things because they are profitable. Some of the things we've heard about today are done for even more malign reasons. But ultimately, companies facilitate this lawbreaking because it is profitable to them to do so. And so our job is to ensure that our focus is on the law that Congress passed, in administering those laws without fear or favor, and not being cowed by corporate power or corporate profits, but instead keeping our focus on the people that we serve. And the independence of the FTC protects it from that kind of political or partisan interference that would inhibit the ability to hold corporate lawbreakers accountable.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your service and good luck. And thanks to all the witnesses again. You were really great. And thank you to the parents for being here. We will get this done.
And the lady yields back. Now I'll recognize Mr. Vance for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here today. In preparation for this hearing, I looked at the title. It said the World Wide Web, Examining Online Harms. And of course, I'm totally supportive of the fact that we are prioritizing kids, but I decided I would go back and take a quick look at just how much online time people were spending. So I'm sure that all of you are aware of the fact that Americans now spend 7 hours and 3 minutes a day, each one of us apparently online. Excuse me. We also, I looked at the ages. I see here from 0 to 8, 2.5 hours, from 8 to 10 years old, 6 hours, 11 to 14, 9 hours, 15 to 18, 7.5 hours a day. So when we talk about what we're going to do about this problem, boy, is it a big problem. It's a huge, almost insurmountable problem. And as I watch my kids and others, I note the diminishment of critical thinking, the diminishment of skills, the diminishment of self-sufficiency. There's no lack of problems created online. But I'm happy today that we're talking about children. That's obviously what we need to be doing. Ms. Morale, your attorneys must have looked at this bill. Is it going to pass free speech scrutiny?
Could you specify which bill?
When I say this bill, I mean the Protect Our Kids bill.
The Protect Our Kids bill?
Yeah, the one we've been talking about the entire time today.
Oh, take it down or
Take it down.
Oh, take it down.
Yeah, take it down. Forgive me.
To pass free speech concerns, I believe it would. This is just trying to say that platforms, because in Section 230, there's a Good Samaritan provision that incentivizes platforms and said you will be protected from liability for removing content that is obscene, lewd, lascivious, otherwise objectionable. But there's been no accompanying stick to that carrot. And what Take It Down would say is that platforms cannot host content if they are contacted knowingly that is non-consensual imagery, and they need to remove that. And so I think that is well within the authority of the government to do that.
So in anticipation of this hearing, I went and of course researched the Take It Down bill and looked at some of the critical comments on it. It appears that there are questions that have been raised by various commentators about it. And I think we heard Congressman Obernolte reference the fact that it's not a perfect bill. we want this bill to survive. So I hope you've reached out and whatever suggestions you have or anybody on the panel that we should change this bill, please tell us. Because in looking at the history of everyone trying to get this done, obviously First Amendment issues are going to come up. Why I'm asking you questions, your testimony touches on the limits of some content filtering tools available. I take it these things are not effective. Tell me why.
Yes, so content filters have not been effective in the smartphone app-based ecosystem because often filters do not have access to the material inside of apps. And so pornography today is not restricted to pornography websites. It's on social media itself. And as I mentioned in my opening, often social media is the first entry point for kids, and they're not meaning to access it, but they stumble upon a link and they click on it. And because there's no age gating on these porn sites, they're immediately able to get through to Pornhub. And so the filters are not working. It's very difficult. They often don't filter the in-app browsers, that each individual application actually has its own portal to the internet. And so it's been an incredibly difficult problem for parents on their own. And so that's why I've been supportive of solutions like age verification that would actually require the porn sites to verify this person is an adult before letting a child through, because filters are just not working for parents. And the technology has changed over the last 20 years that has made it extremely difficult for filters to work.
I want to move back to a much more difficult issue, that's Section 230. So I was on judiciary until I had the good fortune of being selected for this particular committee. And I must say, in the days and weeks I spent studying Section 230, it appeared to me hugely challenging to change it. Do you have some suggestions on how we might actually do that?
A couple quick suggestions. I would say one critical thing would just be to clarify that Section 230 does not apply to product design, to the company's own wrongdoing or their own algorithms as their product. I think that has been an issue that we've seen of lawsuits getting thrown out in court claiming Section 230 immunity when it was not the speech the platform was hosting of third parties, but it was actually the product design of those platforms, algorithms connecting sex traffickers to their victims or promoting blackout challenges into the feed of a 10-year-old girl who then took her life by accident. And so I think it's really important to clarify Section 230 was not meant to cover product design. I would also say a bad Samaritan carve out to say that if you are knowingly hosting criminal content or criminal behavior on your website, you do not get to hide behind Section 230's immunity. To accompany the Good Samaritan provision, we need a kind of commensurate bad Samaritan carve out for knowingly hosting criminal material.
Thank you. Yield back.
Very much, and thank you for making those suggestions. If we have any constitutional concerns, we want to make sure that we fix them now, because ultimately we got to get this through. So to protect our kids. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And next we're going to ask Ms. Clark. She has 5 minutes for questioning. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Chakowski, and thank you to our witnesses for being here to testify, and to Commissioner Bedoya, who is also in attendance. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to the people of the United States. I find it disingenuous to convene this hearing on protecting children from online harms while Donald Trump dismantles the very agency that Congress created to protect consumers, including children. Having said that, where there is a will, there is a way, and we have to determine whether in fact there is a will. For decades, the FTC has provided clarity for businesses and consumers, protecting the American public from deceptive or unfair practices and unfair methods of competition. President Trump's attempted illegal firing of the Democratic FTC commissioners is a continuation of the administration's anti-consumer agenda that promotes scams, deceptive practices, and costs Americans lives and money. I'm curious how Mr. Trump and my Republican colleagues think this unlawful attempt furthers the mission of the FTC to protect the public from deceptive or unfair business practices and from unfair methods of competition through law enforcement, advocacy, research, and education. It's also no coincidence that the Trump's Project 2025 went as far as to question if the FTC should, quote, continue to exist, end quote. So having said that, with the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, consumers are faced with the increasingly acute potential harms of algorithmic discrimination. Facial recognition technology is a clear example of a tool powered by AI that, time and time again, has been prone to unjustified bias, particularly against members of communities of color. In 2023, the FTC took action against Rite Aid to address the company's harmful misuse of biased AI tools. And for years, hundreds of Rite Aid stores used
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.